a vacuum, you basically lowered the amount of stuff inside, or the amount of gas in there, so you just changed the density of the gas because the gas expands to fill the available volume, and so it just gets less and less dense, and so things become a little bit more heavier compared to the density difference, but they already were much more dense than the gas, so the difference is very minimal. And then because you made the difference between the objects and the gas even greater by lowering the density, the amount of drop required to see a difference is longer.
I guess as you were talking about that, I'm imagining my compressor, my nail gun compressor in the air hose that I use. You usually set your nail gun at somewhere near 100 pounds if you're going to try to sink a 16 penny nail. So I'm trying to imagine that the air coming out of that hose and that's set at 100 pounds. If you turned that over and set that on top of a scale so that it was pushing down on the scale, would it weigh 100 pounds? The pressure, would it be equivalent?
You could probably create a pressure on a scale using the force of blowing air on it to create what appears like weight on the scale, but I don't think that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that is what I'm talking about.
Hola.
Which was the reason I thought about that, because I've been using my nail gun recently. I just did some framing. I built an apartment for a friend of mine in his shop. So he had a place to live. He couldn't find a place to rent. And the ones that he did find were so outrageously expensive. Oh my God. It's gone through the moon. I seen on the news that they claim Utah's the fastest growing state in the nation right now. More people moving to Utah than any other state right now. They're just, and it's almost visibly, I mean, you can see it living here. It's like they just expanded the freeways to 5 lanes, and as soon as they're done, they're full again. I mean, it's like there's no difference between the traffic jams. It's just the same fucking thing it was when they were only 2 or 3 lanes. Now they're 5, and it's still backed up for miles and bumper to bumper, and it's like, what? Crazy. Now we got 4 and 5 lane freeways, but they're just as packed as the 2 and 3 lane ones were, if not more so. Crazy.
I really like this idea of thinking about the 14-pound pressure per square inch, because when your feet are connected to the ground, that you're only getting pressed on the top and not much from the bottom. So it's interesting. It's a very interesting idea.
Yeah, it is.
Look at the anatomy of a foot, though. Like the ankle and everything, like below the shin. It's tucked away nice. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, but when you translate the idea over to objects, you can control the objects so that it
Nobody's gonna order
basically
yet. Come on, bro.
wouldn't get any ability from the air to push underneath the object, which is laying flat on the scale. So there should be just this 14 point whatever psi pressure on top of the object, and then as you pull the vacuum, that pressure should drop.
Sorry I interrupted. I didn't know you were in the middle of a spiel. But I don't get it because I was thinking about what I was thinking about. I'm very sorry. Could you repeat it? Try one more time.
It's all good. Not important, just an idea I'm thinking about based on what someone else just said before.
Yeah, that pressure really is crazy because if you look at the fish from the deep sea, when they take them to the surface, they all like explode like all nasty. So it's like the pressure is like holding us together, and our skin has very little to do with it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the pressure at the bottom of the ocean as well, and the composition of
fish
the
actually
water
survive
is different. The higher in the water, the more oxygen content. The lower in the water, the less oxygen content. So that would dictate some density differences. And there's all sorts of things like that. Like there's probably more salt at the bottom, which would increase density even more. And so, is that why there's more pressure? I don't know.
You heard about
Well, I mean, you're completely changing the medium which you're sitting in from air to H2O, water, and you have all that weight compounded upon itself over the top of you. So you're going to have an increase in pressure.
Yeah, that's how the Globers tell it to us. But when you imagine, for instance, going into a pool of mercury with a slab of concrete above it, and then when you went
Give you a little
underneath
bit of time
into
to
the
answer.
mercury, and then if you could stand up in the pool, you would be able to stand upside down, basically, because
I was like, come on. Nah,
yeah,
I didn't want to go to the store and get another one just yet.
You want to clip real quick just to take a couple photos real quick?
Yeah.
That's what
Which gets you higher.
right.
Yeah.
It was the clip was already falling.
Hey, you got a hot mic, bro? Elijah, I'm gonna put you on mute.
You high.
Elijah.
Alright. I got you.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
I forgot my point.
That is so bizarre to see that anvil acting just like a balloon full of air or something. I mean, it just like popped right back up. It's just so weird.
Yeah, just as a thought experiment, I like thinking like, what if I were in a medium that was this much more dense than me? Then I would basically just be like a balloon. And if you would put a solid barrier, so the mercury is sitting against this solid barrier, you would be able to stand upside down relative to everyone else inside this more dense medium. Just like when you're in the water, you can be upside down, and when you're in a super saline pool, for instance, you just feel like you're floating around. You just have no
Drace,
weight.
can I clarify something real quick? Are you conflating this using mercury in a situation that is to a heliocentric model or to objective reality? I'm just trying to clarify.
Objective reality. I'm just talking about objective reality here.
I'll just
There's a density
clarify.
difference. There's a density difference between the top parts of the ocean and the bottom parts, and there's a pressure gradient that goes with it. The Globers claim that the pressure gradient is caused by weight and gravity, so that's not my way of explaining that.
Well, you've heard about the heavy water at the bottom of the ocean that submarines bounce off of. They can't even go into it. Have you heard that or seen that?
Yeah. That's an extra
So-
saline saline thing that they claim is super saline water that the submarine just can't penetrate. But I would like to get some samples of it before they definitively can be allowed to claim that.
Yeah, they said it's like.
So you're saying that there is another substance that they're saying is underwater that it can't penetrate through?
Yes.
Yeah, they say it's like a Rhine, RHINE. I think something to do with that. So yeah, same like you said.
It's like a balloon full of.
I've never heard about this before.
Yeah. They say I've seen pictures of.
I've seen many videos. It's like an ocean. Yeah, it's like an ocean underneath the ocean, and it has shores, and it looks, and the water laps up on the shores at the bottom of the ocean, and the submarine tries to poke its arm into the water at the bottom of the ocean, but it just can't push it in. It's kind of like with this anvil over here.
Yeah, it just bounces off.
Yeah, bounces up.
So is there like no way to get through it?
Well, so far I haven't seen any. I personally, I don't know. It's such dense water that everything is super buoyant in it. It doesn't. You can't.
So who said that it was water?
They called it heavy water. Is what they
They described it like that. That's how they described it.
Yeah,
Exactly. Just like they describe a vacuum of space, which might not be a vacuum at all. So when you're under the water, you have pressures of the water, right? Like all this water sitting on top of whatever. And if that material isn't like more buoyant or like some type of substance that wants to rise, why wouldn't it do exactly what it's doing? Kind of like honey or syrup or caramel if you pour it in water. I don't know.
Well, there was also the substance at the bottom of the deep borehole that was impenetrable as well. And it wasn't solid.
No. You're thinking about that wrong.
Like a.
Yeah,
they were talking about the heat buildup.
No.
Yeah.
It wasn't about heat. They claimed it was like gum, and they couldn't get through it, and it wasn't
right because the temperature.
No,
it was not
thick like honey.
It was
like liquid glass.
So it sounds to me like something that hasn't been fully tested to even verify it as just being water per se.
The drill bit's overheated. It wasn't the heat, and it also wasn't that it was an impenetrable. Well, I guess is impenetrable the right word? I don't know. It was a viscous-like material, and every time they tried to drill it, it just filled back in on itself. So the materials would get hot, and the drill bits overheated. But I don't even know how much I believe that because you mean to tell me you stuck something in a hole that's 7 miles deep and it's only like 6 inches in diameter, like or whatever, or a foot, how it's not that big. It's not like dudes down there drilling like in the movies. You see that they're driving this big drill.
That is very tiny.
It's like a long toothpick, just turning.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can believe that. Like, what?
7 miles?
Yeah, the whole story has definitely got some issues.
Well, I have to ask something because okay, obviously on a heliocentric model, oceans are big, but on an AE model, are the oceans bigger than what we are originally told? Obviously, we don't have a solid model to go off of, but I have to obviously assume that.
Could be bigger, smaller, you don't know.
Are you talking about?
I've been out there in the Navy and seen it with my own 2 eyes. I mean, in the Atlantic, I mean it's vast.
Yeah, but
off of what's shown on a globe. I mean,
here's another analogy for you too, if you'd like. When this substance that was at the bottom of the borehole and this heavy water that was at the bottom of the Mariana Trench were both at almost the exact same elevation. This impenetrable zone was at the same depth. whether it was being drilled in the ground or in the ocean.
I got an idea.
They ran into an impenetrable situation. Isn't that?
You know how they keep telling us?
Isn't that strange?
Not really. You know how they keep telling us it's 7 miles, 7 miles, 7 miles?
7.8.
Or 8 miles, 8 miles, 8 miles, right? They keep repeating this 3. Like the borehole, the hole we dug is supposedly like a certain depth. The deepest part of the Marianas Trench is supposed to match that depth.
Pretty close.
And then like there's another thing that matches it too. I forget, but there's something else that matches it. So it would be funny if it was 6 miles. What if it was 6 miles deep? We couldn't go no more then. What if it was 6 miles the ocean wasn't no more then? And what if you couldn't go no further than 6 miles in Antarctica? Wouldn't that be funny?
Or 6
So
miles.
you're saying the number 6? It would just be very ironic.
Yes. If it was really 6 miles, 6
I
miles.
don't really agree because the
Well,
666s are in the globe model. That would mean that the 666s would
Who'd
be
have
in
thunk?
reality.
Yeah. Who'd have thunk?
No, it'd just be the humor in it, the 666 altogether.
I get it. But who'd have thunk, you know?
I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's so hard to verify. It's like, let me start digging in my back.
Exactly.
Out.
Would we even verify 3 miles?
I mean, just think about a mile in general. A mile is so vast. I mean, I thought about this when I was a kid. I mean, even now, I mean, it's 6, 7, 8. I mean, that's an insane amount of depth when you're talking about going straight into Earth.
Can we even verify half that? 3. Like as humans, like right now, any of us, anywhere. A 3-mile hole. In reality, like measured.
I think there might be some diamond mines that are close to that.
So 3, we can verify 3. What else? Can we verify 5?
I'm not sure. I think the diamond mines are pretty deep.
How deep are the catacombs in? I think it's in France.
Yeah, under Paris.
Yeah,
They don't know.
Yeah, they don't.
They don't know.
They say it's miles deep of
They say
catacombs.
they don't know.
I've watched videos of people walking around inside of those things, man. I mean, how deep is that shit?
Do you know Neil Armstrong was he went down into caves.
Right.
He was a
He went
caver.
down what you're talking about.
He's a spelunker.
He went down with a big group. Why would Neil Armstrong be going down in caves if he's a moon guy? Why would you even fucking time?
Because he's an actor. Who's the one that was hired?
No, I think it's more than that.
Well, I'm just saying that could be part of it.
No.
You're saying like he's an astronaut that actually saw something deep within the Earth, and then so he had to go to a counter narrative to counter what he actually saw in the caves.
Yes, sir. That's why he made the speech that there is much to be discovered on the Earth that is yet to been right to the kids. He's not talking about the moon.
I'd like to see some more information on that if you have it. Very interesting notion.
So, why would you go? Why would you need to go to a cave and risk your life doing any of that if you have already risked your life to go to the moon? Like, didn't he do enough?
Because he probably wanted the cave first.
You got to make
Use the moon as the cover.
Or he must be someone the government trusts to come back and give him the fucking to tell on whoever. So he's an actor for him, like, hey buddies, let's do this. I'm an explorer with you. But anything that goes down, he's reporting to someone.
Well, this is the thing: is a lot of Globers are like, well, what people have come out? Well, there you go. There's one right there, and I've heard of several other military personnel coming out about this type of information, but nobody ever wants to acknowledge it.
Listen, he did a cryptic speech, man, and there is no way that dude is not a retarded dude. There's no way that you put in your thing your favorite
He's a Freemason for one.
Listen to this real quick though. He put Wilbur Wright. I know it sounds stupid. You might say I'm goofy, but it's still it's a name called Wilbur Wright. But what do you do when you bear right? You continue in a fucking circle, right? Just like we do in the path around the North Pole, right? And then he said, astronauts are the closest thing to parrots because they talk a good game, but they can't fly worth a shit. He is the fucking number one astronaut. So if he's telling you that astronauts talk a good game, but they can't fly worth a shit, what did he just? He just told you everything right there.
He's telling you some very cryptic shit on purpose. It's hiding in plain sight.
Yep, and he also said there is much I leave to you that has been undiscovered, right? Hidden by one of truth's secret layers.
So it's like a Christmas
The word
package.
was protective layers. Excuse me, Demont. But one of truth protective layers.
Yeah, what's a protective layer? What is a parent? What's a protective layer of truth when a parent's telling a kid a lie?
Christmas.
Like what's a protective?
The protective layer that keeps you from knowing what's inside. It came from Santa.
There's the guilt that Santa is knowing what you're doing all the time, and if you've done anything wrong that you haven't been caught for, then you're knowing why you don't get the good presents on Christmas. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy of you're too meaningless to be deserving.
We're getting deep now.
And then rearrange, the letters of Santa's name for more irony.
And what is it? What is it rearranged to?
Satan.
Oh my gosh! What?
Well, no. What's a protective layer though? What is a lair? The word lair, like, doesn't that mean like a dungeon or a lair or something like a king owns or something? I don't know. It's weird, right?
Yeah.
That's spelled different. It means more like
Lair.
striation.
It goes more into the spelling.
Or a layer of something, like a layer of atmosphere or whatever you would include that. I don't know, just a layer. Like it's just weird, right? It's true. Truth. What is truth's protective layer? What the fuck?
I mean that goes into when they say there's layers to this thing.
That's like what he did after he supposedly went to the moon for first time, the very first person ever to leave Earth, ushering a new age, a space age. He goes into complete isolation. No more interviews. Turns into a hermit. There's your protective layer.
Why only one of truth's protective layers?
Maybe there's three: the see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil. Those are the three layers. You saw
the Jim Carrey movie Liar Liar is with Liar, if I remember correctly, not Lier, which is the same letters as Lair rearranged.
Yeah, but that's pronounced liar because A is silent. A before I is silent or some shit like that. Let's see, market skin. Layer, I'm looking at definition. And it seems pretty straightforward. Sheet, quantity, thickness of material, typical of one of several, covering of a surface or body. Bears depend on a layer of blubber to keep them warm in the winter. Synonyms: coating, sheet, coat, surface, film, covering, blanket, skin, veneer, thickness. That's layer. And this language has been designed to be deceptive, so you got to keep that in mind.
What about
What
underground
is a
layers?
lie if not a layer above the truth? An obfuscating layer on top of the truth that gives you a false representation of it. Isn't that a lie? The best lies are 90% true. I'm sorry, I feel like I killed the conversation.
It's okay.
Wonder if
We heard what
anybody,
you said in the end.
wonder if anybody's Googled what is truth protective layer.
Well, lair, like LAIR, is a place where a wild animal, especially a fierce or dangerous one, lives.
Oh, okay. So like a cage.
Well, yeah, or den, burrow, hole,
Exactly, a den.
tunnel, dugout, hollow.
Well, the word den, I guess. Eden, Dan, you, den, like it's all den.
Yeah, I'd like to say this is all just speculation. Wild shots in the dark. We're all just goofing
That's
around here, but it's fun to speculate sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're
well,
doing.
that's why I was wondering, is there like a definition of truth's protective layer? Is there like something that is like a stated in concrete of that, or is it just all, just something you have to guess at?
I love this. This is like an etymological snowball fight.
So yeah, a truth wouldn't need a protective layer unless you were lying about something. That's the whole point. Why would you need a protective layer of truth or truth's protected layer? So truth has protected layers. So yeah, he was like, I'm old, I'm fucking them out.
Hey guys, never mind. Never mind.
That's right, Joby. Never mind that.
Yeah, we already happened. This is a CEO.
Hold on.
Joby,
Yeah, what's up?
calm down.
Can't believe you're saying this to me.
Could be silence or ignorance too.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, that they hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil.
Yeah. I mean, what do they do when they just compartmentalize? They don't tell you shit. They do not tell you the information. Not even something they're lying about. They just don't tell you what they know.
Well, they don't tell you X amount.
Exactly.
We've heard it a million times, right? You're on a need to know basis and you don't need to know,
And their bosses
right?
know barely a nanometer more than
Well,
they
I
do.
think I'll decide that, whether I need to know or not, but I don't get to.
What could they protect of us? What could we be afraid of that the military would be like, oh, let's not tell them, or like a leader, or say if you're a mom or a dad and you're like, don't tell the kids. What could we be afraid of that would even care? Why would we even care?
I think there's one thing that would ever fit that, and that is the military itself. That's the only thing that they would see so fit to keep secret, is how sinister they may be. Not saying they are necessarily, but that would fulfill the motive obligation that you laid out. If it was aliens or disease or something, like the best and brightest, tell everybody about it. Somebody will figure it out. Instead, they're like, nah, don't tell anybody anything, because then they might be able to stop it.
Here's some
Us.
protective
Oh
layers.
yeah,
Hypothetically.
I got a good guess. You remember how these atheists are always like saying something like, "Oh, it's this fallacy, this fallacious thinking where they're like, oh, I don't believe in God, and I could just claim that there's a flying spaghetti monster orbiting the Earth. It's like, well, you gotta first prove that the Earth is a ball and that anything's orbiting it. But it's like what I'm saying is like, oh, that's what they're protecting us from. It's because there's really a flying spaghetti monster out there, and they're protecting us from it.
If there's a flying spaghetti monster out there, there's an even bigger Italian space wizard, cooking it up.
Protective layers like helmet, immunity, instinct, layer, legislation, mechanism, or membrane.
It's Cthulhu, man.
Mechanism or membrane?
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
I am getting really worried about the next coming months.
Almost like a barrier.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, yeah, like a bubble, a cage, a membrane that can think and react. Get the fuck out of here with that. A cell membrane?
Yeah.
Think about it. We're in a cell, a prison, a cell. It's all like, think about it.
Can we even prove a cell?
I'm going to sell you the cell right now.
Did you ask if we can prove a biological cell, like a single cell organism or a skin cell or
cartoon? Hell no. That's like saying an apple's got a cell or a piece of sand has got a cell. It doesn't even make any. It doesn't make.
Well, I've scraped my inside of my cheek and put it on a slide and looked at it in a microscope, and I could see cells.
You saw,
or what were described to be cells.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
you could see what? You saw what? Just tell me what you saw.
I saw what looked like circles that had stuff going on inside of them, contained spaces with some kind of biology
Yeah,
occurring,
I completely agree.
or visible movement within it.
I've seen the little factories, right, with the microscope. It's like a little factory inside, and you can see through it. And there's just little things in there. You can't see everything that's going on, but they're They're little factories. They're little self-replicating factories.
There's all kind of stuff going on.
RNA away.
It's like a membrane.
From
that's
Mahela
membrane that you rubbed. You rubbed the mucus membrane.
Somebody's roboting like crazy.
Yeah, he has weird internet.
There are enclosed
Who's doing
it?
Iron. It's Iron.
With some
Iron, yeah.
You're okay.
Oh, he's gone.
Come back,
He finally heard us. See, that's so laggy. He doesn't hear us until it's there. Until he gets it. It's so awesome. Yeah, you just have to learn networking. Come. That's just sorry.
He's insane in the membrane.
Were you saying I wasn't hearing what you were saying?
No. Listen. So what happens is you're so lagged out. You're talking to us. We just hear bits and pieces like that. Okay, but you don't hear any of us talking to you until it actually gets connection again. Like, and it happens every once in a while at the end of the conversation.
Uninterrupted. Its download speed is way better than its upload speed. I'll give you that, but I'm not having any problem hearing any of you. Therefore, I have no reason to believe that you can't hear me.
No,
insane.
Upload is what you upload to the internet. So what we hear is your upload.
Right.
Doesn't
I had no reason to believe there was any problem with it.
Let me explain it to you. I'll explain it to you real fast, brother. It's like a CB radio. It's 10-4, right? You can hear them 4 times. I'm sorry, they can hear you 4 times more than you can hear them. So when your download speed is like 10-1, like your download speed is 10 and your upload is 1, you sound like crap and your thing turns red.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah,
I just need you guys
I thought you
to
said
tell me if
something
you
else,
can't
bro.
hear me.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's what we
Don't let
did.
me bother you if I'm
No,
not coming
you're
through
not.
clear.
You're not.
Tell me.
Listen, sorry, Iron. You literally didn't hear anything we said when we were talking to you. It's okay. Sorry. Just calm down. It happens.
Frequently.
So 10-4, 10-1. 10-1, you're coming in bad, okay?
10-4, big buddy.
You're okay.
Coming in at 10 though.
Coming in hot.
And we are all agreeing everything's fine.
I just don't know what.
We just actually could not hear your conversation, and we really do want to. So if you can try to say it again, that would be great.
Well, the moment's passed. I still don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
5x5.
Right now.
Yeah, we got you.
We got you 10-4 right now.
I'm leaning against my front door now.
Oh my gosh! See, there's something weird in your house.
Well, it's made out of steel, so
yeah, so
kind of like a Faraday cage.
Like a demon.
Are you on cellular data or are you on Wi-Fi?
Cellular, LTE, or G.
Yeah, that might have a little funny effect on it.
To the tower,
and it comes in and out a little bit too.
You're a little bit further from the tower than you should be.
Or I'm in a steel box.
And the steel box is not helping. I'm serious though. That's just crazy, and it's cool in a way because we know it. But don't get like upset at it because it happens. Like literally.
I'm not. I literally want you to tell me if you can't hear me. Don't let me robot
Please
for more than 10 seconds without
please
saying it.
Tell like we're not getting upset at you. We're just letting you know. That's it. Yeah.
I also don't want to distract from the quality of the conversation with it. Either.
Well, the quality of the conversation in the last half an hour has not been the highest.
That was funny.
That's not been the highest of quality.
But it's okay. We're doing good.
I'm sorry to say.
No, I'm driving too. I'm probably breaking up too, like shit.
So did you not hear me say that thing about looking through a microscope at skin cells from the cheek and seeing little like city streets of traffic going on?
Perfectly
Yeah,
fine.
we heard.
Go ahead. Go ahead with that one. That was good.
So why were you saying cells don't exist?
Do you have any evidence for them?
I just gave you an observation.
Yeah, but are those
What, you can't-
cells or what really are them?
You can't take like a skin sample yourself? I mean, you can do it too, bro. Anybody can go take some skin. Take the onion skin. You can see that real easy.
Yeah, the
skin in
definition of a
between the onion
cell is
layers.
an enclosed area of living organism with a nucleus, right?
It's more at what they're trying to
really is
say what it is.
I know they tell you what it is, but what really is it? I can tell you cookies and fucking candy bars or apples and beers,
They're
but
not
what I
telling
mean,
you
they're
what
not. I mean,
it really is.
And I just don't trust anything like that.
well,
I'm telling you what I saw.
What did I see?
It looked like an organ, right? Just
yeah,
like
no, I get no, Hank. I'm with you 100%. I used to have to draw them all the time. I'm not saying that you don't look and see something, but I'm saying the way they describe it to you is that exactly what that is.
What do you mean exactly?
I mean, just like gravity, is gravity exactly how they describe it? Is the globe exactly how they describe it? Is electricity, is magnetism, is anything really how they describe it? At the end of the
I think
day,
biology.
No.
Biology is one of those ones that is pretty close, right? We may not got everything down, but biology is a science, right?
well, yeah.
Like we don't got it down like, perfect, but genetics and biology, we're
You
pretty
can
good
at
at
least
that now.
conduct experiments with it.
Well, for an example, we can look at like the insides of a plant, but does that really tell us exactly what the fuck's going on with that plant? What's the
No.
brain of the plant? What's the, no. I mean, so I'm just saying, like, what really is in that little dab that you put on the thing? What do you really, is that a part of you really that you're looking at alive? Is that a part just saliva and some kind of little parasite you just got on your cheek? What really is it?
Right,
Is it biology that's a science, or is it biochemistry, or is it both?
What is science?
Science involves following the scientific method and conducting experiments to find cause and effect relationships. So as far as I know, biochemistry is a real science, but is biology a separate thing? And is that a real science?
No, I don't think biology is a science.
You can conduct biological experiments by changing temperature on different cultures and seeing how it does or does not get affected by the temperature. That's a naturalist science that you can conduct with biology. And chemistry doesn't really have much to do with that, so I wouldn't really call it biochemistry, although biochemistry is a thing as well.
But is that biology, though? Because I thought biology was just the study of, categorizing plants and animals and things in the ecosystem.
No, that's taxonomy.
So what is... Maybe I feel like I need to look up the definition of biology right now. Does anybody know it?
Look up the definition of taxonomy. It's categorizing and labeling and naming everything. What you just said biology is.
Yeah, I think.
So what's the difference between taxonomy and biology?
You can't do experiments on taxonomy.
Biology is the general scientific study of life. Biochemistry is the study of the chemical processes within living organisms.
Equally valid.
But is the scientific method ever involved in biology?
Yeah, it can be.
Yes.
How
Not
so?
necessarily every time, but I just described one method, and that's adjusting an independent variable being temperature and studying how different colonies of bacteria will progress through a gel medium under different temperatures.
But
and you
is
create
that
a
biology or
hypothesis test.
biochemistry?
You can create and perform a hypothesis test with biology. You cannot with taxonomy.
Cool. Good to know.
There are literally tens of thousands of man-years of scientific experiment in both biology and biochemistry, which give us all of our technology for dealing with cancer, for starters.
And most of our fruits and vegetables that we consume.
Sure.
You say dealing with cancer?
They're not trying to cure cancer. What are you guys talking about?
Did they pay it off with all that money we sent for them to give it a cure? Did they just hand it to the cancer to pay it off?
I don't know.
Yeah, why do they need money to cure anything when it just takes to grow something that's organic like anything else and you cure it, right? Like a pill or anything else that they say you should cure, supposedly.
Look at the etymology of cure cancer. What cure cancer actually means.
Why would cancer exist?
It means to preserve cancer.
Exactly.
Why would cancer exist? They can cure it.
We don't even know what cancer is.
Yeah, they do.
Yes, they do. That's a nonsensical statement.
Why
we only
would
have
you say
correlation for what causes it. We don't have causation.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
They lie to you about what takes it out of the body and totally eradicates it is the only problem with most anything. They lie to you about main source or the eradication.
And they'd rather treat it than cure it.
Well, the word cure means preserve.
Right. Just like preserving your peaches. You want to keep them good. So you want to keep that cancer good.
So if they're going to tell you they're going to cure your cancer, that's
when
not
you cure,
that's not very good option.
No, that's a vernacular thing. They cure
like
you of cancer. They cure you of cancer. Using that term.
And sterilizing is another way of describing cure in that sense. Because when you cure meat or cure dried things, it's to remove negative things like pathogens, molds, and rot and stuff like that. You cure it to keep it pure. Purified.
They kill your body. They kill you from the inside out. They fuck you up. So yeah, it's going to kill whatever that cancer might be. Wink, wink.
Might just kill you too.
Where does kill
Exactly.
come from? Comes from the keel of a ship. When a fish dies, it turns belly up and its keel is exposed. I just made that up.
Pretty good, I have to say, if you did.
Makes sense. You've been keeled.
Well, just by like learning and schooling and all that, right? What's to be schooled? What's to be learned? What's to be taught? What's to actually think for yourself? What's to actually just think? How much information can you take in from a book if they can't even tell you about a globe right? If they can't even get physics right that everyone can see in front of your face every day, every single waking second of your life, you experience this stuff, and they can't get that right. So why would you trust them about 90% of anything? That's my thing. I don't trust them about helium, hydrogen, the way plants work, the way we breathe. I don't trust any of that shit myself personally.
And why would you trust teachers that are younger than your parents? Wouldn't you trust your parents more than somebody who's barely 5 years older than you?
Well, isn't that the same way with like bosses and stuff and anything like other play? Like they got some young group, like it just doesn't make any sense, right? It should be like
Would you
the
trust
people
your
who
parents to fly a Boeing 747 more than a 30-year-old pilot?
A 5-year-old rather than that? No.
No, I said, would you trust your parents to fly a Boeing 747 more than a 35-year-old pilot?
Yeah. Well, hell yeah. Fucking right.
The 35-year-old is green behind the ears. I take a 70-year-old pilot.
Are you saying your parents couldn't grab an airplane stick and fly the airplane? Are you crazy, boy?
No, man. No, not unless they took some classes on it.
But
Just like you can't
you
really.
probably wouldn't if they did take some classes in 1972.
Okay, well, maybe your parents did take classes, but I'm saying just, we don't like, we don't not trust experts around here. And the thing about science is it can be confirmed. If I claim that I have a liver and if I take half of it off, it'll grow back, right? I can back that up, right? Because the liver regenerates. But everything else kind of does too, in a way. It's just, do you know how to regenerate tissue? Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't mean to be attached to the previous claim myself either. I just have many uncles and aunts and cousins who are pilots, and they're of all ages. So, like, I wasn't agreeing or disagreeing with the previous statement. Not yours, but the one.
I can fly because my friend used to own 3 airplanes. And we'd go flying every day, and he taught me how to fly. I'm pretty good at it. I don't have no license.
Was the question a 30-year-old pilot? Sorry.
I guarantee you I can get in an airplane, take it off, and land it. And I don't have a license.
I'm just saying, I would want the person to be experienced in what they've done. So if you said I've done this for 50 years or 20 years or 30 years, I'm going to say, cool. I'm probably going to trust your stuff over a guy who's been doing it for 2. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably a wise thing. That's a wise decision, I'd say.
How about this though? Like a 16-year-old trained pilot versus a 45-year-old who hasn't maybe had 4 hours hanging out with a friend in a Cessna in 1965 or something like that, and nothing since for like 60 years.
Well, probably the 16-year-old because he has more experience.
Right. And its heart's not going to explode potentially.
Look, only Denzel Washington can fly the plane upside down.
Only certain planes are rated for that. They'll fall apart if you try it. Some planes. Got to be aerobatically certified to be an aerobatic plane, or you can't fly it upside down. It'll fall apart. Wings will fall off. They'll break. I do know that much about it.
Is that because of the way they're attached to be like typically being fighting against the stress of bending upwards, and there's not much reinforcement in the opposite direction?
It's not a fighter jet.
Yes,
They also have to.
Not designed to have the wing
Stress in the
operating.
opposite direction.
They also
Yeah,
have
it's
to
not steel.
specially designed oil pumps and sumps, because if it's most commercial airplane engines, if you fly them upside down, they'll seize because the oil won't get pushed around.
Yep.
But Denzel Washington did it in the movie. Is that legit or not?
No, it's not.
Based on a true story. The true part, he was drunk. That's about it.
What's up, Iron?
Hey, buddy, how are you?
There have been a few cases of inverted commercial aircraft, but none of them have survived.
Hey, yeah, Iron, you're solid, dude. I heard you on a debate with that dude, that Discord mod from the defunct Chatterbox.
What was his name again?
I think it was a Pacini.
Oh, yeah.
Man, that dude is a numpty.
He kind of made me lose any desire to be in that channel at all or do any future follow-ups or debates like that. Especially after I caught him talking shit like he won that debate hands down 100% on some other Discords. But I appreciate that. Thank you. It wasn't hard, you know. He is a total jackass.
Yeah, he's got reoccurring character on this server too. He's got like globe logic, like memes made from his posts.
And that Kickin' Chicken or whatever his name is, the moderator, like, actually moderate like once. He's totally biased, and he's not in any position to be calling himself a moderator for those debates.
Crit, did you catch my debate, Crit?
No, I have it on my list. I haven't listened to it yet though. Yeah, that Kickin' Chicken dude, like he'll say flat Earth is entertaining, it's fun, and he wants to hear more of it. Then you start talking about flat Earth and he mutes you. I'm like, dude, you just said out of your own mouth, it's fun, it's entertaining, and you want to hear more of it. And then you mute the person talking about it. Like, is there anything in your life that isn't just an endless spiral into a trigger? Like, is there one thing you can do in life where you don't defeat yourself?
Sounds like you've dealt with him recently. I can feel your energy level.
Yeah.
That's how I felt for days afterwards myself. So I've been there. Just take some deep breaths. It'll dissipate in a few days.
Yeah, then he's like, I go to some of the most biggest flat Earth spaces and debate them one-on-one. I'm like, where? Where do you go? I went to Geo server. I'm like, dude, that is not flat Earth.
He goes in text message.
He's afraid to even go into Viking. And that thing's pretty dead.
It's really frustrating when they do these crazy tactics nowadays where they're really desperate. So they just overtalk you and funding mute you, and then they claim that they won because they defeated half of your argument and the other half was their straw man version of it.
Isn't it like passive cognitive dissonance?
No, it's active.
But isn't it like for some, isn't it kind of passive because they don't even realize it? Because I don't think all of them realize it.
Well, I make sure they realize it when you call them cowards. You call them cowards and say, "Hey, why won't you let me talk?"
Can't wrap their head around it.
They just strawman you and misrepresent you and misquote you and redefine things. And even if you go through it 5 times, they'll still do the same thing over and over and over again. They're just disingenuous, intellectually and otherwise.
The one they said when I was over there last, that Earth's not flat. And I'm like, it looks flat. He said, that's because it's really big. I'm like, okay, so you just said it looks flat. Yeah, but it's not flat. Yeah. Why? Because it's really big. I'm like, dude, you need to start thinking of a logical statement here, okay? You can tell how blue it is because it's not blue, but it's blue. Yeah. See, they're space fans. You know, they love NASA. They love the government. Everything government does is like for the betterment of humanity. And there's just no way that they're going to believe that government has ever lied to them about anything. I go, dude, they said that God picked America to win the space race. Did they lie about that? Well, that's just propaganda. I'm like, they said God picked America, the white man, to rule coast to coast. Manifest destiny. They never taught that. And you start linking, boom, article after article, you know, manifest destiny. It's like they're just foaming at the mouth. This whole thing. They want a space to hear ideas that they don't want to listen to. So why'd you set up a space to listen to ideas that you don't want to hear? Because conspiracies are stupid. Yeah, so do you understand it? No. But did you debunk it? Yes. How did you debunk something you can't even understand to begin with?
Basically, they're reverted to repeating it so many times that it has to be true, and they're just walking around affirming the consequent like they know what they're talking about.
They keep a little echo chamber around him, like, right, guy? Like, yeah, totally. Can you believe this guy? Yeah, I thought he was dumb too. After they mute you.
Yeah, the block into the talk, which is interesting too. So they muted me. They said that's enough of you for today, Crit. The next like half hour was just talking about everything I had said.
And
And I'm like,
miscategorizing it left and
yeah.
right, I'm sure.
Yeah, and like they got their star, like the Jose JG crowd. They got like Doofenshmirtz over there. That other the whole admin team for Jose's is like also the same moderators there too. It's like, you guys are cool. You got YouTube channels. I'll make you a moderator.
Well, you can see what their motives are.
Yeah, I even said, how about this? Just simple science. You do you. If you did something, the effect was what you did. They had to deny that even.
We have someone in here that wants to actually join the conversation, but that looks like now I realize I was in another chat real quick, but Pretty NFT is muted. I don't know if he came in muted. Hello?
I guess he must have. She.
So you just DM'd me, and I'm speaking to you right now, Pretty. So you want to join the conversation? Open your mic. Hello? So did you just want to waste your time? Ah, okay, you're trying. Well, I unmuted you. You have to actually click the mute button on your side. No, I didn't know that you were new. I'm sorry. I thought you'd been here for a minute. You seem like you did. But guess not. If you need any help, there's a little user settings button. I guess not.
This is reminding me of my father-in-law. He's talking to somebody who doesn't talk back, as far as we can tell. It's really sad more than anything.
I do want to have, a conversation, see what happens, see if the
Please join us.
I just don't want to do it in DMs.
All right, here we go.
Ah, there he is. So what brings you here?
What brings us all here?
No, what brings you personally? I'm asking you, not everyone.
Oh, I want to see what you guys are talking about. Join the conversation.
Awesome.
The conspiracy Santa had a pretty good point.
Okay. What was that?
I'm sorry, guys. I just got settled in. Let me just.
You okay? Just add what you wanted to say.
All right, so let's go back on what he was saying. I pretty much got the gist. The same problem I run into when we bring up the flat Earth topic to anybody. I think it goes back. It's always more than the facts. It's never really the facts. It's always about our conditioning, what we've. Yeah, so it's truly though it's rooted really deeply. When I was bringing up the flat Earth conversation with people, I never really talk about the flat Earth in general, but our basis of authority, where we get our information from, where we take heed to. Because of course, everyone's always using everyone jumps to why would they lie to us? We have satellites, blah 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 blah. So of course, I always use the example: you can't show me a comic book to prove Spider-Man exists. Again,
good one.
Sometimes logic just goes over their head.
But a kid doesn't understand that when they're programming it in the school,
right?
School books. That's the thing.
So again, it's just not sometimes I always ask myself what makes me different than others. How come I can perceive this and they can't? So upon self-reflection, perhaps I just come up with the conclusion that it's our teachings. I was from very, 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 very young. I was always able to be open-minded for new information and new concepts.
Exactly.
You're not afraid of the truth, whatever it may be. You'd rather have the truth, whatever it may be, than some fairy tale that makes you sleep well.
But I come to the Discord too to see if it's not just once you're on the bandwagon, you're on the bandwagon. Everything else just becomes a joke. The curtain drops. It's just one big fucking joke. We all get it. Now, I came to the Discord to see if we can find other methods of spreading the word without just coming straight out and just telling people the Earth is flat. Because again, it's just at this point in the game,
you never ever never say the Earth is flat. You're on this server. This is different. In the real world, you don't act this way. People come here, but you never bring it up. That's the thing. People will always bring it up to you first. That's how you want to always lead them in a way. But it never has to be about this anyway, bro.
Yeah, you're right. I've been on the bandwagon for a couple of years now. At first, I get really gung-ho and try to get people on there too. But then after losing friends and family, I just learned not to really bring it up. This is, it truly falls under forbidden knowledge. Like, people, I know the word itself sounds like, forbidden knowledge. But, it really is. This is why for hundreds of years, they've really just kept us in the dark. It's forbidden knowledge. So this is the true essence of where it comes.
Well, I kind of disagree with you. I think you should go head on and just say to people that it's flat outright. Just kind of like how I flat smacked a lifeguard today while I was swimming just a few hours ago. And he seemed to take it pretty well. I went through 3 points with him. When it came to the term "the vacuum of space," seemed to dawn on him. Yeah, it's not space; it's the vacuum of space, because that's what their claim is. But hey, just so you know, you can use the term "topographical plane of existence." That has the potential to not trigger people so much, but it explains that there's, mountains and hills, but it's not conforming to the shape of a sphere.
Well, speaking on that, another method I like to use is always bringing up the fact that, just because we all got an A in science in high school doesn't mean we know everything. And a lot of people I've encountered, they're intelligent, they made good grades, they went to college, So again, what are me or you going to tell them that they don't already know about space and all that and whatnot? So a good way to circumvent that, I'm losing my train of thought here. I'm sorry, but again, I feel like it's just all about dialogue. I just bring him back to the basics, bring him back to what we learned, how we learned, and a big thing about me is I tell them, when your adult mind, when your adult brain looks at the information again that we were taught as children, it just doesn't make sense. Have any of you guys ever noticed that?
Yeah, of course. It's because your understanding grows, right? And then when you go back and you re-examine something, you're like, wow, now that I know this is like unfolded in a whole new light. It's like the Bible. When you read it the first time, you don't get such a level of understanding as you do as when you like break out the words and really study it and read it like 10, 20 times in a row. That's with
Yeah,
anything though. Like you study something, it becomes more clear.
I like to use experience as an example. You know, when it was first brought up to me, I laughed in this guy's face, and I went home to do my research because I wanted to, you know, have the rebuttals right. I wanted to make sure I knew what I was talking about. And let me tell you, you know, on my journey, I found out just about almost everything we were told as kids is a lie, and not because the website, the internet just told me so, but because I was comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges. And again, when your adult mind looks at the information again, you realize, wait a minute, it just doesn't add up. And yeah, that's a really huge stepping stone to get people, you know, in the right direction, I feel.
That's the front door to flat Earth.
Yeah, a great a strategy for talking to people and getting really far down the conversation without saying the words flat Earth to trigger them and their brainwashed minds, because we were all brainwashed to think that anybody that ever utters the words flat Earth is crazy and you shouldn't listen to them, you know? And so a great way of doing that is to go through the 3 points with them and ask them at the end of each point, do you believe that you're on a sphere? And they more likely say, yeah. And you believe the sphere is rotating? Yeah. And you believe the vacuum of space is above your head? Yeah. And then if you go through the 3 points and get them to acknowledge that there's no evidence for any of these 3 claims, but they believe it anyway, and then after you get all the way through the 3 claims, the 3 points, and get them to admit there's no evidence, and then, you know, just get them to admit it's just a belief, you know, and then say to them, well, okay, I'm saying now, as far as I know, to the best of my knowledge, the Earth is flat and stationary, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. Do you have any evidence to the contrary, or, you know, what do you got to say to that? If you go through that process and then say that afterwards, the statistical reaction is very different. It's much more likely to be positive as opposed to just cognitive dissonance and retardation.
But what 3 points is that again? Can you give me a refresher?
So the first question you can ask them is, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, or, you know, and the method of how they did that, and, you know, where and when and such, you know, and, you know, they might say Aristophanes or whatever. You can point out to them he just presupposed a sphere in his silly calculations, or they'll come up with some other thing or whatever, or just more than likely, the vast majority of people you ask this question to, they'll just say, I don't know. Like they you know, have no problem with admitting that.
They're not a Space Boy fan.
Yeah. And, you know, so you get them to admit that, and then you ask them, you know, so do you believe you're on a planet, though? And most of them say, yeah, I think I'm on a planet, you know, sphere or whatever. And, you know, with the radius of 3,959 miles, you know. And it's like, all right, that's good to believe that. And then ask them, so do you know anyone's ever proven axial rotation of the Earth? You and I, we observe the sun moving across the sky, and we observe the Earth is stationary as the day goes by. But we were told in school that the sun is relatively stationary and that the Earth moves, and that's why we have day and night. So do you know how anyone's ever proven axial rotation or ever measured it and found the speed of 900 miles per hour at the equator? You know, most people would be honest and say, no, I don't know how anyone's ever done that. But you believe it's moving, though, right? Yeah, I believe it's moving, you know, yeah.
I never even get
and
that
so the third question is, so do you know how anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because they say the vacuum of space is above our heads, but you can't have as far as I know,
There's
you
no
can't have
there's
gas
no
pressure without a
devastation.
container, you know? And then, you know, ask them, do you believe in the vacuum of space above your head? And be like, yeah, I probably think it's there. And then, you know, after that, just say to them, well, as far as I know, the Earth is flat and stationary. Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
Well, I never get that far because a lot of people just get hung up on the whole base and why would they lie to us?
Well, that's just it. That's just it. If you go through those questions, just how I just described, they won't have the opportunity to you know, focus on stupid questions like that have nothing to do with, you know,
Yeah,
direct
you
measurements of
guys kind
temperature,
of
direct measurements of this and that. Yeah.
people.
You got to go baseline, always baseline with everything that you talk about, because if you skip something, you're not going baseline, and you have to keep telling them, I'm sorry, I can't skip the baseline. If we're skipping the baseline, then you're telling me a story, and that's a lie. Sorry.
I hear you. I hear you.
So what now, if you heard me, what is the baseline? Earth.
The 3 pillars, which is observing. Has anybody ever observed the usually not the curvature, but has anybody ever measured the curvature that you're aware of?
There you go.
And how so, right?
Yeah, well, that's the one question we ask everyone, and if someone were to actually come in and show us how to do it, we'd shut this server down. We don't need to be here.
Well, then here's another issue. As I like to say, people are institutionalized because some people won't even have to give me anything other than well, college says this, school says that, or textbooks say this, the internet says that. Who are you to question the authority?
Yeah, you should tell them that's a fallacious thinking. You should tell them that's a fallacy. It's appeal to authority. That's what you should say to them.
I've always just said it's an appeal to be just a cop out. You know, it's easy to be institutionalized. It's easy to just say whatever they tell us. And a lot of people don't understand the concept of CGI or how that CGI works. They don't understand the power of propaganda. They don't understand espionage. A lot of people don't understand these simple concepts of life and how we've been bamboozled so easily. Let me ask you guys a question. Here's another question I really have. Do you feel we've always known the Earth was flat, or only recently when we tried on the space program did America learn that the Earth was flat? Anyone?
I think that doesn't even make sense. Like, I mean, if the Earth were a sphere, wouldn't we eventually figure out it's a sphere? But it's not a sphere, so no one ever figured out it's a sphere.
I have a personal theory or belief that the government, America, perhaps wasn't aware that the Earth was not a sphere until their space program failed.
Oh, well, I'm sure plenty of people thought it and maybe came to realize it then, but no, I don't know, man. That's all in just the realm of who the hell knows.
Well, I guess I go down that thought tangent sometimes because people always do bring up the why are we being lied to aspect, and I try to comfort them by saying I don't think it's a big malicious theory or a cover up. I just think, you know, they just found out, they being the government just found out recently as well, but it benefits them to cover it up. I feel as if Russia lied first, right? They told everybody that they went to the space. America seen that no one batted an eye, no one questioned them, and we told the rest of the world that we went to the moon. And just like that, we became the 2 most powerful countries in the world.
And what if
yeah,
we
and
were
it's kind of
together?
I think I should really point this out. Isn't it interesting though that, you know, potentially you'd have the Soviet government and, you know, the Allies or the American government, let's call it the American government, and, you know, they're still quote unquote at odds with each other in the 80s after the alleged moon landing. And if they're at odds with each other, don't you think it'd be in the best interest of the Soviets to point out that the moon landing didn't happen and that the Earth is flat and stationary and that these Americans are just a bunch of stupid liars, you know? But no, they didn't do that. Probably working together behind the scenes.
Yes, actually, I think they really are. Again, just to reiterate, Russia made the claim first to enter space first, and we made the claim second to put man on the moon. We just kind of hold each other at arms on those two lies. If they call us out, we'll call them out.
And we put a flag also. I don't think Russia has a flag on the moon, do they?
I mean, sometimes just for shits and giggles, just to placate people, I go down their thought tangents. I said, hey, okay, let's go on the moon. Don't you think if we landed on the moon, we'd have fucking Mount Rushmore on the moon? We'd have neon signs on the moon. We'd show the world we've been to the moon. We clearly, because we have cameras. I tell people all the time too. Like, we have modern cameras. You can go to Best Buy and buy a Nikon, whatever, and you can zoom in on the moon. Right now, in 2021, you can zoom in very, very, very closely to this moon. You can see the surface of the moon. Why haven't we put up a statue or a monument, anything on the?
All you do is draw a line in the dirt, just a line, just a big one.
But think about it. We would. America would, right? We put our name and our flag on everything. We would
stay on the moon.
So why?
Yeah, we put 2020 on it.
You will have some Globers though that will claim that you can see the American flag on the surface. Mark my words.
I mean, I don't see no fireworks from the 4th of July. Fireworks from the moon. I mean, nothing.
Hey, wait a second. Fireworks on the moon. According to NASA and their recent, idea on how things work up there, that would work, because they say that the atmosphere, quote unquote, is extending all the way past the moon. So I guess if there's enough air out there, then the fireworks would work, right?
I've actually heard this. They recently said, scientists have determined that the moon is indeed in Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, you fucking idiots, because you have nothing else to say. We get it, man. It's one big shit show, man.
They say you can't hear a globe or think in the vacuum of space because it's so quiet. Or a glober can't hear himself think in the vacuum of space.
I wouldn't be surprised in the near future that they might do something pretty epic to reinstill the whole space program to us. I don't know if that means some kind of drone technology in the night sky. Something's gonna happen where they're gonna try to bring it back into our realm, that all that is real and all that exists.
Somehow, some way, I think there's a part of me that wants them to fake an alien invasion.
That's one of my top theories there. Yeah. And they can easily do so by bombing cities in the middle of the night and just claiming in the morning on the news, oh, we're under attack. And people will believe anything.
I didn't think about that detail. Shit. Okay, no, I don't want them to do it. But still, it'd be an interesting challenge.
I tell people all the time, like, look, take any modern movie with an alien invasion, mute it, and they can make it look like it's real. Like, you don't understand the power of TV, the power of CGI. They can make all this stuff look real. I can show you, shit, the last movie I saw of Mars was this guy, that celebrity. It looks very real. And again, if you just take away the theatrics and add real life sound, it could look very real if you just show snippets on it on a news feed or make it a little grainy. Again, this is just really easy tools of espionage and propaganda. So yes, I do believe it's going to happen pretty soon. You watch.
Oh yeah, a lot of these modern movies that take place in quote unquote the vacuum of space, they look more realistic than the alleged moon landings, It looked like they were done in a freaking garage.
Space is the ultimate frontier because it's in our imagination. So they're they can have unlimited. They're gonna have unlimited resources for making space movies, and again, that's why it never gets old. It never gets old. I used to be a big space boy, big sci-fi kid, and that's why when it all came crashing down, it hurt, but it made perfect sense. Like I understood so well why I was tricked so easily. It's because we all want to believe.
You can still believe in the flat Earth and still be a science fiction addict. It's called fiction. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Have you noticed though that in space battles and science fiction they still put sounds in, even though you wouldn't be able to hear anything? It's like whoosh, whoosh, pew, 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 and all that stuff. In explosion sounds, that's all added because if it was silent, the people in the audience would be like, "Well, this is kind of boring. This doesn't seem real."
I've noticed actually that they get their facts wrong in every space movie. In one space movie, you freeze when you go into space. In another space movie, you don't freeze. You just lose your breath. I mean, they just can never get it right.
It's fantasy. It doesn't warrant any further investigation.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like saying, hey, this movie didn't really describe unicorns properly. There's this other movie about unicorns. Yeah, the unicorns in that movie. Yeah, those unicorns are more realistic. Yeah.
Well,
it's not science fiction, it's science fantasy.
That's what brainwashing is. You watch it over and over and over, people start believing this stuff.
And it's not even science.
Tell them that.
Wait, what if you're conducting an experiment on a unicorn? Is that science fiction?
They even have like TV shows of, for instance, one of my best friend is a big sci-fi boy, big space boy, NASA fan. Me and him get into it all the time. He watches this show of we got some corny ass shit where this guy runs a lot. Anyways, on CBS, and one day I'm watching the show with him, and I noticed that they just put these smart looking little dorks on there and start spilling off all these so-called facts about space or science and technology. And what it is, they put a little truth into it so we gravitate towards it. And then we all like, oh yeah, that's right, that's correct. And it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. But people really gravitate towards these things, even though they know it's a show, as if they're really informed about space. And that's very scary and very sad.
And they yearn for it. That's the really scary part, is they wish there's an invasion. Even if it means millions and billions die, they want to see that episode in real life.
Couldn't have said it better, my brother. Couldn't have said it better.
Yeah, but you got it wrong. Those millions and billions that died, they died from peace bombs. They were just dropping peace bombs like Obama.
You're kind of droning on and on now. It was a joke. Like, Obama droned people. Never mind.
I got it after the fact.
I had to pull the ejector seat on that one because it was about to go real far south.
Yeah, you had me first. I'm like, ooh.
So are there ejector seats on a drone?
No, but if you have to go to the bathroom, you can hit the eject button and it goes on autopilot for 3 minutes. It doesn't really eject you, but it lets you out of your little desk where you're bombing women and children overseas.
Oh, that's dark.
Hey, everybody has to piss once in a while. Well, Biden blew
most
up.
presidents are probably drones.
7 kids, 2 adults, and they were charitable people distributing fresh water to people who didn't have any. And drone strike.
Yeah, well, That's a whole different Discord, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't bring up drones.
I know.
That's okay. Anybody want to talk about the Earth?
To be fair, flat Earth is like the mother load of air quote. I hate to use the word conspiracy theories, but
it's not a theory.
Right.
Not a conspiracy.
Exactly, but it's a mother load of all content because everything else just falls under this content. Like once you
globe is the conspiracy.
Well, I feel like everything.
True.
Every conspiracy in the world basically holds, is held on by this one because everything else just falters and fails, and you can see right through it, man. I mean, look, once you know the Earth is flat, man, the fucking the curtain drops.
Yes, the veil is lifted.
That's what apocalypse means.
The revealing.
Well, actually,
yes.
I wouldn't say that the veil is necessarily lifted because you'd have to be far more knowledgeable for that to be the case. But I would say that once you acknowledge the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary and contained, you're much more willing to question anything else from that point on because everything else is smaller than that lie.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Ryan.
Even better than that, though, it wasn't lifted, but Toto peeled it back for a brief second. You saw the wizard cranking the cranks.
Well, okay.
So to add to that, that's how my journey started too. Is relearning everything. Relearning everything is beautiful. Is just going back to the basics.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You cannot unsee.
What I meant by the veil being lifted was that.
Flat, you don't get that.
Huh? The veil, the entire veil can be lifted, because say, flat Earth comes out, and they have to admit that they've been lying about all that stuff. The space travel, space exploration, Earth being a globe, all that stuff. It hinges on the fact that people believe it's a globe and it's these things. So, but it's not like if I find out about flat Earth, I'm gonna also start finding out the truth about the JFK incident, and it's like, no, that's not necessarily how it works. But yeah, it definitely helps open the mind to just understand how you've been fucked for so long.
And you also have to understand that it took a long-term plan to get to where we are, and if you don't believe that these same people have an even longer-term plan going forward, then any interruption to that would be death to their whole paradigm that they've been basing hundreds of years of incremental, step by step. This is how we're going to do it. You can completely interrupt that with just one break in the line of it. And that's why they ridicule and subvert flat Earth so much, is because it is the death knell to the brainwashed. If you believe that it's a globe, you can believe anything, basically. And they want you that way.
Well, that's why I also have a big problem with the whole space thing. Because to add to that, you're right. If you can believe in the globe, people want to believe in space. People want to believe in the whole space travel, and people just go really far and far. I mean, we're so focused on looking outwards where we forget to look inwards. Whether that's here on Earth or physically, metaphorically, spiritually, whatever you want to take from that. And yeah, I mean, and to go back on the whole JFK thing, I understand what you mean by that point as well. I don't say that every other theory is just hard to describe, but eventually they all kind of, once you go down the line, I mean, from JFK to why he got assassinated, to the banks, to the Rothschilds, I mean, once you follow the line, it goes back to why we're being lied to.
Well, that's yeah. Although the question of why are we being lied to actually doesn't matter specifically empirically, but it does if you're trying to go down that route. Well, why would they get rid of someone like that? Well, we have to know their motivations first. Well, they did lie about this, and so on and so forth. I got that, Yeah.
But for
the prerequisite for a lie is a truth that needs to be concealed.
To add on a fun note, it would be nice to hear our JFK theories.
Nope, not here. Yeah, but we would, just for that subject alone, we'd have to start a whole new server.
Oh man, that would be very interesting.
Oh, security footage. Nope.
Babushka.
And once you learn the behaviors and you see some of the things they've lied about in the past, you can recognize those behaviors moving forward. I think that's, well, for me, I mean, that's the only, it seems like everything's inverted, so whatever they say is the opposite. And if they say there's a vacuum of space, then I think that there's probably more than likely a high pressure out there, outside of it. But here's the thing, that for them to accomplish their ultimate goal moving forward, the next card, they need everyone to believe in space. So bring that house of cards down and it all falls.
That's what I meant by interrupting their 500-year plan. Well said.
Yeah, it is the crux too, right? Because you can't. It's like the card. It's like Homeboy was saying. I forget this new guy. Pretty NFT, Nifty F. This guy.
Pretty nifty.
Yeah. It's one of the cards. There's a few cards I'd say that could be pulled where, like child trafficking, for instance. That if that were exposed for what it is, I mean, so much other stuff would. Some people go to jail, right? But anyway, yeah, it's one of the cards that if you put, it's like a Jenga set, That's one of the ones you don't want to pull out if you're the ruling elite, because it will make a lot of damaging things fall to the ground. Anyway, keep going.
So let me ask you guys a question then, since I'm the new guy to the Discord. Where does spirituality or God or the higher design fall into flat Earth? Like, since let's say we're all on board. Now. What's the next question? Now let's dig deeper. Why is the Earth flat? How is the Earth flat? Is that a question we ask? Is that something we talk about here? Like, what does it all mean?
Not necessarily. I mean,
so you guys are just focused on getting people on board, but once you're on board, there's no more discussion.
The thing is, if we're trying to focus on tangibility, physical, direct evidence of things happening here on this earth, the supernatural doesn't come into play. But that said, we do have a lot of religious conversations that come and go, spiritual conversations that come and go, and if they get too heated about it, or they talk too long about it, we just suggest that they go down to the religion, philosophy, and politics section.
Oh.
There's religion and spirituality. Down, if you scroll down under all the servers, those hashtags.
There's actually quite a few people down there right now. There's a room full in biblical.
Yeah.
Because the problem is when you talk about it and you get into an in-depth discussion, if people could just discuss spirituality without starting to argue and debate over doctrine, it would be cool. But that's what tends to happen. So we keep it in rooms specified for that.
Okay, so it's very interesting. Very interesting. I appreciate both of you for giving me that information. That being said, that's interesting because I used to be an atheist, but Flat Earth brought me back to God, and I'll tell you why. This famous scientist has a famous quote. Someone help me out here. He said, "The first gulp of science will make you an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, you'll find God." Now, that being said, yes, at first we can scientifically break everything down to this, that, and like you said, the tangents about what's going on in the physical reality. You said the supernatural has no hold here, but I kind of disagree, because when you go down that thought train and do the science, it does come back to God. It comes back to just a higher design. And now I'm not talking about religion. I'm not for religion at all. I'm not for an indoctrined spirituality. I'm more for about is there a higher design? Do we believe there's a purpose? If not, tell me what you think. Because, and how did we get here? Why are we who we are? Like, what's the deal? Because evolution is only supports the fear and dinosaurs, and I'm sure none of us here believe in all that, right?
I mean, again, it's not necessarily on topic. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I don't know. And I don't want to be a dick about that. I guess I'm just saying there's plenty of places to talk about that, and actually, especially right now, because Helio's hosting a religious talk down there. There are a lot of people, I will say, in there, so it might be hard to get a word in edgewise if they're all talking about the same thing. But that said, it's not a bad idea that if you want to talk about flat Earth and the creation itself, and all these things, then that's the perfect place to do it. We just try not to do it on this live stream here.
But to answer your question in regards, oh my gosh, in regards to, don't ask, regurgitate, yeah, whatever. Anyway, in regards to like the flat Earth versus globe, what they would have you think, and what they would have you to believe is that you're just a speck of dust and you really don't matter in this vast universe that is never ending. And when you realize that the Earth is flat, level, and stationary, and it's enclosed, that you're living on the floor of the universe and the sky is the ceiling of the universe, and like you realize that you are the center of all of creation. So you are like the most important thing of creation. Everything that was created was created to synergistically like exist for you, with you, and it's like there's this synergistic nature of everything. It's not just chaotic. It's not just by chance. It's not just, and they don't want you to realize that.
I call it glove in hand. We are the hand, and the earth and all around us is the glove. It fits us perfectly, and there's no way that's by chance.
So I agree with both of you, and that's why I'm asking. Like, it just seems like at some point, like us here in the Discord, are there others people here that we're trying to convince that the Earth is flat, or I thought we were all here because we're all on the same accord, and perhaps we're just trying to find deeper meaning. Because I'm not trying to go back to like sounding religious.
Some people want to find a deeper meaning. Some people don't. Like everyone has their different purpose, and their different passions. And I think everybody has their passions for a reason, and then they need to follow their passions because it leads them to their purpose, right? And I believe that's why everyone has different passions. Everyone is created different for a reason. But the one thing that we all are here for is because we know that they hide this information. It's hard for people to find. When you look for it, all you find are the debunking videos, the controlled opposition, the misinformation, or gas, or whatever you want to call it. Like that's all you're going to find is the garbage. So this is where people can come and they can get the actual information. What's that, Aaron?
I was saying first page results. If you got 3 minutes to Google it, you're never going to get past the first page. And you're only going to be seeing controlled opposition stuff.
Oh yeah, man. It's never a bad idea to Google something just to see what the opposition is throwing at people, especially because each one of your Google searches is personalized to your data, your metadata, as it were.
And people, I don't understand why they don't ask. Well, a lot of them do, because they come in here and they're like, well, it kind of really got me interested because there's just so much why do they censor it so much? But not enough people ask that. More people should be asking that question, because if the Earth were a globe, they wouldn't need to censor it. They wouldn't need to set up controlled oppositional websites like Flat Earth Society making ridiculous claims. And one thing, if you'll notice about the Flat Earth Society, is they keep space, right? Even if people want to, realize, if they look and they realize that the Earth is flat level, they won't think it's stationary. They'll think it's still moving. And if they go there to find it, or they'll still believe as long as you still believe in space, I think they're cool with it. I don't think they care if you know that the Earth is flat, as long as you still believe in space.
And only then do they question why the water doesn't fly off.
So truth prevails. I say you just save your breath next time and just give them a lesson in, propaganda and how that works. and espionage. Again, just tactics of, like you said, it's easy to fool somebody and trick somebody. But I'm actually curious to hear Flog.
What's up?
I'm curious to again, you don't have to like talk about religion, but what do you think? Like, what's more? Give me more to it. Like, say, what's more to it? Give me some more. I want some more juicy shit. Like,
Do you want some
I'm on
gravy from
board.
me?
Yeah, I'm on board, but like I said, I'm just telling you, I still found the higher design at the end. I don't.
Okay. Well, this is slippery for me, but
Okay.
what's that?
And
Well, it's
again,
slippery. It's slippery because I try not to bring my beliefs into this arena. What I will say is what I've observed is that this is a creation. It was made. It was deliberately designed. And I'll get to that in a second. But mainly, and I'll have to say this at the end of it too, there cannot be a creation without a creator. Okay, that's the baseline for me. I don't know about Yeshua and all these things, okay? That's a lot of scripture stuff. That's a lot of stuff that helps people in their lives. It doesn't necessarily help me. Whether or not it would is a different story. I've had a lot of spiritual awakenings, as it were. But to me, those are different than just denoting a creator. It's more like a higher power. There's something connecting all of us that is greater than us. That's a higher power. Not necessarily God or creator, right? But it is a higher power. Now, that all said, the creation, you can't have a creation without a creator thing, and it was deliberately designed because nature has patterns, and these things keep happening where you're born with 5 fingers on each hand with 2 eyes. With tulips have the same amount of petals every time they're grown. Sunflowers, you name it. It's got numbers. Fibonacci sequence. Fibonacci's guy discovered all this, but barely too. He has a mere cursory glance at the makeup of the universe. However, he did realize that the patterns were happening all over the fucking place. You tell me, when random chaos decides to build a 1967 Chevy, and you let me know that. Here's a nice analogy I like to use. I'll stop here. Can't have a creation without a creator. Well, at the very least, evolution doesn't work because of this. So evolution is, it hinges on the Big Bang, right? You got the Big Bang, you got all this shit, you got dinosaurs, it makes itself, basically, and governs itself, right? It adapts to environments on its own out of nowhere, just cause. And then, anyway, so these patterns, my analogy, if I could just be all over the place anymore, is that and I heard this from one of the folks on the panel, maybe it was Miggy back in the day, I don't know, but if you take a briefcase full of, so first you got to take a clock, like a clock you'd set on your counter, take that, an alarm clock, take it all apart, every tiny little piece, take it apart and put it in a briefcase, seal up that briefcase. And then, like what should be expected in the Big Bang and this universe, i.e. random chaos, well, all you got to do is shake up that briefcase, right? And eventually you should have a fully functioning clock at some point. That's what they believe about evolution. To me, things that have been deliberately designed to function a specific way, the only explanation atheists have is, oh, well, it just kind of happened that way. It just did its own thing. And yeah, life's crazy, right? Brilliant. And it's like, wait a second. Huh?
Basically like quantum physics. Which is like,
no.
I'm telling you, that's like the cop out. What everything you're saying is, if the scientific explanation for everything you're saying, scientists would say is quantum physics.
Sure.
I mean, I'm with you. Everything you're saying is 100%.
They're looking for the God particle, the Higgs boson or whatever. It's like, wait a second, God particle. I thought y'all didn't believe in God.
Well, the God particle, they say God because they can't explain it, but they think they know it's there.
It's a remainder equation that would otherwise prove them wrong. That they theoretically created this God particle to save their own accreditation and their funding from the federal government at their local institution.
Yes.
Well put, yeah. I hope that answered your question, bro.
Dude, it answered it perfectly. That's exactly where I was trying to get to, because that's exactly how I feel. And I was hoping that's what we were here to talk about, is, because That's the interesting stuff. That's the juicy stuff right there, man.
It's basically I'm not wrong because there's this magical fairy tale that I can convince you of.
Yeah.
No, but you said it perfectly, man. You said it so perfectly, and you know, believe it or not, I believe there's a lot to be said. You know, if you wanted to make some kind of discord there or some kind of discussion, there's a lot to be said there without again going down the God or Bible path. Which
Well, and I'm proud of us because we didn't even mention the Bible once, and we've been at this good 15 minutes now. So yeah.
Well, that's where I'm at because again, who's trying to go there? We're trying to go deeper and deeper.
Well, hold on. Biblical to a lot of these folks, biblical is way deeper, and because I'm ignorant on so much scripture, I would have to say that they are going deeper in their own right. But yeah, like this just, yeah. But listen, bro, we should change the subject, but if you're really, really interested, man, just pop down in on biblical and just take a listen to what they're talking about. You might be pleasantly surprised.
I don't know, because I think they want so bad to relate the flat earth as some kind of biblical translation, and I just don't subscribe to that at all. Like I'm
as
totally...
if that's a negative thing inherently. You mean?
Well, yeah. Here's my suggestion: don't judge a book, right?
Yeah.
Go down there, take a listen.
You're right. One day,
and that's if you want to talk about it. If not, we can talk. We can get back to the non-globe and the current flat Earth reality.
No, you're right.
Well,
I'll go down there.
Flat Globe doing a good job out there. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, brother.
We can get back on topic. Go for it.
Well, you're the new guy, and you seem to be in it to win it a little bit. You seem to have a lot of the right things to say. What brought you to this server specifically? Have you been here before?
I thought we did that. No, I mean, my first day.
Sorry, this is my... I just came into the conversation. Somebody give me a nutshell. Who's this dude?
New to us.
Yeah,
they
hit...
same thing. About the same thing.
They hit me with that one already.
They give you the 3 questions?
Yeah, man. They gave me the rundown. They're good. They're quick on that.
Well, I'd say they've been at it a while. Okay, cool. Sounds good, man. Well, I'm not here to ramble on. I'll answer questions, but, I do not want this to turn into the Glatflobe show. And,
no, I'm on board. Like, I didn't know this was like the chat to like get convinced. I've been on board, homie.
Oh, okay. Well, another thing is, I know I can speak for all of us when I say we're not trying to convince anybody of anything. And then I'll speak for myself and say, if I've merely convinced you of anything, I've not done my job, and you need to stop talking to me and go, what I would recommend is just go measure the earth, right? Have you done any experiments or measurements yet, my friend?
Me? No, personally, no. But I did maybe I used the wrong word of convinced. Trust me, I'm on board. Like,
well, yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah. Okay, so it's hard to get rid of that word convinced, right? Because we've all been raised in a society where if you're merely convinced of something, that makes it fact. That's where we live now. We live in a world. But yeah, so that kind of deal. Anyway.
Yeah, right on it.
Of course, there'd be nobody in the YouTube chat for me to pounce on while somebody else takes over.
I think you were a little too self-deprecating there. Your contribution to this stream and this channel, and even to this last 20 minutes, has been exemplary as always. So don't sell yourself short, my friend.
I appreciate that. See, what I try to do is not talk about that kind of stuff. Like I try not to dominate the airwaves because I've been kicked out of. With the phone. I've been kicked out of social groups and bands, all kinds of shit, just because of that.
If you weren't concerned with being such a good guy, you would not have been such a good guy. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, I blame my mom and my grandma for that, for sure. I was ornery when I was born. Shoot.
And they broke you like a dog.
Kinda. Yeah, kinda they did. They just wouldn't let me get away with shit.
Yeah. My grandma called me a little shit since I was 3 years old. I know what it's like.
Ah, you little shit, come here. Oop, okay. So right when I said there's no trolls, troglodytes, and
Take them out of the woodworks?
Trifling children, yeah.
Woodwork elves?
Woodwork elves, yeah, but they're nasty. They got worms they eat worms, and they got the worms all over them. So they're in hog heaven. Pun intended. So anyway, we just had 5 down likes. I'm watching the stream, and 2 minutes ago we had no down likes. Now we have 5. So what that means is an influx of agents, trolls, are coming to probably do something. There's 6 people watching, and it says we have 5 down votes.
They're trying to crush us.
Trying to crush
our
us.
Spirits. We're
Well,
gonna
they can
get
try.
that and pack it in because we're not convincing anybody. Oh no.
Well, here's the thing.
Let's all kill ourselves.
Again with the convincing thing.
Well, I just
you know, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I think the downvotes even help it get.
Yeah, it's metadata. Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
So 1, what word do you use rather than convince? And 2, what are you guys looking at? Like,
the YouTube chat here. I'll give you a link real quick so you can watch the. Oh my God.
I think edificate would be a good word.
Edification. Yeah. To edify.
I don't have to make your mind up for you. I can provide you the information that will allow you to understand in context what you are actually deciding. I can edificate you on the surrounding information. But beyond that, it's up to you.
Yep. That makes it so much easier, too. Instead of having to appeal to 100 different scientists and quote-unquote experts, I just have to get some equipment and go out and test.
A few cranial electrodes.
I haven't tried that yet. I feel like that's not a good way to measure the Earth.
I'm not even going to go down that road.
Cranial electrodes.
That's far enough. Back to the topic.
You know what? Back up. That's far enough.
Flat Earth. What's up with
Some
that?
people do need electroshock therapy, though.
That's also true. Absolutely.
If Matthew Learns was shocked every time he lied, he would die.
Yeah. Yep. You'd have to turn the shock rate down to almost nothing for him to survive the experience.
Right, and he still wouldn't last 35 minutes. Still die. The machine would overload either way.
Yeah.
Some morbid silence.
Well, a lot of them are down there in biblical.
Yeah, having a free-for-all.
Yeah. That's what it's for. That's cool, Gibby.
Don't let the title of the room fool you.
Yeah. I mean, it's more like, do you want to talk about anything other than flat Earth? Come down to biblical.
Yeah, 2 places you're not allowed to talk about Bible: the live stream and the Bible room.
Cell phone fossils? Go down there.
Cell phone. Yeah, CIA robotic birds. Going down there.
Hey guys, I just want to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for my first live stream. But I'm gonna go check out the other, like you told me, go down and check out the other ones. But until next time,
You'll be back. You'll be back fast.
I love it, guys. All right.
Thanks, brother. Enjoy.
No, I appreciate you guys.
What do you think? Was he legit?
Hard to say.
Yeah.
I would say yes. If I had to bet on this, I'd be all in that he's legit. Yeah, because he's not ready for the Bible. He admitted it.
Well, and the fact that let me see if he actually went down there. Because if he did, I'd say it's a little more legit than a lot of people.
If he goes down there, I'm on board.
Yeah, he didn't go down there.
It might have been just trying to get some sound bites.
Sure. That's okay. Apparently I have a cool voice.
Is there any chance that he wouldn't have access to that with his
He's
roles?
VC verified, so he should be able to have it.
So I'll check again in a few minutes if he's not down there.
Right.
Maybe he went for a cup of coffee first. Who knows?
Or
If he tries and he can't, we'll hear about it. He'll be back.
I hope he does show up.
I hope they all do. I hope everybody comes back, even the trolls and the monsters. I hope they just keep coming back and we can keep nailing the point home. So what we're looking for, folks, is direct, tangible, empirical globe evidence that we live on a globe Earth, the way that they describe it. And so you get 3 options for proof that could easily shut the server down if you've actually got some of that. And the 3 options are direct physical measurement of Earth's curvature, direct physical detection of Earth's rotation on its axis, and a demonstration of gas pressure without a container here on Earth. You get 3 options, but you should only need 1. Good luck. Sorry, Truth, go ahead. Was I stepping on you?
No, I wasn't speaking. I think Iron was. I think Iron might have hot
I'm
mic.
sorry, I was hot micing.
No worries.
Has anybody heard about Antonio Subaretz?
It's vaguely familiar.
Who is it?
Antonio Subaretz.
Oh, the guy that
Yes.
isn't he the flat earther that passed away?
Right, yeah.
Another one.
Correct. I've known most of these guys for over 5 years, Glad, so trust me, I'm surprised. This guy was Patricia Steers' ex-boy. That whole debacle.
Huh. I'm not going to say anything on the live stream, but thank you for telling me.
Yeah, it's got to get out there eventually. I'm sure, but it's weird. You're right, I'm not going to.
Yeah, there's nothing to say on the live stream about that, other than rest well, brother.
Well, here's my last comment, Glad. I've known more people that have died in the last 2 years than I have known that have died in the previous 37.
Yeah. I'm right there with you.
Pretty weird.
That is something that starts to happen with age.
It's sure you can say it. You could say that. You could say a lot of things, but you could also say that.
Half of them were in the last 6 weeks.
6 weeks,
And I've
correct.
had quite a few friends pass in the last couple of years myself as well. So, not just people I know, but actual friends.
I just have a feeling that some of these weren't age related. Maybe none of them were. But anyway, that's it.
Another really weird thing I have to say this is remember our guy Mr. Skiba, over a month ago there was a guy within literally supposedly the same town with the exact same name that was much older that died on the exact same day.
Jesus.
And that's something that is also not possible to be discussed on the live
you're right. Wow. Well,
yeah, you know, a little mistaken because I wasn't trying to relate it to age in that way.
I got it.
And yeah, because when you're as old as I am, you know a lot of people, and when a lot of people my age, you know a lot of people that have passed away.
Right. I got you.
Okay, well, we're just going to keep pushing this envelope. We're at the edge of a cliff, and we just can't help but get closer. So, have you ever seen the movie, the first Terminator movie, Glad? I know you have several times. Okay. And remember when he goes to kill the one girl, her name, she kills her Sarah Connor, but it's a different Sarah Connor, and I'll leave it.
Yep. No big deal. Lies on TV, truth in movies. So, anyway, moving right along. I don't know what to move on to, though. We don't have any Glovers in here.
This is tough. We
It's
gotta
fine.
you gotta springboard. You gotta find a diving board.
Well, listen, we need some new people in the VC voice text to check in. I wonder just how many people are actually listening right now. And so, if you guys are at all interested in a calm adult conversation, I just took a nap a little bit ago, okay? I am chilling. I'm ready for a calm adult conversation about why it is us flat earthers, shit, I don't even need to say that. Why is it that I can't find any evidence of the globe Earth, and I've been searching for years far and wide? That's all. I'd love to talk about that. Please. That's why I don't get paid to be here.
And here's the thing, guys. You don't have to be a flat earther to be in here. You can be, all we ask is that you're honest and respectful. That's it.
Yeah, it's like flat. It's almost like now, flat. To me, flat Earth, the words is just to get people curious and to see it. What is mostly talked about is that it measures flat, therefore debunking the globe.
You can't measure it. That's how you know it's there.
The globe?
Yeah, it's too big for you to measure. That's how you know it's there.
Even though the boats that I'm looking at are only a mile or two away, and they're disappearing over the Earth curve, okay? Somehow it is that refraction makes it so that no matter how high you go up, you do see for hundreds and eventually thousands of miles.
Yeah, but that's R-based terrestrial refraction. 7/6 star.
I see. Okay. Numbers then.
Come on, Glatt. You know I'm not against you.
I know, I'm just fucking around. Did it sound like I was taking you seriously?
Almost for a second. You
Bro.
were just that good.
I gotta work on it. Gotta work on it.
Get the Glatt. Get the Glatt.
It's like,
Get
it's
him,
calm
boys.
down. Wait, I am calm. I'm just fucking
felt
around.
your heat vision warming up on me, and I was like, time out. Don't burn me.
Nah. I only take that out if I need to save someone's life.
Classic Superman.
It's fine. Someone's got to do it.
And tell us the news.
The news? I don't want to tell
you.
You
worked
the
at the
news.
Daily Mirror or whatever.
Oh, the Daily Planet?
Yeah. Oh, the Daily Planet.
Yep. That's the name of it. Lois Lane.
The irony.
The irony. Yeah.
Oh, another classic was taken down. The Flat Earth Banjo. I can't find it now, and I just realized I was noticing some, video is private. Video's been deleted and.
Oh no.
Normal, but this one was of Kent Hovind, and he had Kent Hovind saying, "Yeah, you can see the curvature of the Earth right there at Lake Pontchartrain with the telephone wires." And then his next clip is, "Yeah, you have to go to 200 miles in the outer space to see the Earth curve." Like within 2 days of each other, he made 2 hangouts and said that.
I saw a video from him 2 days ago where he says Christians can take the mark of the beast and be okay.
No. Okay, wait. Stop. Okay, wait. Hold on.
That's a different channel.
That's a one.
I don't want to start that conversation.
Hold on. Hey, wait. Listen. No, listen. Wait. Can you send me the link? Put it in the live stream voice check. That was Kent Hovind said that.
I saw it on YouTube a couple days ago. I can probably look through my watched videos and find it.
Because I've talked to him and his son before, and I would definitely need to call him again.
I didn't watch more than a few seconds of it, but I know it's in my watched videos. I can probably find it.
I need that, please.
All right. Wait, who's saying that again?
This is the XO.
Okay. So I don't send it to the wrong person 5 times and then you. All right, I'll go on an investigatory mission. So long. If you don't hear from me again, tell my wife I loved her.
Oh, God.
Tell your dog, too.
Was he taking off?
He left. He'll be back.
Got it. They always come back, even when they don't.
I'm going to assume with the ass that I am, that Ken Hovind probably said something like, you can have the snake jab. That's my assumption. Because if he said the MOB, RIP. Thanks for.
Yikes! 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 Yikes!
You are better off to jump in the waters and don't come up before you tell anybody that. Period. I don't know how this is like. You get to it's easy getting up on top of the mountain, Glat, but getting down sometimes could be tricky.
Dude, fuck getting down. I'm sorry. Fuck getting down.
I know. Next time you got to bring a parachute or a glider.
Seriously, it's a mess getting down. Like, you spend all your energy getting up there. You're like, fuck it. I'll deal with the energy for the way down when I get up there. I just need to get up there and get this ego trip. Get up there, a little dopamine shoot. 15 minutes later, you're like, fuck. And that's actually when most climbers die, is on the way down.
But yeah, for the record, I mean, you can, since the conversation is going to be extended, you can let somebody, put poison in your body. That's not going to take your soul away. That's just going to kill your body.
Yeah, you can't do anything to the soul. It's pretty resilient. Because it's not of this earth.
Your mouth can ruin your soul, but not any not any.
No, I don't think so, man. I think the vessel can only be ruined. The thing using the soul can only be ruined. I believe, this is, again, for the YouTube chatters, I'm talking about a belief. I believe that the soul itself is immovable, impenetrable, inconquerable. But yeah, the vessel here can be wildly corrupted in any kind of way. Any way.
It is not which goes into your mouth that defiles a man. It is what comes out of your mouth that defiles a man.
Found the link.
Oh, I'm like a kid on in a candy store. Let's see it.
It's only like a minute and a half.
That's great. That's even better.
Yeah, isn't that ideal? What if
Yeah,
I
90
told you
seconds.
86 minutes long? You'd be like, shit.
I'd be like, I'm still going to watch it, just not right now.
That's 86 minutes of your life you'll never get back.
Mm-hmm. I spent so much time growing up watching TV. I will never consider research a waste like that was. Oh, God. Gosh, XO. I'm trying hard over here.
My parents did this to me. They would only let me watch educational channels, news, history channel, Discovery Channel, PBS, things like that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I wasn't allowed to watch TV. So I just watched a shit ton of that. And by the time I was in grade school, I already knew my teachers were really not well aware of what the science or the state of progression.
Yeah, I got you.
It looked like idiots who were reading out of a book. That's exactly who they were.
Yeah. Yep.
And when I wasn't watching TV, I was building teepees and tree forts and catching turtles and frogs and hitting wasps out of the air with a wiffle ball bat.
That's so much fun.
For $5 per yard. I lived in Texas, and there used to be red wasps. Those things hurt like
Oh, yeah.
I won't even tell you if they sting you, but everybody had them in their yards, and they would hover above their nests. So I'd go with my little brother and ring on doorbells and say, hey, give us $5 and we'll go in your yard, and we'll just prank those red wasps right out of the air with our big wiffle ball bats. And
don't you love the sound they make? Ting!
Crunch.
Yeah, I love that sound.
Head ting, bodies crunch.
Yeah.
But I made a lot of money as like a 7-year-old, just going to my neighbor's house, just saying, let me bash your wasps for money.
For money? That's amazing.
Called entrepreneurial attitude. Cricket. I killed those too. Just kidding.
Don't kill the crickets, man. We use those often when Globers have nothing to say. They're necessary.
Isn't that why Jay Leno or like the Tonight Show, David Letterman, they had that band on the side just in case everything went wrong? You could give them the signal and play a bunch of music.
Oh, Paul, yeah. Paul and his band, yeah.
Ha ha!
Yeah. Good band, for sure. Quality players.
Can you imagine if they were allowed to write their own music? You actually
Not
might
for
have
the
gotten
show.
some good music.
Well, they won't write for the show, but those guys can probably write just like the show, if not way better than the that dumb stuff.
It's not 1950. We have the technology to just hit a button and make it play that every time.
Yeah, but not go back to the moon. So
right, we destroyed that because we had to.
It's a painful process to build it back.
I'd go back to the moon in a heartbeat, but we can't.
A nanosecond. He says nanosecond.
Nanosecond.
He doesn't just say heartbeat.
Right.
He gets out the fancy science terms so that he sounds smart when he's telling us that we're supposed to believe that they destroyed the evidence of the greatest achievement of mankind in history.
Right. He doesn't even use human terms. He used scientific terms. 10 to the 4th quadrimilliliters.
That's right. I want to know how many astronomical units are in Uranus.
Well, no more than 2, or you're going to have to pay me.
That's like a flat Earth dad joke right there.
Yeah.
Only I laughed.
I laugh sounds like a undiscovered moon around Saturn.
Oh.
That nanosecond got much longer to 2025.
Right?
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to be gone for a couple of minutes.
No problem. Clearly it's hopping and bopping in there.
Well, while it's quiet, I'll go ahead and ask you. Godric, I heard you earlier say that was 4 in a month. I know of 3. Who's the 4th one? So this Antonio guy, and then someone that Flat Earth dude knew and New Perspective, someone that they knew and hung out with, had passed away, and then Rob Skiba. Who's the 4th one?
Did you mention Jibby yet?
I think that's the one that Flat Earth dude and New Perspective had told me about.
Yes. Okay, yeah. So they knew Jimmy. Then you had Flat Earth Bucker, right?
Oh, okay. Okay, that's the 4th one.
I think he was the second. Yeah, the second, then Jibby, and now Antonio. First Rob.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of the 4 different ones, and for some reason I couldn't remember. Okay. So Flat Earth Walker, Rob Skiba, Jibby, and Antonio. Hopefully we're still not counting. Maybe that'll be it. Let's hope. And just because I forgot the guy doesn't mean he's less. Look, I have a horrible memory, so it just is what it is.
Yeah, glad I just put that in there. I finally found it, but just the intro of Kent completely destroying himself, I thought was pretty classic, priceless.
Hang on a sec. I gotta turn this fucking music off. There we go. What'd you say?
Oh no, that video is just for like literally the first 35 seconds. Shows
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll take it out of the YouTube chat. I was gonna post it there. Not like it matters.
Are you talking about the Kent Hovind one that I posted?
Yeah, where he completely contradicts himself and just like a typical Glober. Like there's nothing different between this guy and the same exact.
Right, I wasn't on his side.
Hogan's been doing that stuff, that same thing for years now.
Yeah, he's a flip flopper. He's like Al
Yeah,
Gore.
can't stand the guy.
That's
his job. When he got out of jail. Something. Well, he was in jail for like 8 years. You know, for structure.
Oh, and then check this out. Hey, for good behavior, you're gonna get out and you're gonna make fun of flat earthers. Cool, right? Fucking A.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't stand
We're actually going to let you out. No, they had to. He was like convicted for several years. Like he was going to be in there 20 years, which it was a scam case. It's true that he should not have been. He was given like 15, 20 years for using his own money. Got it
right, like Tiger King.
Yeah. Wait, what? Iron?
I said just like Tiger King. But
yeah, exactly like Tiger King. Precisely to the last detail.
It is, but
you
it
meant
isn't,
Tiger
but
Dan.
it is.
You meant Tiger Dan.
Hey, Tiger Nut Flower is awesome. Just saying.
Tiger Balm is good on sore muscles.
Don't put it on your balls, though. I'll be right back.
Especially not the tip.
Have you seen the shiny
the
tiger?
tip.
Yeah. Have you seen the shiny tiger? Man, it's twice as long as this the newest black swan.
Okay, you've lost me too now.
It's a shiny tiger. You've heard of the black swan, right? You've heard of Black Swan 2.0. Now there's a shiny tiger. So watch your back.
I have my back to a steel wall. I don't need to watch it. Called proper defensive posture.
Is that the volcano one, Pillbox?
That is correct, Godrock. And yeah, good memory. That's the shiny tiger.
Thank you.
So there's a volcano that's coming for me?
No, the volcano just showed us how flat the earth is.
Yeah, because wouldn't all the lava have to flow to one side, the side opposite to the spin of the earth?
Actually, based on their conservation of angular momentum, the lava should just continue going up out of the volcano into outer space.
Yeah, that too.
It's a conservation.
Was this Canary Islands or somewhere else?
No, it's Mount Rainier. 50 miles south of Seattle. There's about 15 volcanoes on the west coast. I don't know if you guys know. All the way down here from Arizona up to the border of Canada.
Yeah. The last eruption I was aware of was in the Canary Islands. So
it's all part of the Ring of Fire, I think, right?
I'm not saying I'm up to date or anything like that. You're the expert.
Well, I don't claim to be no expert, but I think
compared to me, you are. Tell me more, please. I want to know.
The Ring of Fire, all of those volcanoes. You know what the Ring of Fire is? You got to know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just talking about volcanoes that are part of that ring.
Yeah, I was asking more about recent eruptions, but
yeah, I don't know about recent eruptions. There's been a few, but there's an awful lot of volcanoes on the West Coast that are part of the Ring of Fire. More than most people know about. Like Exo.
There's 3 different fault lines in the West Coast.
Oh, so they say.
I mean, I don't think geology is a science, but I do think that fault lines are pretty well established.
Here's that
No,
Shane
no
Tiger he was talking about.
explanation, but documented to exist.
Well, I'd like to put my 2 cents in on that. Fault lines are nothing more than like cracks in the rock. I mean, solid, terra firma cracks and breaks. It's not a substance that can stay solid for eternity. It does have cracks and fissures and fractures in it, and that's what they are. The fault lines are just cracks, fractures, and fissures. In my opinion, I'm not a geologist by any means, but I do know a couple. And
So for them to repeatedly happen in the same place over and over and over again, it has to have some kind of environmental or topographical influence on it, or weather systems that are seasonal to create a reoccurring process
how does a
that
crack happen
causes
in the same
cracks
place?
in the same place.
How does that? I'm not following. How does a crack once it's there? It's there.
And they can fill in, or they can happen again 10 feet to the left. There's all kinds of different examples you can call to, but it's not exactly like a really specific exact science. It's not
No, I'm
even a
not saying it
science.
is. I'm just saying that things crack and break, and they just do.
Yeah, when a pond dries up, the clay bed of it cracks and makes weird patterns too. I'm not trying to ascribe an explanation for it. I'm not trying to discredit your explanation for it. If I'm being honest,
I
I
didn't
kind of
have an explanation for it. I just was saying that things crack and break.
Yeah,
especially terra firma rock. It does. That's just one of its characteristics.
and there's all kinds of reasons why it could or would happen in a given place at given times. We cannot presume to know why in every example. So don't ascribe it to some kind of global warming or something like that when you haven't had the data for hundreds or thousands of years to compare it to actually make it a realistic assertion. Talking too much.
I wouldn't say that. I don't hear anyone else trying to jump in. I don't think you're talking too much.
We like
I mean,
when you talk there.
yeah, I mean, there seems to be tables beneath the earth. Like we have tables of water. We have tables. They're like, if you want to call them tables, pockets, whatever. But we know what I mean when I say tables. It's just pretty much
aquifers.
Yeah, pockets of. We have water. We have tables of water. We have tables of oil. We have tables of lava.
Natural gas.
Yep, and that too. And who knows? I don't know. There's some kind of viscous material down there too. I don't know what you'd call that, but
I don't understand how you can have coal underneath a mountain when the mountain is 30 million years old, but the coal is 300,000 years old. Supposed to be a forest and a swamp that's like covered over.
I mean that's a claim. That's their claim, right? That they claim that these things are that old. They can't date this stuff. They don't know how old. I think it seems like, I mean, it's all been here since the beginning of time. They want to claim that the earth is Well, I was taught in school, it's always different. I always hear everyone say something different, that they were taught something different. When I was in school, I was taught that the Earth was 4.95 billion years old. And I remember because my science teacher he actually laughed about it when he said it. And because I mentioned, I said 4.95 billion years, and he laughed and he goes, "That's what they say." So I don't much think that he believed it either. He just had to teach it because that's what was in the book. But when they carbon date a living snail, and it says that it's the carbon dating reveals that it's over 12,000 years old, and it's still alive.
Yeah.
I would
Carbon
answer
dating only
something like,
works when you don't know the age of it.
come on, man. Have you never swept anything under the carpet ever?
Well, that's not science.
Well, that's how the coal
Unfortunately,
got.
it is science.
That's how the coal got under the mountains.
So God had to lift up a mountain and sweep some ashes underneath and
No,
then
no,
crush
the
it.
geologist. Yeah.
You know what that reminds me of? The Ring of Fire. Okay, you know what that reminds me of? When I was looking into the Bermuda Triangle and where it was located, and learned that there's like a land bridge that goes around the entire area of the Bermuda Triangle that separates where the water can flow over, and then I mean, that has to have something to do with, if a ship or something goes in there. I don't know about these magnetic anomalies that they claim or whatever. I don't know how true any of that is, but there is a land bridge that goes around the entire area that is just beneath the surface. The land bridge is just beneath the surface, so it's kind of, in a way, separated from the entire rest of body of water, which I find interesting.
So you're saying the islands like the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico and Cuba, south of Florida, are just barely submerged, but would otherwise be one contiguous landmass if the sea level was down 100 feet or 200 feet? Do I understand you correctly?
Well, at the Bermuda Triangle, according to what I read, that's how I understood it. That there's a land bridge beneath the waters.
So if the water level went down a certain amount, eventually you
Theoretically,
get
yeah.
to the point where it would be a land bridge above water, right?
Yeah.
I'm just curious how deep that might be.
Yeah, I don't know how deep beneath the water that it before it begins, but it's supposed to be enough that the waves are affected and the water flow is affected into it. So you know how I mean that would explain a lot of the ships that travel through there, and if they get, I mean, I don't know how it explain planes or anything else, but if they, I mean, think about it. Now, this is going into pure speculation. If all these so-called captures of crafts coming up out of the water and this hidden technology, and we know that they have these crafts machines that they're not telling us about. They want us to believe that it's aliens, that are coming from outer space, but we know that they just have technology that they hide from us, and they would have to hide it from us if they want to convince us that it's something else. So there could very well, I mean, I don't know, just kind of, I don't want to go too far into speculation, but
Nobody believes that they tell us everything.
Well, let me tell you this much. I grew up living about 1 mile from Hill Air Force Base. And one day I was like 12 years old. I went out in the backyard and laid on the grass and put a blanket out there and was just laying out there all by myself, just laying in the backyard, just relaxing. And right overhead, some sort of craft went over my head. It was just, I mean, it was only a few hundred feet above me, and it was perfectly triangle shaped. It was gray, so it blended into the sky quite well. It had just barely gotten dark. and it was a gray triangle, and it made absolutely no noise whatsoever, and it just went right across the sky, right straight to Hill Air Force Base, right to one of our military Air Force bases. One of the most high tech, prominent. I mean, they don't. A lot of people don't know about Hill Air Force Base, but they got the maintenance on the baddest fighter jet that we have right now, and they had the one on the F-16 before that, and so they got quite an aircraft maintenance program that goes on up there. And yeah, this thing flew overhead and went right straight over to the Hill Air Force Base. I mean, I know for a fact it went there and landed or was headed there on purpose. I mean, I was only 12 years old, but I seen it very clearly.
That's the beauty of flat Earth.
Yep.
It is all of these other lies that you can uncover. You always, or at least I did. I don't know about you guys, but in the past, before flat Earth, all the other lies, like you think in the back of your mind, well, because you kind of do this. You find new information, it takes you in a new direction. So you wonder if tomorrow, if you're going to run across information that's going to make you question the thing that you just found out that you truly believe, because a lot of it can't be verified. But that's the beauty of flat Earth is once you realize the Earth is flat and level and stationary, and you come to the realization of that reality, you know that all this bullshit they're saying about aliens and so-called outer space is fake. It's a lie. You don't even have to question it. You know you're not going to come across information tomorrow that's going to make you question what you learned today.
I knew right then and there that it was a military aircraft, because it was way low and it flew right straight to Hill Air Force Base. I mean, that's where it went. I lived a mile from it. It went right over my head, right to Hill. So I knew right then that it was a military aircraft. Period. It wasn't a UFO. But
what did it sound like? You could hear it though?
Any noise at all.
Oh, okay. That's the issue. See?
Huh?
Well, that's where we go in. Yeah, that's when we go into what is obviously the unknown side of the GF.
Right. Yeah, it was completely silent. I mean, didn't make a noise. I was just laying there looking straight up, and then there it was, just went shh, right over my head. A perfect triangle.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Foo Fighters, they said that they saw Germans using these things over Berlin.
Yep.
All of a sudden after the war, after everybody from the Western side, everybody from America goes down there, and obviously we have to assume it's speculation, but they started playing around, and every time you hear about these things, it's like this is what people do when they have technology that's too much for them, and that's why they crash them, or they that they obviously were joyriding these things after the war, because obviously that's the whole point of the war, was to reset so that they could stop the world from knowing about these other lands and as such.
Do I have this right? It took off from an Air Force base. It was silent.
It landed. It was headed to. I just seen it go right to an Air Force base. I didn't see it take off from it, but it went.
So it landed at it?
I didn't actually see it land, but it was only 500 feet above my head, and Hill Air Force Base was like half a mile to my left. And
so it appeared to be descending?
Huh?
It appeared to be descending.
No, it was basically going flat to Hill Air Force Base, but it was very, very low. Very low.
Well, is there any knowledge of what the energy source is of these?
Well, would you even expect there to be noise from the engine if it's slowing down from high speed to a landing approach?
Well, think about this. You'll hear if it's like air thrusting or if it's burning fuel, but what if it's just manipulating the medium of what if it's just manipulating magnetism or electrostatics? Like, would you even hear that?
More quiet than a church mouse, I'm telling you.
I wasn't even going that far. If you shut off the engines on a DC-80 making an emergency landing, it's going to be silent as a church mouse as well.
No. It actually takes a few minutes for those engines to get quiet. They have to wind down. It's not the same. Yeah, you can't just.
And it takes more than a few minutes for it to go from 30,000 feet down to 50.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here. These vehicles are
Well,
always
it's kind
quiet.
of
They're dead
if you're
silent.
on the ground, you won't hear it
They're
at
not
30
jet
miles.
aircraft. No, what she's talking about is electromagnetic propagation and 0 point energy fields and things like that, which is ancient technology. So yes, that's what it is.
Right, but I'm not arguing with you. I'm simply stating that there's not enough information to determine whether it's old school versus some kind of new school technology that we're not made aware of as the public. It's kind of anecdotal.
We're talking 1967, my friend.
You're 80 years old?
No, I'm 65. I was 12 years. I was 11 or 12 years old at the time.
In 1960?
Yeah, I was born in 1956. If you must know.
So you were
65. I know I don't sound like it, and I hope I never do.
I'm not here to argue with any of you.
Bullshit. Let's argue.
Oh, come on.
Yes, you are.
Okay, I guess I
are done
am.
it.
Just kidding.
You are done it. You are done it.
I'm done it.
You are done it.
I've done it now.
Probably younger than most 50-year-olds.
Probably uses a flux capacitor.
That's right. That's what it powers me.
Not you, God Rocket, the craft. Or maybe you. Maybe you've got a flux capacitor. I don't know. Let's not let me speculate where you get your gumption
Where I get
from.
my life force from? I get it from the creator. I can guarantee you that. That much I do know. Who's that picture of that young looking blonde haired with streaky hair looking like I don't know who he looks like. He looks kind of like
Elon?
That woman looks like a young Elon, doesn't it?
Kinda, I guess, yeah. I was gonna say who's seen Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars? I can't remember the artist that sings that does that music. It's that's one of his first albums.
Oh, and what if the land bridge? Sorry, it's just I just thought of something. I was thinking of flux capacitor, and I was thinking of those crafts and manipulating the magnetic fields, and then I was, just went back to the thought I had a minute ago about the Bermuda Triangle and the land bridge. So, like, that could very well be magnetic rock, that makes that land bridge. I mean, I would love to be able to look into that.
Isn't there another land bridge that's supposed to go from like Russia to Alaska as well? Or at least I've read that there used to be one through that region, or maybe it was just ice. I'm not quite sure, but there was a bridge that people walked over from Russia to Alaska and then to North America. That was some of our fake history tells us that some of the people that migrated here supposedly migrated across that land bridge.
Well, it would make sense because volcanic rock is magnetic. I mean, that's what, like the zeolite that I get, it's volcanic dust, volcanic rock dust, and I use it for chelation. And when you can't use metal, and when you take the spoon and you lift it up out of the dust, it makes these little spikes. Like you can see how magnetic it is.
Wow.
And so it would make sense that there would be, fluctuations with compasses around that area. So all this, there's some reason why they don't want us to understand what's really going on, and they want to make us think it's a mystery. But really, it seems logical, and it makes sense to me that these land bridges beneath, would be caused from built by volcanic rock erupting, and it would affect compasses because it would be magnetic.
Yeah, molten rock would definitely carry molten metal with it along its way too. And when it cooled off, as long as it lined up, because in order for something to be magnetic, the molecules of the metal have to be lined up in straight lines. By the way, if you can look into that the magnetic rock, the molecules, or whatever you want to call them, are
the polarity all in the same direction.
Yeah.
Coherency.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe you know more about it than I do. Thank you.
I wouldn't go that far, but okay.
It seems like the YouTube shills are taking a deliberate and obvious break. There's nobody in the YouTube chat right now saying anything. Which, you know what? Thank God.
Usually when that happens, now it might not be the case this time, but when it goes from being very active to dead, I go to YouTube homepage, and at the top I click on live, and then I see who else is live that's a flat earther, and if you go there into their chats,
They're there.
you'll find all the trolls that just left this chat.
Like Globebusters right now has 60 plus people watching their stream that they started doing again. Their 24-hour stream.
Yep, that's probably where they're at.
Again, I'm fine with that. You couldn't pay me enough to meet one of these fuckers in real life, though.
Because they don't slack. They never slack. They're
getting paid, man. They gotta earn that dough, that bread, that Skrilla.
They'd have to be, because what other topic that even if it's controversial, it doesn't matter how controversial it is. What other topic do people stay so dedicated to? They have to be.
Yeah, see, I'm dedicated because it's the truth. I have endless fuel for that. I'll take all my free time and use it. But if it were a lie, you'd have to pay me. Absolutely. And I still wouldn't do it because it's a lie. Does that make sense?
Nothing worse than a misplaced passion. And this is something is properly placed. So, because it's the truth.
Indeed, it's righteous. And I don't think I've been able to say that about any decision to do something for real in my life. No, that's not true. There was a couple.
Imagine
but anyway.
They're not being paid. So what would be their motivation there?
They're just wildly insecure and need to get their validation from making fun of people, bullying. It's no different than high school.
If they're not being paid, then I would say that they are that they know it's flat secretly, and they just, want to hang out because they know it's the truth, but they can't come out and admit it.
I just think they're exceedingly stupid.
I don't think so. I don't think that they're dumb. I think it's something way different. They're ignorant in ways, and they're stupid in social ways, I suppose. But I think they have all. Let me start over. I think they have just as much capability and information as we do in this. It's just they're deciding not to admit it. That's all it is.
They got capability, they just don't use it.
Right. And they don't want to admit that they're not using their capability to truly find out about the reality. I'm all set. The smart man in the lab coat said this. So I'm going to have to take, have I spent my whole life doing science? That's why I believe him.
God rocking pride, greed, ego, but most importantly, cowardice. They're afraid.
Agreed.
They don't fear truth. They fear that they're not God, or fear that they're not superior, or they fear their ego being damaged, or they fear their life being a lie and never going to outer space.
I think there's a handful of them also that is waiting for it to become widely accepted so that they can hop on board.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, I was hanging out with you guys the whole time. I was just fucking with you. Hey, it's flat.
Yeah, something like that.
Let's go crack
That's
a
why
beer
I
on
hope,
it.
I hope it's never accepted. That's exactly why.
Yeah, I don't want those people trying to come over to our side. That's when you hear.
It's like a rat. That's like letting a rat become your buddy. No, I'm out on that with you, Globe.
Well, yeah, a wild rat. But say you raise it from a baby, that can be your buddy.
It's funny you guys say that because never mind. I have this issue right now that I don't know what to do with the damn thing. Like, I wanted to let it, so I'm thinking if I have it till spring, I'll just let it go somewhere. I don't know. Because my cats are supposed to run mice out of the house. I don't have mice because I have cats. However, my cat brought a mouse into the house. And it wasn't dead, it wasn't hurt, it wasn't injured, but it was just so freaking tiny. It's no bigger than a silver dollar. So I put it in a cup, caught it in a cup, and was going to take it outside. And there's like 2 male cats sitting outside. And I'm like,
that's not going to work.
Okay, this is not going to work. And I can't just, so I have this fish aquarium that the cats have brought other animals in, like rabbits and birds, and that I've put in there and nursed back and then let them go. So I'm like, well, and so I tossed it in there, and I don't know what to do with it.
Nursing back.
I don't want to kill it. It's like I really don't want to kill. There's no reason for this thing to have to die. I don't want to kill it, and it's really tiny and it's really cute. So it's just funny that you guys mentioned that.
I'll tell you a little story. One time I had a cat that caught a mouse, and he had it sitting on the floor, and it was sitting right in front of him, and the mouse was just sitting just staring. They were just staring at each other face to face. And he'd been playing with the mouse for so long, the mouse was so tired that he couldn't run from the cat no more. And the cat reached up and bopped him, just tapped him, and the mouse tipped over on its side and he just laid there because it was so tired it couldn't even move. And I think the cat just brought him home.
Might have gave him a heart attack. See, a lot of times dogs will do it. The pack of dogs will, a rabbit might be. Listen, a rabbit might be faster, but one of the dogs with more stamina because he's got more surface area, he's got more energy because he's more massive, more kinetic energy. Anyway, so he'll run. A lot of times he'll run the rabbit to death. The rabbit will have a heart attack because it's just working so hard and so stressed out and afraid. It'll have a heart attack, and then the dog, he could still run a couple more miles, picks it up in his mouth, trots it back to the fucking. Well, first he gets his bites, and then he trots what's left back to the.
That's the only thing I don't like about cats. I love cats. I love everything about them. But that's the only thing I
was talking about. But yeah,
I know, but because cats they'll kill things just for the fun and the pleasure of the chase. They don't kill it because they need to survive. They don't kill it because they need to eat it. Like, that's the one thing that bothers me about cats. But
why does that bother you? It's just a lack of empathy. Like a shark. It's the same thing as a shark.
Well, I mean, the creator created them that way so that this inherent nature within them for the chase is what drives them, so that they can kill the food.
Right, so that they can chase the shit out of it. Yeah, then so when they haven't used up, I get it. I agree. When they haven't used up all their hunting energy just yet, they'll just fuck around with the thing and play with their food.
Because some human is feeding them, store-bought food, and they're not living in their natural sense. Then they have to get that's still in them. They have to get it out, and so really. I'm glad we had this conversation because it's like I don't hold it against the cat so much anymore because it's truly my fault for feeding them like I do.
Well, yeah, and I think that a small animal that scurries around is, cats, no matter what you do to train them, are always going to be driven to that. They want to catch it, eat it if they're hungry, or play with it until they get hungry.
Everything's usually live too, but most of the birds die.
The baby birds that you find?
Well, the ones that the cats get, and
I rescue some of them. It's because they can't fly away. They can't fly anymore. You break their fucking wings, batting it around for 2 hours.
No, one made it, and I went to let it go. It was a baby blue jay, and its mama was still looking for it because she was out there hollering. When I went out there to let it to set it on the ground so that its mom could find it, I didn't even make it halfway down there. It's like it saw the blue jay in my hand, and talk about those things are dangerous. You got to watch out. They are mean. Not mean. I'm not going to call it mean, but when they go on attack mode, you better get the hell out of the way. Is all I got to say. Blue jays are vicious. They're vicious birds. Very vicious and aggressive. Suckers will take a dive at you, and I mean they'll get within like 6 inches of you, or even closer. They'll take a dive at you, and you think you're had. So needless to say, I just went about halfway down to where, the tree that its mom's nest was in. I only made it about halfway because I just went ahead and set it down there and let her be. I didn't realize how vicious they were. Which won't be much more of that because they've cut all the damn trees down everywhere. It's like 6 of the trees on this street that had birds living in them are gone. They're still cutting trees down.
The same cat that had the mouse for a toy, it was in the backyard one day, and it was laying down at the base of a tree, and there was a limb, and I swear this limb was I swear it was over my head, and it was up to where I couldn't reach it with my hand, but it was like almost as high as my hand would reach, but not quite. It was a little higher than that. And this cat was just sitting on the ground right there, and then all of a sudden, this cat sprung straight up in the air and scooped this bird right off the branch and took him down to the ground. He jumped 8 feet in the air straight up. He was this great big tomcat. And he just jumped straight in the air and grabbed this bird and brought him down. I mean, it was just like, oh my gosh. I mean, I didn't think cats could jump that high.
Majestic.
Yeah.
Next time North Star's in here, I want to ask him.
Yeah, I think he just liked to play with these things because I didn't see him kill them. He just brought them and just played with them. Just, held them down and played with them, and cat caught them and chased them around and all that kind of stuff. Really weird. It was like some kind of a toy or something.
We should ask North Star how his experiments are going with the cook tree.
The what tree?
The cook tree.
I'm not.
He bought some cook trees to grow. He was going to do some different experiments with them because the cook tree grows tilted. They claim that it grows tilted toward. They lean to one side, and they grow and they lean towards the equator. Is what they say. The ones south of the equator lean towards the north, and the ones north they say leans towards the south. But so he was going to see if it was in fact doing that, or if he could manipulate like the direction of the lean through different means, like creating a magnetic environment or whatever that's more powerful on the opposite side of the equator, in the opposite direction than the equator, and see if he could get it to grow leaning towards the north instead of leaning towards the south, since we are north of the equator. And then he was going
to crook tree with CROOK, crook.
No, cook, COOK.
Oh wow!
It's a evergreen. It's a pine, the cook pine.
I've never heard of it.
Pretty sure it's a pine.
I'll have to look it up and see check it out. That's
I mean, it takes years for trees to grow. I know that I'm just curious if he's still doing it, and what the variables are, because he's gonna have different trees and manipulate different variables for each one, and see if any of those variables will affect the direction that the tree grows.
I've got to get these things from my friend. He's got a military salvage yard. He's got these things that are full of magnets, and they're about the size of a football, but they're more cylinder shaped, and they're metal, and they got things in each end, and they put them in front of tanks, and put them out in front of a tank, and they roll it across the ground, and they got these really powerful magnets in them, and they supposedly set off landmines. And they put 2 or 3 of them out in front of the tanks, and they just roll out in front of them, and then they blow up and blow this thing up rather than blow the tank up. And supposedly they're supposed to set these tanks off or these bombs off from like a couple of feet away or even more, because magnets are so powerful. I took one apart one time, and they've got these great big huge magnets in them. I swear to God, they're 6 inches long, 2 inches thick, and like 3 inches wide. And there's like 4 or 5 of them in this thing. I can't remember exactly how many are in there, but there was a lot of magnets in this thing, and it had something to do with the way that they were placed, and they created this big, huge magnetic field. Like you could throw a piece of metal at it, and the metal would hit it, and it would sometimes it would stand straight up, and it would just stand like you could take like a 1 foot like piece of strap metal and throw at this thing. And it just wouldn't stick to the side of it. It would actually like ding, stand up, or depending on the side or depending on the shape of the metal that you threw at this thing, it would stick to it in the weirdest ways. But anyway, I'm going to go down and get it. He's got a whole bunch of them that he got from a military salvage. He salvages military surplus. Anyway, I need to go down and get a handful of them and take them apart, because magnets can be used for a lot of things. You can use them to make electricity. You can put them, like for a water wheel. You can place a magnet so that it passes by copper wiring in a circular fashion. And these magnets are so powerful that I'd imagine they would probably create a lot of electricity if you design the windings of the copper wire properly, and then build a wheel that spun the magnets around the copper wires in a direction so that it forces it. Anyway, that's how generators work. They spin magnets around copper wires, and it sends electricity out the end of it. Anyway, I don't know what brought me to that, but when you start talking about this using magnets or whatever to train these trees, all of a sudden I thought, oh man, I got to get some of those magnets from my buddy, so I can make some generators, generate electricity in case I have to, like in the wild or something, with a water wheel or a wind wheel. I don't know, something. It's not that hard to build something like that to make electricity, especially if you have the magnets in the wire. It's easy to do. And he'd just probably give them to me. They're huge, huge, powerful magnets. I could not believe how powerful they were. I know this is a little on the dodgy side, but we used to build like PVC pipe tubes, paint them black so you couldn't see them, and then glue one of these magnets to them so you could put something in the tube, like for smuggling, and then glue it shut, and then smack it to the bottom of your car or something way up underneath somewhere where you couldn't see it. So if you're going to transport something illegal, anyway, those magnets were perfect for that. And this is years and years ago, but he's got piles of these things down there. I need to get them for a little more noble purpose this time instead of doing something.
We always use spare tires.
Oh, did you? One time I was coming
Well, I
back.
say we. It wasn't me. It was my son's father. But
Yeah, one time I was coming back from LA, and I was just passed through Riverside, going up the canyon on the freeway, and I got off the freeway, passed over like 4 lanes real quick because I wanted to get off the freeway, and oh my God, I get pulled over by a California Highway Patrol, and I'm like, I got 2 kilos of coke underneath the back tire in the trunk, and I'm like, so the first thing I tell this cop is, I says, man, I says, I had to get the hell off this freeway, dude. You can see I'm from Utah. So I'm not used to these crazy ass freaking drivers, dude. I says, is there any way out of town that I don't have to get back on that freeway? He says, follow me, sir. I'll escort you right out of town. And I'm like, oh, thank you, sir. That's all he said, is just follow me. He got in his car and escorted me out of town. Weird. I was scared to death, bud. I thought I'd really screwed up. Here he's pulling me over. He's going to search my car and everything else. I said, man, these drivers in California are crazy, dude. I'm from Utah. I'm not used to this stupid shit. How can I get out of town without getting back on that freeway? Well, just follow me, sir. Thank you.
Police escort.
Yep. That's an absolute true story, too. I'm telling you.
Anybody hear about Mike Landau's little thing that he's doing?
Who?
What's he doing? I haven't heard.
Mike
Enlighten me.
Landau. So if you look it up, he's actually doing a 96-hour broadcast. Okay.
You're real low on your. Is he low to you,
I
Truth?
know.
I can barely hear him.
I know I am.
He's a little bit low,
It's
but I
something
can
to
hear
do
him
with
pretty
the
clear.
update from Microsoft. It was retarded. These guys are just aching to piss people off. So, anyways,
What's the
Mike
broadcast
Landau.
about?
If you know what he's doing, he's trying to make sure everyone knows the truth, and he's doing a 96-hour broadcast from 12 a.m. on Thanksgiving to the following, 96 hours. And it's going to be, breaking news on the election. So the Supreme Court and everything was dealt with, I
The
guess.
past
Can you
election?
post it? Can you post
Yep.
the link?
The one
I'm
that
trying to
was
find the actual. Give me
stolen?
just a moment.
The Biden-Trump election? Is that what you're talking
Yep.
about? Huh. Well, that'll be interesting, I guess.
2020.
Event on frankspeech.com. This is going to be historic. We're going to call it the Thanksathon. It's going to go from 12 a.m. on Thanksgiving morning to midnight on Sunday, November 28th. We're going to unpack the historic U.S. Supreme Court complaint on the 2020 election. And we're also going to be taking apart the biggest crime in history.
Although I don't believe any of that shit's real, and I just watch it just
That's him speaking, Mike Landau.
yeah, I just watch it and listen to see what, maybe the next
Talking
card.
about the pillow guy?
No idea, but I'm just hoping things actually start falling apart.
Although we can invite people to come discuss flat Earth from the chat. Probably have a big audience.
Are you talking about the pillow guy?
Yeah,
it
I know,
sounds like
right?
him.
He's the pillow guy.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, you were actually talking about Utah too, so.
And what does that have to do with it? He lives here or what?
He's in Utah.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah.
My friend met him in Washington, D.C.
Oh,
my friend
awesome.
was there during that insurrection when all that shit happened at the White House, and the cops were ushering people in. Yeah, go ahead, come on in, come on in. My friend went, I don't think so. I'm not going in because everybody was screaming, "Those aren't Trump supporters. Those aren't Trump supporters. Don't go in." It was all the Proud Boys were screaming at each other, going, "Stay away from this. It's a setup. Get the hell out of here. These aren't Trump supporters."
Yeah, there's videos of all of that. Yep.
Yep.
We
Anyway,
can
my buddy was
all
there.
do the research on that.
My friend was there in person. He told me about it when he got home. He goes, "Wow." He says this
I'm
was
just glad that everything went good for that kid. He needed to live his life. He was there to protect that building. That's all I'm going to say.
Who was?
I don't like to talk about it, like,
All right.
because it's live. So it's kind of the narrative that's going on. So, you can just say what you can say. Just hope things, are going to be said truthful, and we can all find out.
Is there going to be any ramifications due to all of
Yes,
this?
that's what I meant. Yeah.
Let's hope so. Because the man in office now does not need to be there. I'm telling you what. That was the worst decision.
It doesn't matter who's in there. Really, they're going to do.
probably
They're all
right.
puppets, and they're all, doing. They're going to initiate whatever agenda is coming from the top,
Yeah, you're
regardless
probably
of who
right.
it is.
If it would have been anybody and the same shit would have happened. You're probably right. I have to agree with that. But, he is the one doing it. So he is to blame, at least for something.
But of all the faces that you can use, to initiate your agendas, that's who you choose.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
And that's a troll within itself, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it pretty much tells the whole story when you think about it, doesn't it? Kind of lets you know what's going on in reality.
It tells how brainwashed the public is.
Yep.
I mean, when you read the quote from that banker, and I know I post it a lot, I talk about it too much probably, but apparently not, because I never hear anyone else mention it. But when you read that quote, and it's of the former governor of the Bank of England, and he's talking to the other banksters, the other CEOs, not to the public. It just got reported, right? And if they didn't want it out there, it wouldn't be there. But I don't think that they see that there's any harm of it. And this was in 1924. But when you read that, how can you ever think that any part of politics is real? Like, you can't even think that, okay, it was meant to be real, and some of it's real. You just have bad actors. Some of them have the right. No, it's all fake. If they move up, if they get in office, they're a puppet, period. It's like that the entire purpose of politics is stated in that quote.
Well, it's certainly not to help anybody, really, except for themselves. Just another racket.
Or to postulate a narrative, for sure.
That's part of it. Yeah.
Global narrative, yeah.
I mean, we have a pretty quiet time right now, so capital must protect itself in every possible way, both by combination and legislation. Debts must be collected, mortgages foreclosed as rapidly as possible. When, through process of law, the common people lose their homes, they will become more docile and more easily governed through the strong arm of the government, applied by a central power of wealth under leading financiers. These truths are well known among our principal men, who are now engaged in forming an imperialism to govern the world. By dividing the voter through the political party system, we can get them to expend their energies in fighting for questions of no importance. It is thus by discreet action we can secure for ourselves that which has been so well planned and so successfully accomplished.
Is that the project for the new American century, or what is that? Great Reset?
Oh, that's just a quote from a banker. This is the way that, I guess this is their code of ethics.
Yeah, they don't mind talking about it. Honestly, people are some conspiracy corners are like, well, they have to tell us. It's part of their contract with the demons and devil. And to me, that I don't know about all that, but hold on just a sec. Sorry, it's certainly clear that they don't care about being sloppy or talking about it in public that much. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's like if you think of karma, right? It's kind of like them. They think so their purpose is to wash their hands of your blood and to not be responsible for so if they put the truth out there with the lies and you choose to adhere to the lies and you turn away from the truth, then it's on your hands.
Yeah. No, I get it. I think that's a justification. Well, that's a justification for their belief, if there were to be one, at least so far as I've heard. Yeah.
But what is the deception really? Like, okay, so if you put it out there in a way to manipulate people into adhering to a lie, you are deceiving them, regardless of if you put the truth out there and the truth is there, but you're saying that the truth is a lie, then you're still responsible for the deception, because the lie isn't the deception. It's like you don't have to tell a lie to deceive. Is what I meant to say.
Well, that's true. There is lying by omission as well. But yeah, it's an ipso facto kind of, like, I don't know how to compare it for anybody listening.
Dishonesty by omission is just as bad as a straight up lie anyway. It's worse.
Right. No, it's not worse, but yeah, I agree. It is the same. Because dishonesty in itself, always. Lying by omission is just the same to me as lying on purpose,
well, what's the bottom line? The bottom line is intent.
Exactly. If your intent is pure, you'll do the right thing. And if not, you won't. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. From what I've seen.
So regardless of how much truth they put out there, their intent is to deceive and to commit crimes against humanity.
Yeah. And it's not like that's not noticed. I mean, it's still ridiculous. What are they getting away with? Nothing in the slightest. So I don't know why they do it, but here we are.
Maybe they're like the cats that like to play with a bird.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that too.
Wow. Mind blown. It's exactly what it is. Zero empathy. I mean, I would say I'd be surprised that my cat is warm-blooded if he didn't come up, if he didn't come up and lay on my chest and warm up my chest, I'd be like, you know what, the way he acts, he's fucking cold. He's a lizard. Even lizards have empathy, though.
They have a similar eye shape.
Similar what?
Eye shape.
Eye shaped? Some of them are eye shaped.
He said they have a similar eye shape.
Oh, geez. Okay, sorry.
With the vertical pupil.
The slits. Well, and that's funny because my cat has mostly rounded ones. Only if there's like a bright light do his pupils turn into that slit. But if he's just normal, they're rounded. It's almost not ovular at all or whatever. Isn't that crazy? Circular, just like a human.
Inbred cat, huh?
I mean, whatever. It's a rescue, man. I got it from a cat lady, and he was born in an alley in a neighborhood here in my town. So, I could have anything living with me right now. Any kind of version, a mutt, if you will.
I think mutt animals make the best pets anyway.
Absolutely.
Purebreds are so flighty and just weird animals.
Compared to a mutt, yes. Had I never met a mutt, I would not know how to. I'd be just fine. You know what I mean? I'd be just fine with purebreds. My only dog that I've ever had, he was a German Shepherd Dingo mix.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he was a little smaller than most German Shepherds, had a little less hair, but he looked like a teenager German Shepherd his whole life. And mixed with the Dingo, he had a little bit smaller ears. Well, actually, his ears are huge for his body. And he was like a golden brown, just like a dingo. He was awesome. Anyway.
Dingoes are smart dogs. Aren't they cattle dogs in Australia or something?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shepherd dogs there. Yep. I'm sorry?
Do you know why the sighthound dog legs are so high or long?
The hind legs? Yeah, they have hip problems. That's how my shepherd actually died. But no, I don't know why.
Why the sighthound, which is the very fast runner, I think.
Greyhound, yeah.
Yeah. So the legs are so long because otherwise they wouldn't reach the ground.
I think that's how legs work. I'm not sure what you're saying.
Yeah, so if my legs would be a little bit shorter, my legs would not reach to the ground. I would fly.
You'd fly. Oh, their legs are just short enough to be on the ground still? I'm sorry, man. I'm not sure what you're saying. It could be me.
It's very bad joke, but...
Okay, good. Well, then just blame it on me. It's not a bad joke and your delivery was fine. Just say, this guy sucks. He needs to pay attention.
No,
so,
you're
I'm sorry.
I have problems to explain or telling jokes, so...
That's okay. No. Listen here. It's probably just because Americans think they're good at telling jokes, but it's really just because it's an echo chamber. We think we're funny. Where are you from, by the way?
From Finland, and I think you might be familiar one Finnish stand-up comedian called Ismo. He made that famous ass joke in a Conan O'Brien show, late.
Oh
Conan
boy!
So
go ahead.
If you're familiar with that ass joke, then you know how Finnish people think about jokes.
Well, I thought I knew everything about ass jokes, but apparently not. So you're gonna have to post it in the voice text. Yes, please.
Yeah, because it's very funny. I think many people, at least in Finland, but I think also in because he's playing with an English language or let's say USA or States language, how you use the ass in your sentences. And anyway, I
Yeah.
will put it there. Just a
Dumbass, smartass, yeah, that kind
You
of thing.
did, dude. I posted it already. You don't have to go look for it. Finish, guy.
Yeah,
Who's the
Leveli.
comedian?
That's the comedian from Finland. He
Ismo.
lives now in the States. Have lived there. I don't know 3-4 years for now, but he's very talented.
He's famous in Finland.
Yeah, the most famous, I think.
Okay, that's cool, man. So how do you? I'm gonna have to do this to you. I know people that aren't from America probably hate when Americans do shit like this. Maybe not. I don't know. I'd get sick of it. But can you, in Finnish, can you say the Earth is flat and stationary and you don't have to like it?
I'm not sure what you mean, but
the Earth is okay.
You mean in Finnish language?
Yeah, in the Finnish language. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Earth is flat and stationary, and you don't have to like it.
Okay, I will try to concentrate in a how do I say? So let's go.
Okay.
Maa on litteä ja sinun ei tarvitse tykätä siitä.
That's beautiful. Can you say it one more time?
Maa on litteä ja sinun ei tarvitse tykätä siitä.
Yeah, man, I love it. Somebody clip that out.
You know who else is Finnish? It is I. I don't know if you know who he is, but
I'm not sure.
He speaks really good Finnish. I'll ask him to say the same thing.
Yeah. Wow, that's beautiful language.
Yeah,
do you have any? Well, never mind. No, that's awesome.
Our language is very good for singing because we use a lot of. I don't know why, but it's same with some other languages. But for singing, our language is pretty nice. And in a history, we used to sing a lot in Finland. Let's say a couple hundred years ago, we used to singing as a common thing when we are gathered together and somebody is cooking meal or whatever. They are singing lots of things, but not anymore. Just like some tribes in let's say in Africa or whatever, they are singing and dancing with rhythmic things. We don't dance with rhythmic, but we sing. Or used to sing a lot. We sing still the karaoke. It's the most famous. Only the Finnish people and Japanese people sing karaoke as a country or a population.
I like that you pronounce it properly too, karaoke, because let me tell you, us Americans who really only just use it as an excuse to get a little bit more drunk than usual, we call it karaoke.
You can throw the Philippines in there as well. Karaoke might be the national pastime of the Philippines as well.
That's all right. That's pretty cool. It's a lot of fun, I'll tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you why I personally enjoy Finnish people is because they beat the shit out of the Bolsheviks, kept the fucking Russians out for as long as they could. I appreciate that about them.
Got him.
Yeah, we got a little help from the Germans, but yeah, we were like very tough for a Russian in the World War II. So, and actually the sniper. The best sniper in the world is still one of the Finnish soldiers. He took something like 1,000 enemies with a sniper without a scope. He didn't use a scope at all.
Vasily Zaitsev? Is it Vasily Zaitsev?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's Enemy at the Gates is a really, really good war movie with Rachel. Shit, she's got a cool last name. Wise, Rachel Wise at Weiz, I think. And then back when Jude Law was a decent actor, he's in it too. This is my cool story about a movie that doesn't matter.
Levelist, where are you from? Because you are so fast to Google that thing. I was just putting the same link into the chat, and I noticed that you put it already.
Southern California.
Okay, so you know a little about Finland, I assume.
Yeah. I used to bartend for a long time, and one of my favorite customers was a Finnish guy. I have Norwegian heritage, so we always talked a lot.
All right, that's cool. Anyway, who was talking about God Rokino, who was talking about hating the Americans? I don't hate Americans. Sometimes
No, that's not what I was saying, but okay, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't hate Americans, but sometimes I don't like that how much America or states are going into the wars at the moment. So
yeah,
and the war machine, why it should be. But I understand it's the king of the world, and they have to have the war machine, the best war machine in the world. So kind of I understand it, but sometimes it makes me feel bad why they have to go distant countries to get the oil or whatever, and just beat the country down, and that makes me feel bad. But yeah.
Yeah, me too, dude.
Otherwise, I don't have anything bad to say about.
Oh, just that though. Just a really just crimes against humanity. You know, hundreds of thousands of them. No big deal. No, I get you, bro. I get you. Because listen, I can't change that, right? That's concerning to me as well. Everything you said, for sure.
Just remember that all wars are bankers' wars, right? The people of America, we don't want to go to any fucking country and fuck with any other people. We don't want to go to those wars either. But unfortunately, Americans don't really run America. So
it's a Zach De La Rocha. I agree. It's a Zach De La Rocha lyric. He's the lead singer. Well, yeah, lead singer of Rage Against the Machine, formerly known as Rage Against the Machine. The War Machine. He calls it the War Cannibal Animal. The War Cannibal Animal. I think it perfectly sums it up.
It's amazing how all the countries that we attack are all neighboring countries to a certain Mediterranean country, a newly developed, 1958 country, Mediterranean. You get my drift. USS Liberty. Look it up.
Oh, yeah. I was like, what happened in 58? My mom was 3 years old in 58. I wonder if she had to do... I should ask her if she had to do that getting under the desk, hiding shit when an alarm went up, when the sirens went off. Maybe in like kindergarten or first grade, maybe. What a trip that'd be. Every single time. And you wouldn't know if it was for real or not. They just, all right, time to get under the desk. See if I'm gonna die today. All for nothing. Pretty sick. And only possible on a flat Earth.
About the bankers, there was this Black Friday, which is now in Finland as well. We have this Black Friday, Black Weekend, Black Week. So it's about spending. Go spend. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this ODD TV. He made a great song that like buy, consume, die, or work, buy, die, or what. Yeah. I don't remember how it goes, but anyway, the idea of it's like consume, work, die. That's basically your whole life, and you get your, let's say, values or your self-confidence from buying new shoes. and you have those great white shoes under you, and you think you are now important person, and people are accepting you, and you go to work and you buy a pair of new shoes at the next salary, and then you know you're an even better person. So
Dude, I got to stop you right there. Shoes make the man. So I don't know about all that stuff. I'll tell you what, man. If I don't have the right kind of shoes that just make me look the best I can look, then my life is incomplete. I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, especially when I was skateboarding, I was like, I have to have the best skateboarding shoes, the best looking, the most durable. I got to have the best shoes. And I think that's something that's never going to be taken out of my psyche, which is so stupid because it's just shoes. Anyway.
If you have read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, there is this shoe horizon thing that people get so observed. I don't know the word, but anyway, people get so mad with the shoes. Upset, yeah. Mm-hmm. With the shoe, they only buy shoes, and nobody's making food or anything. All the factories are only making shoes, so the economy will collapse and all the people will die because of the shoe horizon happens, and that's going to happen every civilization in the galaxy. So basically,
crazy. Well, that's
very what we are. If you check from YouTube. My shoe collection, shirts, words, you will find that people spends like, I don't know, hundreds of
dude, millions of dollars on fucking shoes and shit, purses, backpacks.
Not just any shoes though. Not just any shoes. It has to be the right label, right? They all come out of the same fucking Chinese factory, but it has to have the right sticker on the shoes for them to be important, right?
The same 12-member super poor family makes, 80% of the different brand names of the shoes that you're going to wear. I don't know. I mean, that's an assumption, I guess. I don't really know that, but I've heard a lot of shit about it. I saw a video right when Cocoa Pebbles started, it was, I don't know if it was staged or not. You never know about this shit, but it was a bunch of people not from America in what looked like a really tiny basement, putting masks together, sewing them, but then also just kids sitting on the floor, putting masks together, like on the dirty floor, and like they're not wearing shoes, and you know what I mean? I don't know if it was real or fake, but...
Oh, you know that was real, dude.
I don't know. No, come on. Get out of here. Don't be a conspiratard. You gotta take it as a grain of salt, and don't take it at face value, any of it, ever, in my opinion.
Think about it. How could they be charging $2 for 50 masks if it wasn't built that way?
That's another assumption. Just another assumption. Now, I will tell you. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what to think about that video, to be honest. I'm just trying to be empirical.
Well, it wasn't the only one. If you remembered early that time.
Well, wasn't it? Okay. Well, I don't... See, even if there's 100 of them, you know what I mean? But anyway, it's besides the point. I understand where you're coming from. And I have a tendency to think the same. So Bitcoin crashed yet, or I'm just kidding.
It's coming down pretty good.
Yeah, listen. If everyone follows the moon cycles, whenever there's a full moon or a new moon, I'm not joking you, look it up on the Bitcoin chart. It's kind of been documented as well. It will actually either crash or skyrocket. It's really amazing.
Coming up next.
I've done a lot of research on it.
Right on.
Levelist, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I put a couple of pictures. We went. There's this Simo Häyhä museum in Finland, and there is my friend posing in a beside of the statue of this sniper of the world. So if you check those in the voice chat. So. He was a quite
Really?
short man. My friend is almost 2 meters, like 6 feet, but this Simo was quite short. So
Very cool, man. Very cool. It's a very difficult job to do right there, be a sniper.
yeah, he used to eat snow to prevent moisture or steam coming from his mouth, because then other side sniper would see the steam what we breathe out in winter, and so he ate snow to keep his mouth cool to prevent the steam coming out. Oh, amazing things. And I said earlier that he didn't use a scope. He used just a normal I don't know what's it called in English.
Iron sight. Iron sights.
Iron sight, yeah, to do his job. But anyway.
Did he? Okay. So did he? You may or may not know this. Did he pee in place? Did he have a catheter? What happened?
Maybe he did. But there was a sad thing. He lost his face with an exploding bullet.
Oh.
So
God.
he lost his jaw and half of his face.
Oh man.
But he survived. But
I don't know if that's the good news that he survived.
Yeah. But he was very ugly looking after that. But anyway.
Okay. You don't have to go there. We assumed he'd be ugly. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah.
That's sad, man. That's sad.
I'm not posting that picture. But
well, sure. Please don't.
He lived quite long, so he didn't. I know, and
I'm just kidding about that. You could still have a good life even after something like that, man. Even after something like that.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I agree.
Because like the thing, it's like it sounds like a fucking motivational speaker, but I laugh at adversity and like evil and stuff. I just make fun of it, and that makes it way easier to deal with.
I'm making fun of me being a little bit fat. I actually printed a T-shirt, where it said in a top of it said the Earth is flat, but my belly is round.
That's awesome. I love it. It's a great shirt. I mean, yeah, that's great. Make some money on it and then go on a really expensive diet. I'm just kidding. Now you got to keep the belly, see? If you're turning it into a commodity, a novelty item, you got to keep it now, bud. You need to sell tickets.
Yeah, I can't lose weight anymore.
Not anymore, no. But you got to keep it just where it is. Nobody likes to see a chubby guy get fat. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Well, a joke has to be at least 50% truth for it to even be funny at all.
I agree. At least 50%. Yeah.
Anyway, I got to start my work. Is starting in 5 minutes, so it's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock in the morning here in Finland. So.
What kind of work are you doing?
I'm a nerd.
You get paid to be a nerd?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
I'm typing some things in the computer and.
Oh.
I don't understand.
That's not a nerd. A nerd is somebody who thinks comic books are real life.
Oh, I mean an IT nerd.
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around. Yeah. Cool, dude. An IT nerd, man. I could never hack it. I'm not smart enough for the numbers game. Sitting at a computer.
I've been working for computers like 25 years.
Oh, so that's awesome.
I'm pretty deep in the nerdism.
I think that's great. I think it's hip to be square, if you've ever heard that term.
I've heard it, but I don't know what it means.
Okay, so square used to be a term that meant nerd or dork or geek or loser. Okay. If you're a square, you're normal, you're boring.
Okay.
Right? But now it's hip to be square. It's in. In fact, it's so in, it's becoming dangerous. Like with the religious vegans and such.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, now I get it because now I understand the square thing. Because
square, boring, normal, dull.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, it's like the Huey Lewis song. If someone could post that in the voice text, that would be the greatest thing that's happened to me this week. Huey Lewis in the news, hip to be square. He just describes how he quit smoking, no more drugs, no more drinking. He's working out, you know, all that kind of stuff. And he's saying, man, this is pretty much way better than not being square, right? Trying to fit in.
Just to be normal, kind of normal.
It's a really catchy song. It's my favorite of Huey's. You ever heard of Huey Lewis in the news?
I think, I'm not sure.
There's probably a lot of people going, hell yeah! 80s, mid to late 80s pop rock.
I want a new drug.
Yeah, new drug.
He had some bangers. He had a good voice, man.
Yeah, Huey was top notch. One of the best in the 80s. And actually, I don't know if he's dead or not. I think he might still be alive. And a few years ago, I'd say a handful or more, I saw them playing out. They were playing shows still at places. So that was cool to see.
Just
Anyway,
leveled
guys,
your hot mic.
Sorry, what? Someone's hot mic, and it sounds like they're in the shower.
Just leveled your hot mic, bro.
Anyway, I got to go. Talk to you later.
All right, man. Good talking to you. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
I like him. He good.
And it makes me feel like I do when I'm with you.
What was Huey with the band before he went on his own? Or am I getting him wrong?
I don't know if he was solo ever. I'm not sure. He might have been. But what was I going to say? Oh, The Power of Love is from, it's his most popular song. It's from Back to the Future. That's the power of love. And it sounds just like Hip to Be Square. It's almost identical.
I had a cassette tape in like 3rd grade of Huey Lewis, dude.
Yeah, that's the stuff right there. That is meat and potatoes. That's the gravy of life, man. Cassette tapes that I would like carry around. Listen to this. All right, here's a great story. So I'm 12 years old, 6th grade. The song Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot had just come out. I was already into rap. I was listening to Too Short at age 10. It was bad. With songs like Blowjob Betty. Yeah, 10-year-old. Anyway, I grew up quick. And so the Sir Mix-a-Lot song, I loved it. I loved the beat. It was the best. It was the best beat and the coolest rap song I'd ever heard. And I didn't really care what it was about, especially because I was 12 and I didn't know most of the references. You know, Jane Fonda ain't got a motor in the back of her Honda. My Anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. Okay? I didn't really know what any of that meant. And it didn't matter to me. I was like, everybody's got to hear this song. Okay, so I spent all of my allowance money, went to the mall, spent all my allowance money on blank cassette tapes, Maxell blank cassette tapes, 90 minutes apiece, and I used my stereo to copy onto like 25 tapes. Over and over and over, on every tape it was just that song, 90 minutes of that song. And I took it to 6th grade class and handed that sucker out to everybody at my school for free for no reason. So needless to say, the principal, my parents, half the city knew about what I did. And it was not funny to them. No one talks about it. But all my friends and I still laugh about it to this day. It was the funniest fucking thing. And because here's what happened. They had to, I'll finish now, I promise. They didn't know what was on the tapes. They just saw me handing them out and talking about it. And they're like, what's he doing? He's handing out cassette tapes? Uh-oh. What could that be? And they knew I was class clown anyway, so they're like, no, shit. So, they went and tested it out, and I've never seen more concerned staff members, and I've been kicked out of 2 high schools. So that's saying something.
So my my older cousin she's a female, and she has a slightly different personality than you. She did the same exact thing, but with a CD.
A TV?
A CD. She
a CD, yeah.
She put the same exact song on the CD.
What?
And just to be a B or funny, she thought she was being funny. The song was "Who Let the Dogs Out."
Oh.
So she puts that on, late on like a Thanksgiving, when everybody starts drinking and we're all partying. She got through. She's a strong woman.
Okay.
She successfully defended the stereo for 3 songs, 3 iterations of that song.
Wow.
Before I finally got to the CD player and broke that CD. Yeah.
You broke the CD. Dude, that's amazing. What's your sister's name?
My cousin.
Cousin, what's her name?
Natal.
Natal, that's gorgeous. Is she single or what?
No, very married.
So you're saying there's a chance? No, I'm just kidding. That's awesome. Well, tell her that
she's older than me. She's like 4 years older than me.
I don't know what that means, but don't tell me her age. If she hears this, she will break your hands.
Let's just say that I still hate that song to this day. I haven't heard it since.
I hated it since I first heard it. It's so bad.
I'm pretty sure that she overheard me saying that I hate that song, and that's the reason why she made the CD.
You know what? Correlation is not causation, but in that one, I feel like that's empirical. I know about sisters.
Whose sister?
Levelish, is that you talking?
Cousin, yeah, cousin. She was my
cousin. Gosh,
yeah.
Why am I saying sister?
That's weird.
Maybe you have a sister that reminds you of her.
I mean, I have strong-willed sisters and brothers, but it's not. I don't think it's like that.
She was a beast, dude. She did like gymnastics for 10 years. She had bigger shoulders than me at the time.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Gymnasts, man. I don't know if that'd be a good or bad thing. You see that there's somebody posted a GIF the other day of this muscular girl squeezing a watermelon in between her legs and breaking it.
Yeah, she's not quite that big. No, that was a big girl.
Big girl. Yeah.
The girl crushing the watermelons could compete in WWE.
Yeah, shit. I certainly couldn't do that, no matter how much I work my life. Maybe I could. I don't know. I think women have better, situations for such activities than men. And I'm talking about child rearing. That's the only thing I'm talking about. So, I'm going to try to fill the dead air with nonsense. No, I want to talk about curved adjacents. Huey keeps trying to bring it up, and we aren't really focusing on it. You don't want to talk about it. I just want to know, real quick, where are they? First, the Globers need.
I don't know what a curved adjacent is.
Yeah, it's not possible. Is what I'm saying.
Not a thing.
So listen.
Okay.
But the Globers don't even address it. Number one, I think because it's maybe the last nail in the coffin. We've thought that we've seen it before with black swans and such. This may be it. So that's number one, and number two. There's nothing they could say about it because none of them have tested anything about this. One of the greatest things I've heard so many Globers say, I'm going to go out and navigate with this and do this, that, and the other, gyroscope and sextants, and I'm like, okay, man, that's a lot of footage if you want to do that. go right ahead. No one's going to do that. Not at all. Because if you navigate, you go, you need to plot a course. You're not going to be doing it on a globe, especially when you use the sextant. Adjacent lines, etc. So anyway, the Globers aren't talking about it. Usually they try to attack it and such. They try to attack the Black Swan a lot. Then they gave up because, obviously it's self-explanatory. But this one, they're not even, nobody's trying to even argue or talk about. It's disheartening. In a good way.
Wise, and if you want to hop up into the VC check-in, we'll get you checked in and give you a roll.
Wisen, are you here? Is that your little puppy that you dressed up? I can hear you. You are unmuted.
He fixed that.
Speak here. This is a place for you to speak, so that's why I unmuted you.
Yeah, hello. Welcome.
Hi. Welcome.
That's quite the puppy. That is a dapper young man.
That's why I asked, and it's awesome. Did you see my cat?
No. Hang on, where's your cat?
He's in a mailbox.
Hey, Wisen, who let the dog out?
Mine's 6 weeks old. In that picture, of course.
I can't see. Is it in the live stream voice text?
What?
It's his PFP.
Yeah, just click on my name.
Gosh, I'm going.
No, you're okay. You're okay. He has a picture in his name as well, or in his picture, PFP. Yeah.
Oh, okay. God, Justin, I never even noticed that's what that was. I kind of couldn't tell.
No, you don't notice it until you actually click on it, and then you're like, "Whoa, yeah, that is a cat."
Are you mad that I didn't actually click on it to see the bigger version?
That's what most people don't do. Yeah.
Okay, good.
That dog is literally
doesn't bother
smiling.
me. Yeah, and the dog is. Yeah, that's why I asked. The dog is literally smiling.
Like I said, dapper, looking sharp. Even with the tongue out. In fact, the tongue out makes it even better. Yeah, what's the cat's name?
Loki.
Oh, that's cute. I like that a lot. Loki. Good colors in that picture, too.
A little bit mischief.
I mean, if he's eating your mail, yeah, I'm sure you had a talking to or two with him.
But he was fun. He's been fun, and he's 11 years old right now. He's still just the love. I love him.
That's awesome.
Have you ever ordered catnip in the mail?
No, I got it from the store, and it's real. I mean, he freaks out every time I get like a catnip toy. It's all laced with it, so he just freaks the hell out, and he starts licking it. They're like literally licking it. There's sopping wet every single time He's like a dog. On catnip, of course.
For sure.
Just leveled. Feel free to speak up. You're not interrupting anything.
I also.
Yeah,
sorry.
No, also, what?
We have fake ball.
I didn't see him join. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, and now yep. Anyway, hi, fake ball.
Oh, you're listening.
I know you're. Yeah, it's great that you're listening. Do you want to also speak?
That's funny. I was like, I have to click on this to see if that's his real name. Because he is a Glober, of course, and that makes sense.
Yep. Nah, I'm procrastinating, studying right now, and if I speak, my parents will kill me.
Ah, yes.
Hey, here's something. No, they won't. They'll punish you, though.
that goes to his meetings at football games and baseball games, but because he has a screen in the back of him, a green screen, and his laptop's connected to a case right in front of him, like one of those computers in a police car is like, it's just like attached to the. So he's walking around with it, and it looks like he's in a meeting.
I saw a guy riding a motorcycle. Same thing. He had a green screen on his motorcycle.
Funny. Because you can be anywhere. You can be anywhere and just have a background of your home, in the CGI film. But anyone in the picture, he's jumping around and cheering and stuff, and everyone's like, "What are you doing?"
Just leveled, Justin. Just leveled. Would like to know if you could get his name changed back. I don't know, what was it? Just leveled.
Just questions.
Yeah, I don't know if you can. Okay, but yeah, it was just questions.
You're welcome.
So the last time I was here, question about cars rotating direction.
Yeah.
Direction south provided a really good for that.
I'm very sorry, but that mic. Whew.
I'm really trying with.
I know.
It's just your mic. It sounds like it's got static, which means that there may be a grounding issue, and you may need to reconnect or unplug and replug things in, or restart your computer.
That could work.
Perhaps.
I heard something about the last time he was in. He had a question about the Earth's spin, and then something about direction. But then I heard south, so I'm not sure where he was going with that.
I don't know. Is the mic any better now?
Yeah, we can hear you anyway.
Awesome. I mean, if the mic is an issue, just let me know.
Well, there's a lot of static, but at least you're not cutting in and out. We can at least get what you're saying. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry about the static. I don't know how to fix that. So the question that I had last time I was here was about the different directions of rotation when facing north and south of the stars. And there was someone who provided a really good GIF where they had a person looking north and the stars rotated one way, and then they turned around and the stars rotated the opposite direction.
Well, you do realize that they're still going. The stars are going the same direction. The only thing that's moving is you. So it's your perspective. It's your perspective from you to the stars that you're changing.
Yep. That's yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to get to.
Okay.
Right, and you always see the stars moving across the sky, not that you're rotating underneath them, causing an apparent deflection, right?
Yeah. So my question, as a follow-on to that, is what would happen in that situation where I look north and the stars rotate clockwise, I turn south and the stars rotate counterclockwise? What would happen if I walked north from there? Like, what if I walked toward that center of rotation?
Your premise of the question is wrong.
I'm sorry, what?
You said if I look north, they go one direction, and then if I turn around, they go the other direction. That's not how it works. You'd have to move your whole body, not just turn your body. You'd have to go to the south.
You're basing, like, the way you form the question is you're basing the movement of the stars relative to you, and the movement of the stars are relative to the north. So they're still going in the same direction relative to north, right? It's going around the center and in the same direction. But if you change your perspective, you're only changing you. So it's going to, if you do it relative to you, then
yeah, they're all moving in the same direction. It's just a matter of which way I face.
And where you're at on the plane.
Okay. So if I face one direction, north, for example, and I walk that direction, what happens to the rotation?
They all rise in the east and set in the west. It doesn't matter where you're at on the plane.
So will the center of rotation change position, because God, I wish someone would upload this GIF that I saw because it was really effective.
Yeah, I
It
know.
showed a
I know what
person
GIF you're talking about. I just don't have it. It's like the paper towel roll GIF. If anybody
Yeah.
recognize, yeah, I don't have it.
Yeah. Okay. But so if
DM
if
it to
I
me.
point,
I have it.
There you go.
Yeah, that one.
yeah, that one exactly. Yep. Awesome. So if I walk toward one of those centers of rotation, like if I pick one of those centers of rotation and walk that direction, what will happen to the rotation? I'm sorry, could you hear me on that one?
Yeah, we can hear you, and we can hear the neighbor's static from their TV as well. But that's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know how
I'm
to fix
just,
that.
man. Listen, don't let me
Way
mess
to
with you.
get on his balls, Gladflow.
Sorry, continue. He's making a point.
Yeah, so like
all that's going to happen is you're going to change the position you are relative to the center of movement, right? The center of rotation of the stars.
So if I walk towards one axis of that paper towel roll, would the center of rotation change position in the sky?
The center of rotation stays the same. You are changing your location to the relative to the center of rotation. That's the only thing that's changing.
Okay, so if let's say that I'm sitting on the equator and I was looking due north, I would see the stars rotate I gotta remember. Okay, counterclockwise. But if I turned around and faced to the south, it would be I'm backwards. I'm sorry.
But when you say counterclockwise, you're talking relative to you.
Yeah,
right?
again, like I'm looking at the GIF, right? So, if I look at one end of the paper towel roll, right, it's rotating counterclockwise when I face one way, and clockwise when I face the other way, right?
No. I mean, unless I'm understanding your question wrong, you're saying on the equator you look one direction and they're rotating one direction, and you turn your back 180 and they're spinning the other direction. No, I don't. No, I don't think that's correct.
Okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding what the GIF is saying then.
Okay, so when you talk about which direction they're spinning, you instead of doing it like relative to you, so if do it relative to the center of rotation, and you would understand it a lot better. Because if you go
again, I'm just trying to go off of what the GIF is saying, right? So if I look one direction, they're rotating counterclockwise, and then I turn around
relative to you,
and
yeah,
they're rotating clockwise, right?
relative to you,
Relative
yes.
to me,
They're
yes,
not.
right?
They're not. They're not changing
No,
their
they're not
direction.
changing direction.
Yeah.
No,
You are.
I'm facing different directions, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so what would happen if I walked towards one of those centers of rotation?
Well, they're still going to move the same. Now, if you put yourself like if you put yourself on the other side of the center, then I mean you're going to have a different perspective.
So let's just take the counterclockwise rotation. Right, there is some axis around which the stars are rotating counterclockwise, right? When I face one direction. Hello?
Yeah, I didn't quite catch what you just said. Maybe someone else heard all of it.
They're confusing ass questions, but go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Okay, so can I face just one direction and see the stars rotating counterclockwise?
No, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't matter where you're at on the surface of the Earth. All stars rise in the rise in the east and set in the west.
So if I face north, the stars will rotate counterclockwise. If I face south, they will rotate clockwise. Correct?
I'm going to be honest, man. I've never been south of the equator, so I don't know. I have trouble picturing it in my mind's eye. So
I'm just, yeah. I mean, I'm just.
Instead of saying clockwise and counter.
I'm only going off of the GIF that was just posted.
Okay,
it's
well,
right there.
It's and it's pointing out perspective, because if you there, it's moving the same direction. The only thing you're doing is changing your perspective.
Right.
So maybe
exactly.
maybe if you talk like east to west instead of clockwise and counter, because if you change your perspective, and if you're talking about clockwise and counterclockwise relative to you, then it's going to get confusing.
Okay, if I face one direction and focus my view on the direction, on the center of rotation, the stars will rotate one direction. If I turn 180 degrees, they will rotate the opposite direction, right? Okay, well, I'm sorry I couldn't be clear.
Well, let's back it up a little. Are you advocating for the globe or for the flat Earth?
I'm merely asking a question about the GIF that has been posted.
Oh, let me see. Let me help. Hold on. Let me get there.
You have to understand that what that gift was designed to inform you of is that the rotation of the stars are not changing. The only thing that is changing is your apparency. What's the words I'm looking for? Your apparent direction of viewing those stars. The stars themselves in the south aren't actually going the other direction. It's just that they appear to you because of the way you're looking at them to go the other direction.
Right. And then, so if I look north,
listen.
Stars will rotate counterclockwise, and if I turn around and face south, the stars will rotate clockwise.
Let me ask you a question.
The stars aren't actually changing the direction of the rotation. I'm just changing my perspective.
Correct.
Yes. Look at. I want you to
awesome.
Focus on the cardboard. Focus on that GIF.
Okay, yeah, I
listen.
have. Listen.
Hey,
I've thought a lot about this.
Hey,
I really have. Okay, I'm gonna be shut it down. Okay.
Focus on the GIF. Okay. Does the cardboard when the perspective of the guy starts turning, does the cardboard stop and then start spinning the other direction? No. The only thing that's changing is you. The stars aren't changing. You're looking at the ceiling, and you are the one changing, not the stars.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know. I don't understand what other question you need to put on top of that.
Okay, so this is the question that I want to ask. If I focus on one center of rotation, the center of rotation counterclockwise, and I walk that direction, what happens to the center of rotation?
I don't know, man. I can't answer that question. I don't even know what it is you're trying to ask, to be honest with you. So I don't want to talk out of my ass. So
if I focus north, the stars will rotate counterclockwise. If I turn around, the stars are rotating clockwise. The stars haven't actually changed direction of rotation. I've only changed my perspective. We're all okay with that, right?
If you're in North America and the stars are rotating east to west, you cannot stay in North America and just turn around and the stars are suddenly going the other direction. That's how you keep asking the question over and over again. I'm telling
I
you
think
that's a false premise.
I think I might be able to help a little bit here.
Go
if
for
you guys
it,
don't
bro.
mind.
Please.
What's up? Yeah, this is an issue that I think should be clarified and worked out, maybe looked into like intensively by everybody to figure out exactly what's going on. But I often bring up a guy that used to be in the conversation back in 2015, 2016, and he left the flat earth discussion to figure out on his own what it might be. That's the deal with the southern star rotations. Because he was a firm believer that there is two sets of stars, two spirals in the sky adjacent to each other, not on the top and the bottom of a ball. And that it actually is a flat earth proof, because if those two rotations, counterclockwise and clockwise, are feeding off of each other, like thermodynamics, just like when you put the filings on a piece of paper with the anode and the cathode, and then you see that pattern, that's the electromagnetic pattern. So that's one possibility. I sent you the presentation that he did. I also put it in the live stream for you to check it out. It's the only thing that you can see of him right now because he took his channel down to hide from the New World Order at the moment. But he did do a presentation on sun and moon. And one of the main things that we used to say was like the globe killer was the southern star rotations. And it's not just as simple as saying they move east to west necessarily, because they're first of all, they're circular. So they go in circular patterns, they're going opposite directions, possibly a full spectrum of both sets of stars on one side and the other, but they're adjacent, they're across from each other. It's over a flat plane still. There's also other options as far as answers to this, which is that there could be a reflection going on the outer part of said dome, where even the southern tip of each continent might be seeing what looks like another set of spiraling stars. But it's just the way that the dome effect has on the stars above. And that could be, that's there's a video where you can see that happening with a paperweight, a glass paperweight, and you can see that kind of effect happening. And that would happen no matter where you are. If you get out closer towards the whatever, if there is a dome, and there's another channel that I'll post that gives a good answer on how that might be happening, and he actually identifies in the south what he thinks looks like the same constellations, but people think that they're different constellations because they are warped and they're kind of spread out. And he goes into detail with like, okay, here's the same constellation, but the reason it doesn't look like the same constellation is because the effect of this said dome is making them stretched out in different pattern, it looks like. So that's another possible answer. So I'm not trying to claim that my friend had the actual answer to this, but he seems to have been pretty confident that it was important because things kind of work in pairs, just having one circling star pattern may not be what we would observe or what we would assume, I guess, or what we would guess, because things kind of work like that, like the anode and the cathode, the electromagnetic funneling, the vortex that feeds off of each other, just like thermodynamics or the circulation in your lungs or brain. Everything kind of has a pair. And if that's the case, then that would make sense this way. I know I just grandstanded a little bit, but does that help at all?
Dude. That's all. I don't know. I don't know if it was for him. That's way over my pay grade. I just wanted to reiterate that you don't stand in North America and look one direction and then turn your back 180 and they're suddenly going the other direction. And you don't stand in Australia and look one direction and they're spinning one direction and then turn your back 180 and they're spinning the other direction. That's really the only point I was trying to make. So, and he kept asking. He's asking the question the same way over and over.
By other direction, do you mean east to west, or do you mean clockwise versus counterclockwise?
Well, that's the confusing part because they all run through the center. The area we have the most visual of both of them, they're going east to west through the middle, and it seems like they're parallel to each other because they're going through the celestial equator. And this was kind of important also in his presentation where he talks about that there's a celestial equator, and it's not the same as the equator, which we're told about with the globe. And there's an equator circle for a flat Earth, which is totally different than the perimeter of a ball, like the widest part of a ball, but it is the center circle still, and there's a totally different circle for that does not meet up with the celestial equator, which is right where the Orion's belt runs down the center. And what's important about that is that there's monuments all across from Tonga all the way over to Easter Island, all across the plane that seem to align with Orion's belt. And just like the pyramid, the three Giza pyramids do. But it seems like the ancients put structures there that were permanently marked so that they would know the time and date that they could look up in the sky and see Orion, and they would know where they are. Okay, yeah, there's a lot more to it. I kind of went off on a little bit of a tangent, sorry. But I put his thing in, I sent you his, he's really good at explaining it. I sent you his video, and I put that in the live stream, and I'll also put the other one from this other channel called, let's see, No Fanfare, that has the reflection explanation.
Okay.
So there's a couple things.
I mean, I will take my time with those and look at them and
cool.
A criticism that I think is fair. It really doesn't address my question.
It does though. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What's your question?
Which is, if I face one direction in the equator, say due north, stars will rotate counterclockwise. If I face the other direction to the south, the stars will rotate clockwise. That is not a change in the direction of the rotation of the stars. It's merely a change in my perception of the rotation, right?
That's one explanation. I'm not saying that that's the right explanation. That is one way of explaining it, yes. But according to my friend that I was telling you about, and some other people as well, there's two sets of stars, two spiraling sets of stars with their own center adjacent across from each other over the flat plane, right? So, and one's going clockwise, one set of stars is going clockwise, and the other set of stars is going counterclockwise. It's not necessarily just your perspective.
Again, like I would be happy to look at these things that you posted, and I would be happy to respond on those. Since I don't really have the time or the interest at this moment, I just get confirmation that if I stand on the equator and face one direction, the stars will rotate counterclockwise. And if I turn around 180 degrees, the stars will rotate clockwise.
I would say yes. That's correct.
Does anyone object to that?
Well, I mean, it depends on what clockwise relative to what. Like, is it relative to Earth because they're going to go in the same direction, or is it relative to you?
Relative to the observer.
Okay.
Relative to the observer.
Yeah, it's one of those things that most people don't have a clear answer to because we can't know for sure exactly what's going on with the South because we don't have a correct map yet. A full 100% correct map for the flat Earth because the continents need to be laid out. But that's the thing. It's like that's the reason you're not getting responses. I'm just explaining why people aren't responding with confidence because no one knows exactly what's going on with the southern stars. There's lots of different answers for what you're saying.
Okay,
but if I had to guess, I would say yes. One is clockwise, the other one's counterclockwise.
I'm trying to.
We don't have all the answers, is what I'm saying.
I'm trying to understand this GIF of a person that is turning a paper towel tube in a single direction, and if the person faces one direction, there is a center of rotation around which things rotate counterclockwise, and then they turn around 180 degrees and things rotate clockwise.
Okay.
Is that not what the GIF is demonstrating?
That's what if you're just trying to understand the GIF, that's what the GIF is demonstrating, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought you were trying to get an explanation. This GIF isn't necessarily what's going on, but yeah. This GIF is saying basically it's all about perspective.
So basically, you wouldn't have had any questions at all if that little guy in the yellow shirt wasn't on the GIF, is what you're saying?
No,
No, answer my question. If the guy with the yellow shirt wasn't on the GIF, you wouldn't have any questions at all, is what you're saying. Because you keep on talking about the guy with the GIF.
Well, no. Your mic's kind of bad too, bro. It's a lot of static when you talk. So.
I'm sorry that's happening.
Sorry. How new to you are you on this subject? Like, are you just trying to figure it out right now, or are you kind of more?
I'm trying to understand.
Right. Cool. That's what we're here for. I'll send you a bunch of links besides the one I already sent you. That'll help out. But it takes a long time to.
No, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. I'm trying to understand this from a very basic perspective.
Well, why wouldn't you want to have as much information as possible?
Because it's only going to confuse the question. So if I face...
No, I'm not talking. Well, why is this one question the most important thing? Wouldn't you want to know about the whole thing?
I can't even speak on this.
We already explained it to you. Yes, that's what that GIF. Okay, that GIF is saying yes. It's all about perspective. You look one way, is rotating this.
Okay, great. So let's just go from there. Very basic, like just simple level by level thing, building up an understanding.
He's trying to get an I gotcha, bro. New perspective. He's trying to get an I gotcha. Is basically what's going on. No, it's 100%.
Sorry.
I don't know. I sent you those links anyway. By the way, there's a lot of stuff there to look at. If you're interested in this subject, you can't just focus on one GIF and make that the most important thing.
Right, and also you can't make any claims about any star movements without axial rotation for the globe, and there's no experiment for axial rotation. So what you see is the stars moving, right, and they're all moving east to west. So that's the bottom line.
So all stars are moving east to west. Yes. If I face north, then the stars are rotating counterclockwise.
Why do you jump from here? I've got a question. I've got a really good question because I'm trying to understand why it's okay for you to talk about the stars' movements east to west until you get to this point, and then you go from east to west to clockwise and counterclockwise because you're changing. When you do that, when you say east to west, it's like you're changing your entire perspective, your entire premise of the question. Because
I'm merely turning around 180 degrees.
I know, but listen, there's no consistency.
I'm facing one direction.
I'm making a point here.
180 degrees and face the other direction.
I'm making a point why there's so much confusion because you are changing the premise. I'm not
changing the premise.
Hang on just a second because you are.
Stop.
Like in the beginning.
Please put a picture. It doesn't matter what picture it is. Put it up on top of your ceiling, okay? And then go to the one side of your room and look up, okay? Now go to the other side of the room and look up. It turned upside down. You never touched the picture.
I just want to point out that you are changing it because the perspective that you're talking about when you begin, you're talking about the stars moving east to west. You're talking about them relative to
really
north.
Frustrated because I keep getting shouted down.
Well, listen, and I'll explain to you why. Because you're talking about the stars.
Explain to me. I don't want you to explain to me.
You know what?
Because you're talking about.
You're coming in here yelling at people
like you. So that we can see and understand.
You don't want to listen to anything that's said.
But I
wanted ketchup instead of mustard.
Well, we can't listen, okay, if you just talk.
You can't change the perspective of so you can't go from them going east to west. So talking about the perspective being relative to north, and then in the middle of it, change your perspective of it being relative to the observer. You need to stick with either relative to the observer from the beginning or stick with it relative to north. You can't just hop back and forth.
Well, okay, even if he's not doing that, I think Levelist had it right because he was trying to get us all on the same page.
Yeah, but that's how he was doing it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to set it up so everyone's agreeing, and then somehow he's going to try to turn it around. Maybe that's not right. If we're suspecting that that's what you're trying to do and we're wrong, let us know now. If you're just trying to understand, you've had many answers to this already. It is just a matter of perspective. That's one way of explaining it. Not everybody's going to agree about the southern star rotations here, though.
He was looking to put a quote on it. He wanted some parentheses around the statement.
Yeah. He wanted to shut everybody down with one way. If that's not true, let us know, bro.
Or not, or just go.
The fact that he didn't want any
away.
other links is suspicious. The fact that he doesn't want further information about this, it doesn't make any sense. He's really interested in the topic.
Yep. I mean, listen. There could be something else going on. Devil's advocate, really quickly.
Of course.
Right. Cognitive dissonance makes it hard. Sorry, what's that?
You're hot mic and new perspective.
Anyway, he might be going through a little bit of cognitive dissonance. He does sound frustrated, and he's being honest about that, and I get it. So maybe it needs to sink in a little bit before he comes back, or I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, you can't get any clarity. There has to be some coherency to it. So if you start out from the perspective of the observer, then you got to remain with the perspective of the observer. If you start out with perspective to north, you have to remain through the entire premise, through the entire question, or the entire statement as the perspective being relative to north. You can't flip-flop.
I don't think his brain is comprehending what's being said, though, because he's getting so frustrated.
Well, maybe. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, his question changed, though. In the beginning, he was making it sound as if you're standing in the middle of North America and the stars are spinning and you face the exact opposite direction, they'll spin the other way. That's how he started it. And then the question morphed to the equator. That's how he was trying to. I don't know. I've never been to the equator. I have no idea. Like,
I've been close.
I mean, did he say that? Did he say anything about going and measuring out the curvature? Did we even talk about the curvature?
No. At no point did anybody discuss the actual dirt of the ground we walk on. No.
Yeah, maybe we should go over the curvature with him first.
That's not what he wanted to talk about. He didn't want to talk. He didn't want to get off topic. That's the only thing he wanted to talk about was these stars.
For those two reasons. One, yes, all we're talking about is the Earth, and two, because it got him triggered. So that could mean to me it only means one thing. He's giving it critical thought, and it hurts his brain feelings.
Well, he's only looking at the stars when he's not even looking at the ground itself.
No, I know that, but hear me out. His question is hyper specific, which is good. An old dude said something in YouTube chat too that should be taken into consideration. Anyway, he gets the idea. This man, this guy in here, the new guy. Gosh, I can't talk. Mm-hmm. He says he gets it. Old dude says he gets it, but he wants confirmation on why people say it's a direction change, which is a valid question, I suppose. But again, it is.
Well, it's not.
No, go ahead. You're fine. It is the sky. That's all I wanted to say. It's the sky, not the ground.
Yeah. Well, to answer, that's why I say he starts out with direction relative to north, and then he goes to direction relative to the observer, and it's all that is going to do is just cause confusion, and it allows someone to misrepresent what someone says later. Like, regardless of whether or not that's what he's going to do, you can't even have a coherent conversation if you're going to change the perspective. You can't change the perspective. You have to stay consistent from the beginning to the end, because in the beginning you're talking about direction because it's relative to north, but halfway through you're just talking about perspective, not direction. But
the little tantrum didn't help anything either. That was actually quite funny, but
well, I mean, he can
hard not to laugh.
He can be unmuted if he can just have. But I also want to point him to this. If he's trying to make any claims to support a globe or whatever, like, I'd like for him to see and to direct him to this video. I posted it earlier of the southern stars actually seen from above 27 degrees north latitude, which would be completely and absolutely impossible on a globe, even though the stars doesn't tell us anything about the ground we're walking on. If you're going to try to determine what the ground is, you got to talk about the ground.
Right, that's why I brought it up twice, that he's still seeing the stars move, and he can't make a premise without axial rotation for the globe.
Hey guys, I was thinking about getting some custom boots. Do you think they're going to measure my head, or do you think they'll measure my feet?
Probably your fingernails.
right? And then we're going to talk about the price in China to make sure we got that right before we get started on making the boots. Because, if you make them wrong, it's very expensive.
The only time is if I buy the boots and they throw in the cowboy hat for free. Then I want to measure in my head, Hank.
There you go.
Free cowboy hats. Oh, no. The tourists, they don't get no free. No.
So wait, did Captain Start and Static leave?
He said,
He
I
needed
got
to take a
upset,
break.
so I'm taking a break.
Oh, that's awesome. God, he's honest. I will say that, and I like it. Hope he's still listening. Dude, just let it sink in. You're going to be fine. Yeah, come back anytime, man.
But these guys come in and they've obviously read somewhere that flat earthers can't explain the South Celestial Star rotation.
Exactly.
And therefore, he's come in thinking he's already won the argument and cannot actually listen to anything being said.
Yep.
Because we as flat earthers, we don't have an answer for this. So how can we be answering him if we don't have an answer for this?
That's how they get you.
We have possible answers.
That's how they get you. They assume humans have everything figured out. So if there's somebody that goes against the official narrative cannot explain, it has to be wrong because, again, majority of people are under the assumption that we're the highest, on the food chain ever in history. Our technology's the best. Everything's the best, and that's just patently not true. There's a lot we don't know, and it's okay to say I don't know. That's one of the best things to say when you're researching, you're actually learning is I don't know. Let's find out. Go ahead.
Yeah, very true. But there was purposeful intent in something in like the motive or intent in the way that he was formulating the question. Because if he was just cognitively going to go from east to west and use actual direction and then jump to clockwise and counterclockwise relative to the perspective of the viewer, then the second time he asked it, he would have began with it clockwise and counterclockwise. He wouldn't have, but it's at the same point in the question every time. He starts out with east to west, and then he, at the exact same point in the question, every single time he asked is when he jumps to clockwise and counterclockwise relative to the observer. There's a reason why he's switching it there. Like, he's going to have to pick one or the other and stay consistent with it, or there's going to be confusion in the question and the answers that he gets. It's not going to make any sense.
Well, this topic I think is frustrating, even for people on our side that want to have answers to it. Because if we say that the stars move east to west, well, on a flat Earth, the stars going in a circle, west is clockwise and east is counterclockwise, technically, right? But that's not really the way. If we're talking about two sets of stars and they are actually doing opposite turns, then that's totally different. They do go east to west through the celestial equator up through the middle, but then they're going to go 360 degrees separate from each other, circle around and meet each other again on the other side. And so circular is not necessarily east to west. And that's what's always frustrated me about this. But if our only answer is all the stars move east to west, as if that answers everything, it doesn't, necessarily. Right. And they're circular patterns. So it's not east to west, it's circular, right? We see the circles. We can do the time elapse and see their circular patterns. So does that mean east to west? No, it means circular. It's either clockwise or counterclockwise. Whether it's a reflection causing the Southern Star Trail illusion or whether there's actually Southern Star Trails is kind of an important thing to figure out, regardless of which side you're on, right? Not that we could figure it out, but it's interesting to definitely have some more answers than just they move east to west, because that's not good enough in a lot of people's book. And that's what the ballers think they have a win every time they bring up the Southern Star rotations. And they have kids like this convinced that proves a globe. And they think that they can shut us down with one, example. And if we just have one answer for it, maybe there's more to it. Maybe watch that E1's idea about it, the thermodynamics with the electromagnetic fields working the same way. That's a good example, of how it might work. But the paperweight's also a good one. But yeah, you can see like two sets of stars. Like the XO just posted one. And it looks like there's two sets of stars, but they're not on the top and the bottom of the ball. You'd never be able to see both of the centers from even at the equator, you would never
So-
see the center of both.
Yeah, would it be an Easter egg? Like that's what it reminds me of. If it's a sphere, it'd be like an Easter egg. Like you're twisting it in the center, and you're going to open it up or something. Like where's
It's like a hinged Easter egg with both halves open. Yeah,
Where's
like
that
a
second
double
photo
dome.
from?
I call myself a titty earther sometimes.
XO, where's that second photo? Where's that from?
A what? A what earther?
Hey,
What'd you
yo,
say?
have y'all been?
A titty
heard
earther.
a titty.
I'm a
Hey, have
titty
y'all
earther.
been a titty earther?
Gotcha.
Uh
Have
oh.
y'all been?
Two
Have y'all been
celestial
watching?
domes.
Have y'all
Halves.
been watching the NASA DART mission launch?
No.
I posted the link. It's a double asteroid redirection test.
Anything good?
Well, they're trying to collide with an asteroid supposedly to try to redirect it. They should. It was funny what the guy was explaining a few minutes ago. I can't recall exactly what he said, but the guy that was responding did not sound amused. He was like, "Well, that's very interesting." It was hilarious.
Oh, there was a really good video from Flat Earth Banjo that I watched last night. He was a repost from something that came out in 2016 that I can't believe we haven't been watching or using all the time. It's crazy. Oh, actually, Truth Prevails. Remember how we were talking about whether the one video or the few videos from that one guy that had like the sun in the clouds, and it looks like the sun's actually like in the clouds right there, you know? And there's, a lot of people don't like us to bring that up or want anyone to even mention it because they think that's impossible. There's no way it's that close.
I mean, I don't care what people like and what they don't
No,
like.
I'm just
I mean,
referring to it. Like,
yeah,
I
I
know there
know.
was an issue at one point, right? So, but there's this one video I'll post it right now that's just like it sees this. It's a high altitude balloon.
It's
that
like if they
shows-
want to deny observation, then cool, it's on them.
Right. It's just a matter of if it's disinformation or whatever, I guess. But this one's awesome. I'll put it in the live stream. It shows both the sun and the moon, and it goes back and forth, and it's this really long shot, and it's above, just above the clouds, and it's showing the sun, showing the moon. It goes back and forth, and the moon is totally bright, totally not reflecting the sun's light. It's got its own light. It looks like. I mean, the detail on this is just like, wow. Why haven't we seen this if it was available in 2016?
You know, so the kid that just got angry in here, it's almost as if he thought he was a mere seconds away from our answer, and then he was going to go collect Dave Weiss's 3 Bitcoin for proving globe Earth. And then he got threw a tantrum. You took my Bitcoin.
He just got frustrated. He'll be back. But it's like you can't prove anything about the Earth by looking at the lights in the sky anyway. If he's listening, just so that he knows if that was his intention.
Hey, Rush, you're hot micing, bro.
Oh, my bad, bro.
Is that is your scroll on your mouse? Is that what that is? That's awfully loud.
Apologies.
I've just never heard of a scroll be that loud.
But have you heard a squirrel be that loud?
If I heard of what?
Squirrel.
A squirrel? A squirrel.
Did you seriously just say squirrel? Because I literally
That's what I heard.
just went outside and I've been trying to trap this squirrel for like weeks now. Well, maybe like at least a week.
They bark, don't they? They bark loud.
I trapped him. It's like 1 o'clock, so I gotta go put him in the shed because I'm not sure I can't like drive anywhere to drop him off now. I want to set him free. But yeah, so I got this squirrel now to deal with.
What do you mean set him free? Like where?
Well, I trapped him in a live trap because I didn't want to kill him. So now I gotta go set him free in the wild, I guess.
Did you even
Did you use nuts as bait?
I did nuts and peanut
Nice.
butter, and it
Nice.
still wouldn't entice him. And I threw like old apples from the tree because it's winter now. And finally, I trapped him. But I feel bad for him.
What was he doing? Why was he bothering you?
Do you
because
live
he
like in
was-
the city or something?
No, I live in a town, but he was storing things in my shed. Yeah. So he
Somebody just wrote in.
I hope it's not a mommy with babies somewhere.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Is your name Rush because you love the band?
But honestly, if that was the case, give the shed. If it was a pregnant one.
Is your name Rush because you love the band Rush?
I have like 2 cats that come around. These with leftovers. There's like a yellow cat and a black cat. They're like a good luck charm. I seen it when I started my car. It was like late. When my headlight turned on, there it was.
Get a battery in that fire alarm.
So I asked one NASA. I went to the NASA Twitch, and I asked NASA how did they have gas pressure without a container. One of the moderators said gravity. I asked him which one.
So what is the nature of this world?
Somebody else with it there and asked if how fat is the Earth, NASA? You know, it took 3 months. They won't let you type unless you're following them for 3 months.
Yeah, all the comments on YouTube get set to for approval only now as well.
What is this on? Where's this at?
It is on Twitch.
It's coming everywhere. But you're talking about the comments thing, or what he's talking about with talking to
Yeah,
NASA?
like who's doing it? That a NASA one. Okay, I got you. Yeah, 3 months. Give them time to research. I guess if according to whatever kind of message you're trying to leave.
YouTube. I don't know if they already did, but YouTube's supposed to be getting rid of the thumbs down as well.
Oh yeah, I've seen that happening. Have you guys been getting those verifications that you're not a robot just on Google simply? Like you just load up Google and you just get it?
No, not me, not yet.
I've been getting it on my phone and my laptop.
Notifications about what? I missed that.
It's just a simple verification, like are you a robot or a human? And you just fill out like this. You like click the pictures. But I know it pops up sometimes if you're signing in, but it literally pops up when I type in Google, you know, for any
Just to use Google, it's asking that?
Yeah. So that simply means they're gatekeeping. So that's all. At least from this.
Someone's got a beeping fire alarm in the background. Is that yours?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the girl that came in was Rush. You're Rush. Do you love the band Rush? Is that why you use that name? The name? Or is there some other reason? We can hear you typing, by the way. Mike.
Oh, apologies.
No need to mute. No need to mute. We can still hear you typing. Rush.
Can you mute yourself when you're not speaking?
Rush.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm trying to push talk on. I'm just fixing the settings.
You just VC verified. Have you been around for a while?
Nice. Yeah, that should be better.
You flat Earth, or you just try to get information at this point?
I'm getting information.
All right, I'll send you some links.
I appreciate just posting on live stream. I enjoyed the conversation.
No, I'll DM you because it's too long to put the live stream. Yeah, start there. Mm-hmm. Flatter Solar. FE Solar, is he still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, what's up, bro? How are you?
I'm on top of the world. How are you?
Are you on top? Nice.
Always.
Good.
Always on top. Everyone's on top, you know?
Yeah, we're all on top.
We all are, yeah.
True. The logical consistency that all of us can experience it like that.
Bullshit.
Truth.
Yeah. Who's
Did
that?
you see the title of this guy that's speaking right now?
Which one?
Of
The
which
guy
guy?
is speaking in the NASA thing.
Oh, no. No, I haven't clicked on it.
He's a asteroid expert.
An asteroid expert. Okay.
I should watch this. Yeah, I'm gonna have a laugh.
Where's the link?
Asteroid.
What do you think the real numbers for viewership is on this stuff?
On this viewers, I definitely think there is about 10,000. Okay. And there's a few flat earthers in there.
They get muted really quickly. Their comments get deleted. There's like a team of people ready to take out any comments that are negative.
The one of the moderators' name is More On.
Or on. Nice.
Yeah.
It's appropriate. Hey, Flatter Solar, I sent you some DMs. I don't know if you check your DMs, but I sent you some videos to check out.
Is Just Questions muted still, or is he?
Oh yeah.
Able to speak?
He said he's going to come back. I don't know if he's here still.
Who's good?
Okay, well, I guarantee that question.
You're unmuted.
Just Questions.
You're unmuted, Just Questions.
So first off, I apologize for losing my temper earlier. It's just that I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I didn't really feel like I was getting an answer.
Well, did you read what I typed out? Like, if you start your premise with the perspective relative to north, maintain that perspective to the entire premise, because it's two different perspectives. If it's relative to north, and then relative to the observer, and the observer is moving, then it's two different perspectives. Okay. So just try to maintain whichever one you choose. Try to maintain it to the entire premise.
Okay.
Well, if you spend a lot of time thinking about this, what do you think about it? What are your thoughts about the whole thing?
Excellent question.
I've got
Excellent
questions out there. Which do you want me to answer?
You said you spent a lot of time thinking about this, right? So
Yes.
tell us what you've been thinking.
He's very holistic.
Your mic's really bad, by the way. You got a lot of screechy going
It sounds like somebody's cooking bacon right next to the mic, and you're in the other room talking to us.
And in a blizzard.
Just
I'm
unplug
going
it.
to restart my computer and see if that helps.
Just
I
unplug the
recommended
mic.
that a half an hour ago. Yes.
Yeah, because
Probably
the microphone doesn't work on the Flat Earth. That's for
Cooking bacon in a blizzard, you know?
So
Hey,
it
new
doesn't come in
perspective.
loud and clear? My audio's not loud and clear?
That
Yeah,
was
you're
the
good.
other guy.
Okay.
that sounds good. Maybe it was just your Jack. What,
Maybe you're
what do you think
jacked,
about
bro.
this? You said you spent a lot of time thinking about this. Tell us some of the things you've been thinking about this.
No, the guy with the microphone problem is still away from the computer.
Oh, he leave? Okay, so
Yeah,
somebody else.
that was Rush that was asking you if his
Oh,
microphone
okay,
was
cool.
okay.
Okay.
Hey,
Cool.
I
What's
asked
up,
no
Solar?
questions. I forgot them. I'm just
Right
curious
on.
on what you guys believe in holistically about the nature of the world. If there's a science of the human body that is like not well known by the masses.
Hey, Rush. Let's keep your questions to the Earth itself, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right?
You want to talk about dirt, or you want
He
to talk
was
about
he
water
was
on the
going to
Earth?
get there.
Yes.
Just be
Hey, hold on.
patient. He was
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
get
yeah.
there.
Hold on. Yep.
Go ahead, Rush. He was basically saying because the science of the body is so questionable in terms of actually how the physical body works, wouldn't it necessarily be just as questionable about the physical reality which we were taught at school? Is that where you were going, Rush?
I think we're landing on the same idea right there. You know, we see the root.
Yeah, there's this fallacy that humans like to feel as though they know everything. And then when they're proven wrong, now they know everything again because now they have the truth. And then they disregard any time that they were not factually accurate. For me, what blew my mind is, do you know when was the first time that we mapped an entire genetic sequence, the human genome?
I would say 2008.
Incorrect. The
Never.
very first time that we've ever mapped an entire genome was 2021, was this year. But yet we've already got genetic. So there's lots of papers about it. What we'd done previously is we'd learned to sequence. We'd learned to take pieces of the genetic code, but we'd never sequenced an entire code in its entirety. But yet we'd always been taught we
So what does that
sequence the
mean
genetic code
holistically? That we don't know?
as in from start to finish. So your
What is the nature
DNA
of
is
consciousness?
well, that's a different question. But
Yeah, I think
what
it
I'm
is
saying here
relevant.
is that we've been told since 2008 that we could genetically sequence the entire human genome, and that they'd found where all the cancers were, and that they'd found all our problems in our different cells and in our different genetics, and that now we were going to start creating designer babies. We were going to start manipulating the genome to achieve a desired end result. And then when you actually look deeper into it, you'll see that those are always, they decide on a start point and they decide on an end point, and then they map that sequence.
In
Which
silico.
means if I stacked dominoes and I decided to start from the 110th domino and go to the 300th domino, and there's 10,000 dominoes, do I really know what I'm talking about? Or do I only know between domino 100 and domino 300 what occurred between those sequences? So the very first time we've entirely mapped one complete human genome was this year. But yet we've had treatments out for the last 5 years already to manipulate genetics when we didn't even have the full sequence, or at least on this one, we've got the full sequence of this individual. It's not even the full sequence of all individuals. So it's just this fallaciousness that humans think that we're at this pinnacle of development and that we're always, we've got all the answers. So it's just about deciding in which order you want to arrange them now. But when you actually look deeper, you'll see that we're actually very incompetent. And it's nice then to believe we're super competent to not have to face the true weakness of being a human being. And that's why men are always wrong, and we should never trust men, because it's this progression of the ego. It's
I think
people's egos.
so. You think I want to see this equally, right? I don't understand what's the problem with the genetics, though. Where's the problem lie?
there's no problem with genetics. You just can't understand them. Men cannot understand the DNA sequence. They can't.
And how much of that, guys, do you think is pseudoscience itself? Like how do we trust that they've actually mapped the
They can't. They haven't. All they
genetics?
can do is say these things are similar, and here's an A, and this is a B, this is a C, this is a D, and then the final product, Cyrus, they have no idea what they can take your DNA and your wife's and have no idea what your child's going to look like every time. Never know.
I think that was Solar you're talking to, not Cyrus, but yeah.
No. Who are you?
So me? Oh, new perspective.
No, I was talking to you. I meant you then. Sorry. Yes.
Oh, okay.
You
No
reminded
problem.
me
Yeah,
of Cyrus.
I sound more like him, maybe.
Yes,
Yeah, I didn't
do,
think you would
definitely.
mix up Solar and Cyrus.
Solar is,
Hey,
definitely, yeah.
so Flat Earth Solar, isn't it true that when they take all those sequences or those particles of DNA, the computer still have to give the computer model a model to sequence them in, right? Isn't that called in silico, right? If I'm getting the technology correct, but they still have to put in how they want the computer to put those molecules together and say that it's a human genetic sequence, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And they've developed a technology also called CRISPR, which they now are using to edit the gene sequence. Now, if for example, you claim that you've seen every hand of poker that could ever be dealt, you'd probably be wrong, because in just 52 cards, to find the number of probabilities, it's 52 times 51 times 50 times 49 times 48 times 47, all the way till you complete. That is the number of probabilities of those cards flipping over in a specific sequence. And that's with 50 cards. Now, the human body has 4, like Exo just pointed out. There's 4 genetic things that we've assigned the value of A, G, S, and T, or whatever the RNA sequencer is, RNA. Now, that specific sequence that can continue to repeat, and by having either an active expression or a suppressed expression of that same gene, you now get exponentials of that probability. So, like Exo was saying, you can take a mother's genetics and a father's genetics. You could run 1 million tests, and you will never accurately determine what their child's genetics is going to be, because the probabilities are just too astronomical. But yet,
They would never tell you that.
we in our glory, in our human infinite ability, in the ego mind at least, we think we can do anything, achieve anything, go anywhere, like send men to Mars, send men to the moon. We can manipulate genetics, create perfect little babies that are going to be 100% perfect in every way that we want them to be. Where when you actually look at the gene editing sequence, what they were finding is that by editing one set of genes can completely turn off another set of genes. So by having this one gene expression, it activated a second gene or another gene expression.
Dr. Dumdog, if you want to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll follow you up. We'll get you a row, get you checked in.
Astronomical, that means space numbers.
Do we want to try with Dr. Dumb? Wow, just question. That's feedback you got there. You might want to mute yourself, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it's worse than ever.
It kind of came back on its own. So, Dr. Dumdog, are you here?
He's
You are
there.
unmuted. We're just trying to have a conversation with you.
He might not be ready to talk yet.
No, you're fine.
I'll give you the listening pass.
He
You
was
can
in.
visit our other rooms that we have down below.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. He was in the lobby asking, like, I didn't see everything that he posted, but he actually had some pretty good questions, and
Oh, good.
so I was looking
What was the
forward.
questions? Can you just
Well,
scroll
one
down?
of the ones that I saw him asking, he was asking about like gravity and
Okay.
the moon. It's like the moonlight observations that he was referring to, that he had seen where the moon didn't seem to be reflecting light, and it seemed, and he was talking about like density, and that it made him think that the moon was not a physical object. So I was kind of looking forward to talking to him. So maybe he'll feel comfortable enough here soon.
Yeah, please. Like I said, I just gave you the listening role, so if you want to.
But since you have the listener row, I'll go ahead and tell you that you can scroll to the bottom of the server and you can find additional information where there's useful links and resources. Probably an answer to just about any question that you have, but feel free to ask. And refrain from speaking the words COVID or vaccine in the server, and don't post anything relative to either of those. And you should be able to see the live stream voice text now. When you're in a voice channel, it's good to click onto that and follow along with it. And welcome to the server.
Coming up next, the Earth is still flat. News at 10.
Well, it's 11 now.
Yeah, 10 o'clock morning news. Stay tuned.
Evening news.
You missed the first broadcasting.
He did. I did.
You did.
Yes, I did.
You did.
We're just gonna play a rerun, so at 10 o'clock in the morning it'll be this letter.
Well, the good thing is it's Groundhog Day every day because the Globers never come with evidence, but they're always talking about it.
And supposedly the moon is what controls our tides?
And other cool stories you can tell yourself.
The moon doesn't like any of the lakes around the world, though. Huh? It only likes the ocean water.
Very biased, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I only like salt water. I don't like fresh water.
And for those things that they can't explain, they have black holes and dark matter.
They use that stuff because how is it going to be different? My theory is that black holes and dark matter and all that stuff is like, well, because it's in the dark and you can't see it, so we don't have to really show you anything. We can just say it's dark and in the dark and invisible, and that's that. What does it look like? Oh, it's a black hole. I mean, you can't really see it. You fucking kidding me? How do you know it's there? Oh, we see the results of the activity in the magnetospherical kind of. Yeah, I don't know.
Magnetic spherical.
Magnetospherical. Astronomical nanounits.
Hey, it's just as good as anything else.
It's so fucking ridiculous. It sounds like that's something that Globers would say, that NASA would say.
You mean that is something that they say?
Might as well be. Magnetospherical astronomical units. Is that what I said?
Yeah,
I don't
something
even
like
know.
that.
I don't even know.
I might get nitro again. They just sent me nitro offer for the first month free. Did everybody else get that? Or am I special?
Well, regardless of anything, you're special.
Especial.
Especialmente. I don't know why I did that.
I'll be quiet.
It's late here. That's my excuse.
It's even later for me, so does that mean I get away with a little bit more?
Yep.
It's like 3:30 a.m.
Yep, that's what it means.
This is the after party.
After what?
The after party after the party.
The after party after show. The after show after party.
Exactly.
Sorry, I got a call midway through my sentence, but I'm sure see Rush has left, so. XO, you still here?
Hey, what's going on?
I was just checking the other day, signing a card XOXOXO for hugs and kisses, and I suddenly thought, does the XO stand for kisses and hugs?
Close. As friendly as I am, that would clearly be the first assumption.
Yes, the
You guys
executive
are so
officer The executive officer of Kisses and Hugs. Hugs and Kisses. You bet.
The XO.
The kiss and hug. Yeah.
No, it's hug and kiss. X is a hug. O is a kiss. You know,
Shows how much
it's a French kiss.
I have no idea.
The X is a kiss. Normally you sign X.
No, it's not. X is a hug.
Argue. Okay, round one. Go.
Goes to me. I don't give a fuck about arguing. I get the round. Ready? There it is.
You're wrong. You're just like, you're using baller logic here.
Yes. Yeah. See how easy it is to just slip back into old behavior? I need a
Extra
meeting.
old.
Well, it depends which way you're looking. You know, if you're looking northwards towards the X, it can look like an O. But if you're looking southward towards an O, it can look like an X. So.
And what will happen if I start walking towards it?
No, you have to lay down first.
I think you're fairly young, though, aren't you, XO?
Black Flobe and I are about the same age. I think I'm a few months older than.
I'm older than you?
If I'm a few months older than you, I don't think that's possible.
Oh, I thought you said the other way around. Sorry, I was listening to something. Yeah. Yeah.
I was laughing in my head when he was like, I'm older than you.
And you're in your 30s.
Yeah, about to not be in my 30s in a few months. Yep.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, you guys are old.
Yeah, life starts at 40, guys.
Oh, good.
I don't know
I
yet.
feel like I've
I'm
done
not there yet.
a lot of living so far. Maybe not.
I had to switch my last name out because it was too derogatory, too many historical, instant kind of instigator.
The surname Hitler's not that bad, man.
Well, yeah, I don't know, a little extreme there. But yeah, they'd end up always bringing up that topic since I had a German machine gun in my name. But that was a 20-year-old name I came up with. I was a baby, you know. That was so. And then obviously everybody shortened it to Pillbox. But then I was only able to keep the last two letters. That's okay.
Justin, I think you're echoing feedback.
Yeah, about
Wait,
6 months
that's
ago.
actually
go ahead.
Bad thing. Sorry, 6 months. Sorry.
I was in a hangout about 6 months ago with a guy named G-Man, who's a Christian. He does an okay job sometimes, but he lacks on some of the specified details of the biblical word. Oh, Justin, you're just you're echoing. So, and there was a bunch of atheists joined. We had a nice evolution conversation. Of course, they got steamrolled, and their excuse for leaving was that I was a Nazi sympathizer because I had a German. So that was their excuse, of course, their whole team away. And I said, okay, no problem. I'll just change my name, conceding to it just because I was going to anyway. But I, of course, pretended as if I cared. But I got on it, changed my name, said, okay, where is everybody? The tumbleweeds are still blowing.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to make sure that my mic issue was fixed.
Well, it's evolved. It's getting better, but little issues.
Yeah. I'm
XO,
sorry.
What was the word you just used? Unbelievable.
Evolved.
I don't want to hear it. Nope, that was a faux pas, and you know it.
Evolved. I'm trying to hint at somebody's belief system. Since
I know.
Have issues understanding straight lines. Maybe we can go and see if we understand kittens.
So
if we lose them at straight lines, I don't know what to do.
XO, was it the MG42 or the STG44?
No, it was a 42. Always a 42. Yep.
The 44 was a pretty nice weapon as well. But
totally different.
I'm not sure if people saw what my post in the live stream voice chat was.
Well, don't worry about it. Just repeat it.
Okay. Yeah. So it was I lost my temper earlier because about a month ago I was on here and someone presented this idea of the rotating toilet paper roll and that things were rotating differently at both ends depending on which way you faced. And I spent a lot of time thinking about that and thinking about what the model meant and ran it by people and basically said to other globe earthers, hey, this is a shitty explanation. You shouldn't use this. And now I'm coming back here to re-engage.
Okay, well, the good news is that we don't need an explanation anyway because the stars move in a two-dimensional circular pattern above us, and everybody on Earth looks above to see the stars anyway. So it certainly doesn't even challenge the fact that we're on a stationary plane of existence. It actually proves that we are not moving, because you cannot have two concentric star trails moving in circles in a two-dimensional pattern if you're moving at all. That's just basic photography 1. That's why all these star trail photographers don't want to talk about it, because they know the Earth is not a ball.
If I can ask you a question, just
Sure.
questions. I think I know the answer, but what were the ballers' response when you told them that this is actually a really shitty example that can be easily disproved using a toilet roll, and that their touting of that flat earthers have no answer for this, and that this instantly disproves the flat earth because of counter-rotating celestial stars? What was their response when you showed them quite logically and simply that there is an answer, and it's a very good answer? In fact, it answers it perfectly, and you can demonstrate the answer. What was their response?
So you asked several questions there. So I don't know what you meant by there is a perfectly good explanation for that, but I can answer what they said in response to this is a bad argument. Did you want to hear that?
So let's just take it one step back then. Do
Okay.
you understand the argument about using a toilet roll, and that either end of the toilet roll will either be clockwise or anti-clockwise based on how you look at it? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay, so that was what I meant by a very simple and adequate explanation for counter-rotating, or it appearing to be counter-rotating based on changing the observer angle. That's the very simple, clear answer to it. The only question I asked was, what was their response to you trying to show them that there is a clear answer to that question?
So if I can just summarize, I want to make sure that I'm clear on what your question is. So the model that was presented is that facing one direction, the stars will rotate one way, and turning about 180 degrees, they will rotate the other way. That's not to say that they're rotating east to west and west to east in one way. That's not what I'm saying at all. Just that if you look at one direction, the stars rotating east to west, they'll rotate counterclockwise.
And?
Right?
Yes, and? We've been on this subject now for you to restart your computer and do all kinds of stuff. I just want to know what you're asking for.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on the question.
You're spot on so far.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah. And so your question is, what was their response when I said this is a shitty argument?
Correct.
Right? They asked why.
Because of the very detailed reason that you just managed to articulate very well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't mean to step on your toes. That was good. I'm sorry. I thought you were doing something else. Keep going, brother.
Okay. They asked why, and I explained to them exactly in those terms, because it is about which direction you face. And they said, huh, that's a good point, and we need to come up with a better line of argumentation.
And then did a victory lap because counter-rotating stars prove that the Earth can't be flat, right? So they listened to what you said and then disregarded what you said.
I can't confirm that they did a victory lap.
That should have been it.
So in my experience, trying to elucidate this very simple concept to a baller, they tend to say it matters not once you've completely demolished their entire point. And then 5 to 10 minutes later, they'll bring up the same point as their definitive evidence that it can't be flat.
Wonderful.
Oh yeah, they tried to push back with other arguments, and I told them to shut up and address the point.
That's a good move.
So this is how I want to address the point. If I face one center of rotation, say north, for example, and walk toward that direction, what does the center of rotation do as I move toward the north?
There is no rotation. There is no center of rotation. So it's a thought experiment in Narnia, effectively. The point of why I asked you that question about how they responded is that if you were, say, in a debate team and you saw that everyone in your debate squad was using an argument that was easily disproven, completely, would you still feel comfortable sitting with that debate team if you had to go and explain to them something we've already explained to them for 5 years, which they're unable to understand?
I found their responses lacking, and so I looked to myself and what I understand.
Excellent.
I don't know about debate teams. I've never been on a debate team. I don't know what that has to do with anything. So my question is, if I face north and I see the stars rising from east to west, they will be rotating counterclockwise around a center of rotation on the horizon. Am I wrong in stating that fact?
Okay, so now I understand what you meant. I thought you meant the Earth's center of rotation. Sorry. Yes, they do appear to turn in a circular fashion.
Yep.
And then that does imply that there would be a locus or a focal point, yes.
Yeah, and so if I walk toward that focus, what happens to that focus as I walk further towards it?
So due to the whole perspective thing that Truth Prevails was trying to elucidate earlier, everything that we experience in this world is affected by the shape of your eyeball. So when I stand next to a street light that's right near me, is it above me or is it near the horizon? The street light that's near me will be above me. And when I watch the successive street lights down the road, they each get lower and lower and lower to the horizon. Correct? They're not actually shorter. Every street light is the same height.
My question.
So I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. I just want to make sure that you understand.
And you'll let him finish.
Yeah, you got to let him finish. He's answering. You got to let him finish.
I just want to get some common ground so that when I give you the answer, there's no argument. So due to perspective, there's a vanishing point near the horizon where everything above the observer descends down to the vanishing point. Everything below the observer's eye line ascends upward towards the vanishing point. And at the vanishing point, things seem like they're on the horizon. But we know the street lights are all the same height. The one above my head is the same height as the one that seems lower and successively till the horizon. So now your question was, what happens if you walk towards that object that you're now seeing near the horizon? Is that the object will start to raise in elevation due to perspective, due to the shape of your eyeball and how your eye experiences this realm that you're in. Shit gets smaller in the distance and appears to be much larger when you're close to it and higher up. So that focus of rotation will seem to raise in elevation due to perspective. Did I answer your question?
I think you did. You said it was because of the shape of my eyeball.
What was your point about walking towards the focus or the center of rotation? Is that it would raise in elevation, right?
So if my eyeball were shaped differently, then that point would not raise. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the way that the shape of a lens will either focus or scatter light. Because you have a convex eyeball and it concentrates or converges the light down to a focal point at the back of the eye, that is what creates this perspective. I've often wondered if we had straight lenses in our eyes, what this realm would actually look like if we weren't subject to this 100% of the time perspective, which is always excluded from every discussion. And this applies, why I said the shape of the lens is because it applies to cameras as well. And the more barrel distorted a lens is, so the more concave, or the more convex on the outside of the lens, the wider the field of view, because it's bending the light into the lens because the lens is shaped in that way. So it's a very crucial point, kind of like the counter rotating by just simply changing your angle or where the observer's pointing. The shape of the eye is responsible for what is truly amazing is that the eyeball's limitation of vision is set at 1.22 times the diameter of the aperture. And the curvature of Earth is set at 1.22 times the height of the observer, which would be the aperture diameter, effectively. So what is really interesting is that the effects that are occurring in the eye have been reverse engineered to determine that we live on a sphere, because vanishing point in a globe means curvature. But vanishing point is because of eye shape. So vanishing point that ballers think is curvature is only due to the shape of the lens.
But you seem to be repeating yourself at this point in time. I'm not trying to be rude. I just want to make sure I summarize effectively so that I can think about this. You're saying that the only reason that we see something rising as we walk towards it is because of the shape of the eye or the shape of the lens, correct?
No, I said that the reason that things shrink in the distance or rise is due to perspective. And that perspective is based on the shape of the eyeball. So
Angular resolution.
So it is based on the shape.
Angular resolution,
not necessarily the shape, but maybe the depth perception of the ocular, tool being used. It has a limit to the depth perception. So yes, the shape would determine that, but that's not why we have depth.
So if I could come up with a flat lens to show that something still rises,
no, it's completely irrelevant.
Disprove that.
No, that's you completely just ignored everything we just said.
Okay, so how do I test that hypothesis that the shape of the lens matters?
No, it doesn't. He didn't say it did. That's the point.
I thought that was the entire basis of what he was saying.
No, he didn't say that's the reason. That's not why we have depth perception. The flat lens on my cell phone camera also has a limit to depth perception. It does not affect.
Just questions. Is there a reason why the word perspective has not come out of your mouth once yet?
I'm just trying to understand what the fundamental argument is for this justification that things rise as we walk toward them.
You've never seen a street light come up as you're driving towards a street light at night, and as you go away?
I have.
You need me to explain that?
I have. I just don't think it's because of the shape of my eye.
It's due to angular resolution.
Nobody said it was. It's not the shape of your eye that's causing your field of view to increase.
That's exactly what the last person was saying.
Okay, Solar, you're going to have to elaborate. Go ahead, Solar.
So this is why I made the big distinction when you brought it back to a lens. And I think the question still stands, why has the word perspective not been repeated by you when trying to gain clarity on a perspective matter? This is perspective related. That means from the observer.
So I mean, if you want to talk about perspective, I'm happy to do that. But can we just set aside the shape of the eye so that we can just talk about one thing and gain an understanding of each other?
So they're related. They're not mutually exclusive, and they're not mutually inclusive. So I cannot simply replace perspective with shape of eye. I cannot continue the discussion like what he's trying to do.
You got to let him finish, man. You keep interrupting, though. I know, but you just keep interrupting. You got to let him finish.
This is why I asked the question.
You're full of questions.
Really?
Shut up.
Really?
Okay.
Seriously?
Bye.
So just to keep it simple and...
He already left. He just quit.
What the fuck? He crumbled. He's a 12-year-old. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Wow. What's going on with this guy?
I had a really good question for him. I wanted to ask him what he looks through if he's not looking through his own eye. Why that would matter.
Bruh. Damn.
Yeah, because even taking a photo with a flat lens and then observing it with your convex lens eye is not looking through two flat lenses to see how things...
Yeah. There's no such thing as any lens that's going to change the fact that something is going to appear to be going lower as I go away from it if it's higher than me. Duh.
Yo, we got a new guy named Physics. Welcome, Physics.
What blows my mind, Globe, is Exo, sorry, is that this perspective thing, I've seen a demonstration where they do change the shape of the lens, and it shows how the light stops being focused towards the back of an eyeball at a relatively short distance, and it starts to almost create more parallel or converging at a much more distant point. And as the lens eventually becomes flat, all those lines remain parallel. So the convergence to the back of the eye is almost like a replica of the convergence to your vanishing point. And it's very specific on the diameter and shape of the eye. So what I was trying to explain to him is not necessarily that they're completely unrelated. Perspective is due to the shape of the eye. There's a link there. But it's not only because of the eyeball that we have perspective. But as you change the lens of an eyeball to become concave on the outside, so imagine your eye was like a parabolic reflector, like the inside of a tablespoon, then the light would always scatter outwards, and we would never see a vanishing point. We would see divergence points. We would actually see light moving away from each other, not converging back towards a vanishing point. So there is a lot to do with the shape and the size of the eyeball. And then what even blew my mind further is that children are born with their eyes already complete. That's why children appear cute, because their eyes seem bigger in proportion to their face. And as you grow,
cute. It doesn't seem like it's cute. It's cute.
But as you grow with age, your eyeballs never change size. Your eyeballs are always set to that size, and the nose and the ears and all these other parts grow. But the eyeball is set from birth so that your vision doesn't change, or your perspective cannot change throughout your life. That
it's just the most strangest thing ever.
Everything else in the body grows except the eyeball. Why?
Physics Life, welcome to the room.
We can see.
Welcome to the room. What brought you here, and how did you, like, how much have you looked into the topic?
Oh, not much. This is my first time talking about flat Earth.
How long have you been looking into it?
Not long at all. I just discovered that the server existed today, and I was curious.
That's all it takes.
Yep.
So did he go over all the 3 points with you?
You mean the 3 questions? Yeah, not yet.
Awesome. So we can try that if you would like.
All right. That sounds good.
Okay. Did someone want to take over?
Where's
Glad, are you here?
Glad. God bless America. Hi, hello. All right.
We just love
hold on, I got to catch up real quick. Let's see. I can't stop looking at that GIF with the eyeballs and the voice text. Goodness. Hang on, I got to scroll up, get that out of here. Okay. Dr. La, who am I talking to? No. Who am I talking to? Physics is life. Hey, bud. What's the deal? What's going on?
Scroll down, Glad. I got you a better one.
Thank you.
Look at.
The girl with her tears. Oh, no. See, no. Horrible. Stop it. Anyway, physics is life. Ignore these children. You can talk to me now.
All right.
All right. So, I have 3 questions to ask you. There is no such thing as a wrong answer. They are yes or no questions. They're not gotcha, you don't know this, ha 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 questions. They're innocent questions just to establish a baseline as to where you're at with the information. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And to elucidate the difference between whether you truly know something or whether it's just necessarily a belief because we were all taught a similar thing. So your answer can be either you don't know, just a belief, or you can tell us the exact answer. So go ahead, Glad.
All right.
Okay, first question is, do you know of any time in history when anyone has directly physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, there were times where people measured the radius of the Earth by like many techniques, such as measuring like shadows casted in different places of the Earth, and then using the distances between them and the different angles to find an estimate of the radius of the Earth.
Okay. I don't know if you noticed, but when you were saying that, it sounded pretty flimsy. Let me help you out. So what we're asking for is a direct physical measurement, right? An empirical, tangible, you can see it, you can demonstrate it, you can repeat it, measurement of curvature. Not even an observation will do with this question.
I think to just explain what Glad said there now a little bit more simply is that there's a difference between measure and calculate. If I take the circumference of a circle, I can calculate its radius. As in, I can write numbers on paper and I can get to an answer. Does that mean it's really that? No, I've calculated that. Measurement, if I wanted to measure a radius, I would place my marker at the center of the Earth. And then I would measure outward till the surface of the Earth. And I would measure down to the millimeter or down to the micromillimeter what that radius is by measurement. I can measure my foot with a tape measure, or I can calculate what my foot should be based on my height. Calculating is all on paper with numbers. What we're asking for is, where was it measured? Where did someone take a physical object, place it alongside it, and get down to a specific number by measurement and not calculation?
Oh, that hasn't been done before.
Wow. Somebody clip that out. Absolutely right. So far as we can tell, it hasn't been done. Thank you for that, Roger. Was that Roger?
Now,
was solar.
Solar. Sorry. Well put. Solar. I'm not looking at the screen. Okay. So let's see. So, do you believe though, physics is life, that there is Earth curvature?
Yes, I believe it.
Okay, good. Just making sure that you realize that's a belief, and that's okay. That's totally fine. We will address it. Okay, second question. Similar. Do you know of any time in history when anyone has directly detected the rotation of the Earth on its axis? The axial rotation, did they get revolutions per minute? And if so, when did they get that? How did they measure it?
They can't measure it directly. Like, there are other observations you could make that could lead to that conclusion, but
Right, but again,
no
we're
one
not
has.
trying to be led to a conclusion. We're trying to get evidence.
All right. So if you're talking about directly measuring it, then no.
Okay, yeah, and that's the answer I get too. Trust me, we're on the same page. And the last question, and I'm done messing with you, is: do you know if it's possible to have gas pressure without the walls of a container for the gas to press upon? Can you have gas pressure without containment?
Like when you say container, I think you're implying that you have a physical container that's closed on all sides physically.
Yes,
But
that is the natural law, correct?
Yeah, but like if that's your definition of a container, then it is still possible.
And is there a different definition for container than the one I'm using?
So physics, imagine like your tire on your vehicle. You want to now increase that pressure up to 3 bars or 4 bars pressure. Can you do that while there's no tire wall or while there's a hole in the tire? Can you increase the pressure inside something and create air pressure in the first place unless there's a closed system to inject more air pressure into?
So when you talk about a closed system, that's a system that's sealed in all 4 sides, like it's possible to create a pressure there, but there are also other situations where you could create pressure without having a physical container
Such as?
like a tire.
Give me one example of creating gas pressure without a 4-sided container or 6-sided, because it would have to actually be a cube. But how would you increase pressure if one of those surfaces were open?
You would need to have some other kind of force acting on it, like gravity.
Well, can you demonstrate a force being used to create air pressure?
You mean on?
Or can you show where anyone else has demonstrated it? Like or can you provide a citation where a force can be used to create air pressure?
Yeah, I mean, you can measure pressure at the surface of the Earth, and as you move up, you see that the pressure of the air pressure decreases with altitude. Like as you go up, there's less air pressure because there's less air on top of you exerting pressure on you.
Correct. Now that's called a pressure gradient. And the same way that if I have a can of shaving foam, and I have to shake it before I use it because the bottom of the foam will have a higher density and the top of the foam bottle will have a less density of foam and more of a gas mixture. But if I puncture that shaving cream, does the gravity of Earth hold the shaving cream inside the container? Because remember, gravity is strongest at the surface. Gravity is the strongest towards the center. So right here on the Earth, if I puncture a Coca-Cola can, does the gravity hold the bubbles and all the gas? Does the gravity hold that inside the can so it doesn't escape the walls of that can, does the gravity hold it in? Or does the gas equilibrate or create equilibrium?
So the gravity will be acting on it, but it doesn't mean that it will stay
That's
there
not a
and not.
question. Can your thing was that gravity can act like the fourth lid. So I can have this open dish, and then the very top lid, I can just put gravity there, and it's going to keep all the gas pressure. And as I increase that pressure from 3 bar up to 6 bar up to 12 bar, gravity is just going to keep that pressure in. That's your argument here. And why we asked you these 3 questions, again, just remember, it's about, is it a belief or do you know? And can you tell us the demonstration done? So the question was, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Your belief that the gas pressure that we have on the earth has no container above it is your belief. We're asking, can you demonstrate the way that can you measure the radius of the earth versus calculate or assume? We're asking you, can you directly show us how I can create increased gas pressure without a physical container? Because the answer is you can't. When you go and look at the definition of gas pressure, it's the amount of gas pressing on the walls of its container. Gas expands in all directions to always fill the available volume in the container. If the container is open, like a helium balloon, if I pop the helium balloon, what happens to the gas? Does it stay in a sphere because gravity is holding it? Or does it instantly move from high pressure to low pressure? Same with a Coke can. If I puncture a Coke can, does it move from high pressure to low pressure?
Yes, it does. Like it does try to reach an equilibrium.
Okay, so how do you create high pressure next to low pressure without the high pressure going to the low pressure?
So the question is,
can you create a vacuum chamber if the vacuum chamber has an open lid?
no, like assuming that there is air outside the lid.
Correct. So you understand logically, this is where you're right. You cannot create a pressure difference unless you close the lid of the vacuum chamber and then suck all the gas out of that chamber, which is a container, a sealed container, to be able to create that difference. Now,
Yeah,
to start with gas pressure in the first place, you can't go from no pressure to starting pressure without there being all sides of the container closed. Go puncture your wheel and then pump it up to normal pressure and drive the whole country with a tire that's got a giant hole in it. It can't be done because when the container is open, the gas will escape 100% of the time. The high pressure gas will always go to the low pressure gas to try and find an equilibrium. Now, the point that we're trying to explain to you is that the air that we're breathing is pressured. We are breathing pressurized air. The requirement to create pressure is containment. You can't create a pressure unless you're starting in a container and then adding to it to make the pressure become higher in that container. So the fact that you're breathing air at a pressure already implies that we are contained. So back to the original 3 questions. These are almost, imagine like a little table in your living room that has 3 legs. If you're on a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space, firstly, what do we need for a sphere? We need curvature. So where was that curvature measured? It's never been measured. So for it to be a ball, it has to curve, and it has to be a physical curve because this is a rock body. So it can't be different from one day to the next. The Earth doesn't grow or shrink in size. The Earth is one size. The curvature must be there. It must be measurable. Secondly, they tell us day and night can only occur because we're rotating. Where was that rotation ever proven? It's never been proven. In fact, Einstein said no optical experiment could ever prove that the Earth rotates. But we know it rotates, was his answer. Nothing can prove it rotates, but we know it rotates. And then the third one,
Solar, you cut out a little bit, bud.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, Solar.
Yeah, the third one being that the medium of space, as they present it as an environment of 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure adjacent to our pressurized atmosphere without a container cannot be demonstrated to be possible. Which I think that you did say that you just believed them, like you believed these things. You haven't seen a demonstration of axial rotation. You haven't seen an actual direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. The thing that you mentioned was an observation, which actually proves neither the observation of shadows. It requires a lot of assumptions. It requires the assumption of the distance to the sun. It requires the assumption of a spherical Earth, and it can work on either, so it doesn't prove either one. The shadows. So there's no direct measurement of Earth showing any curvature.
Well, if we assume that the sun is so far away that its rays are roughly parallel, then we don't have to show that the Earth. We don't have to assume that the Earth is a sphere. We just the fact alone that the two angles are different should be like shows us the curvature. And because the curvature is really similar as you like go to different points of the Earth at a similar distance, you could do that all around the Earth, and you'll find out that the curvature is roughly similar.
Well, that's the thing. We don't have parallel rays from the sun.
But the sun is so far away that it's approximately parallel.
How far? Like, how did they measure the distance to the sun? And like, okay, Box Ops just posted a picture of crepuscular rays. Those are not parallel rays. There is no. That's not what we experience in our reality. We do not experience parallel rays ever.
And by the way, you started your last statement with "if we assume the sun is far away."
Yeah. My point was that we just have to make one assumption, and not the other assumption that the Earth is assumed to be a sphere and curved.
Well, he made over 5 assumptions,
Yeah.
right? So
Do you
it's only
see
calculating
Parallel light
assumptions.
rays.
Did you see the demonstration I posted in the live stream voice text? Where you get the same effect of shadows on both a flat surface and a curved surface. So it really proves neither.
But that's not if the rays are parallel to it and it's coming like from the top. This is at an angle.
Oh, I already posted a scientific journal earlier saying the same thing that we're saying, that based on his assumptions, he would have got a different result.
Alright, what journal is it?
It's from here. It's right here.
Alright, let's see.
Hold on. I forgot to put the link in there. Right, so it's not a direct measurement. That's what we asked for. We already know that you can assume the Earth to be a globe with parallel sun rays. That's not what we asked for, right?
Yeah, he already said that he's never seen it, or that he doesn't know of a direct measurement. Only observations that include assumptions and calculations. Well, he might not have said assumptions, but we just made that clear that it does consist of a lot of assumptions, not just the assumption of the distance of the sun, but of the sphericity of the Earth. Would you like to see some measurements, direct measurements that people have actually taken of the Earth?
Alright, sure.
Box Ops, you want to? I think you were the one talking, weren't you?
Sure. Right. So let me pull it up. The FE core. So it's field engineers. They do laser transits over large expanses of water where they're doing horizontal pans of the lasers hitting multiple targets. Right. So we're showing you right now. So the globe model predicts a laser will deviate from the surface with distance. Instead, there's no deviation, right? So that's what we measure is how much that laser deviates. Let me give you some videos you can check out later also on this. Sorry, I'm like half asleep, guys.
Well, I know you try to jump in from time to time, and I was just trying to give you room to give you the floor if you wanted it. If you're too tired, you don't feel up to it, I don't mind doing it.
All good. I got like 5 more minutes.
Cool beans.
One second.
Are you looking in the Livestream voice text? Physics is life.
Oh yeah. Checking out this link.
Right, so we do this over large expanses of water because, fluid statics, hydrostatics, water at rest seeks its level and lays flat. Right, and the globe model predicts that all expanses of water are curving at the rate of the radius, approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Right, so that's what we go directly test. Right, and there's no counter direct measurements.
Yeah, but is that accounting for refraction?
So, all right, so you're going to have to give us a demonstration of a laser bending down in a single medium of air. That doesn't exist.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. We got a problem now because when has that ever happened in history when someone accounted for refraction?
Right, so as soon as you say refraction, you're throwing Alberuni under the bus, the foundation of your globe measurement. Right, because he assumed that the horizon was physical and geometric, not refracted.
No, that you can see refraction effects in the horizon.
Yeah, that's the point, because the point is that the horizon isn't a geometric curve, and the only thing refraction's going to do is it's going to shorten the distance between you and the horizon.
And
For
there
the
is one more problem. Sorry,
Okay.
there is one more problem. Refraction only works on a flat surface. So we can delve into this, but it's not going to help the cause.
Wait, how does refraction only work in a flat surface?
That's what every single test in history has proved. There isn't an example otherwise. If you have somebody demonstrating it over a ball, that would be the first I've ever seen.
Because what they want people to believe is things can be lifted up to where it appears to be flat when it's not.
Right.
So, but here's the problem: when you go over a curve, and you go, like, if you think of a ball, if you've got a ball and you're on one point of the ball and something is on, like, over to the hump, up, the direction up relative to point A is going to be a different direction up to relative to point B. So what they would have to do is it would have to be occurring over and over and over consistently and, like, perfectly, so that it can appear to be flat. Like, it's absurd. It's really absurd. Just like obvious it be posted a demonstration. Like,
Yeah,
for
there's
someone at point A to see what's at point B, it would have to happen over and over and over until it's lifted up to where it appears to be straight out in front of point A.
Right, if it's not on a flat surface, the light cannot reach you. That's the whole point.
I know this is what they holler refraction, but if you're going to think or claim that refraction is doing it, first you'd have to find the type of refraction that you're first invoking, and it would. And I guess I'll stop there, but
Yeah, so the density of the air towards the surface of the Earth is greater, and as we move away from the surface, it's a little less. So, like, when you shine a ray of light, it bends a little bit when the index of refraction changes, which does change because the density changes.
okay, it doesn't bend, and it needs light path travels in straight paths, and it will change angles only when it crosses from one medium into another.
Yeah, but the air doesn't, like, go from having a fixed index of refraction to another. The index of refraction of the air slowly changes. It's not
But do you see
discrete.
But do you see the problem, though? Because the air is the most dense at the surface of the Earth. It's less dense the higher up you go, and it's only going to be the angle is could only change towards the denser. It won't travel towards the less dense. So it doesn't even make sense when you try to even see it from that point of view. Like, even if this were possible and even if that were possible, then this would have it's like, even if you tried to, it doesn't make sense.
Have you ever heard of the visibility, projections? Like, today your visibility will be such and such a percent because of your ability to see through the Atmos environment. So the refraction actually hurts your views. Your refraction makes it so I can't see as far. It's the exact opposite in reality. And we prove this because we have radars and things that don't have to worry about refraction. They can, of course, use the same principles, see farther, removing all refraction.
The radars still have to experience refraction. Still electromagnetic waves that get refracted.
That's the point, is that they can see thousands of times farther without experiencing it. That's why we use radars, and they are also based on a flat line of sight trajectory from the receiver to the target. Always.
But if you look at the FE core, the field engineer core laser test, if you look through that PDF, they took refraction into account. They took the atmospheric conditions. They took all of that into account. They use different color lasers. Like, it would be beneficial to kind of, like, look through that PDF. And that's not the only one. Like, there's many different laser tests. There's many different measurements. There's many different observations. So the problem is for the Earth to be a sphere the size that they claim it is, your horizon can never extend beyond a certain point from where you're standing in all directions based upon your height. And the problem with it is we're seeing more than 10 times further that distance.
Ironically, it's the same distance battleships would engage decades ago, and they, of course, were aiming at the target straight out and flat in front of them.
Not the apparent target.
Right. They had to make sure it was actually there, or they wouldn't shoot at it. Yep. Too easy.
Okay, we've determined that you do have a belief in this. But now my question to you is, if you're presented with information and with evidence that contradicts that belief, are you willing and capable to abandon that belief and consider other options?
Yeah, but it depends on the evidence.
Well, how about evidence that is demonstrable, that is repeated, verifiable, evidence that you can actually test? You can go out and demonstrate it and test it for yourself. You can verify it to yourself. Unlike the globe claims, the things that they give you, none of them are anything that you can test. None of them are anything that you can go verify, because everything that they give you is going to be from a medium that no one can access, that doesn't even exist. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. They will not give you anything. They will not tell you to look at the Earth to know that the Earth is spherical. They'll tell you to look at the sky or to look at their CGI videos, augmented reality, composites.
I mean, if he's looking for more evidence, we could always black swan.
Well, we went there, and he still had that presupposed belief that started, in 2016 about refraction, which we don't even have. So I was just trying to figure out, how do we even come up with this claim refraction when we have, the navies and Air Force and armies are all depending on refraction not working like that at all. I mean, the whole world depends on refraction not making things turn into Muppet vision because I live on a globe. No, refraction means it hurts my view. It hurts my to see. It's the exact opposite. That's the.
Not necessarily. Like, refraction means that the light rays bend.
Yes, but in reality, when we see flat out and straight in the military, for many of us that are previous military, we depend on that target being where we see it. We're not adjusting for it being somewhere else. We actually count on it being their line of sight. So there isn't a claim for refraction helping me see farther, or else the military would have to know about that and would implement such ideologies. Yeah, but it's just fiction.
I think B. Carls has B. Carls, do you want to ask him?
Yeah, you said the light from the sun came down and made these shadows on the ground. Do you know how Aristophanes accounted for refraction?
How?
Because he would have to do it, right?
You're saying light is bending, right? But you just said earlier that light was parallel from the sun. We can't shine a laser 25 miles without bending, but you're saying light from 93 million miles away going through all the different densities of the air doesn't bend?
Alright, so there's something you could try at home. Just take some water and put some oil on top of it, and then shine a laser light at it. So if you shine it like perpendicularly above it, then you'll see that the light doesn't bend. But if you shine it from the bottom, from any angle, you'll see that it does bend a little when it's changing mediums.
It's
So
not bending though. What it's doing is it's changing direction, and you do understand that oil and water has different densities, and they're two different mediums, right? And that it's Snell's law that when light travels from one medium to another, it will change angles at the point at which it crosses from one medium into the other. So in our atmosphere, where exactly is light going from one medium to another?
The density of the air is changing though, so the refractive indexes are changing.
but it's not going from one medium to the other. And like I pointed out, the FE core laser test, which is what he was going over with you, what Box Ops was going over with you, is they take all of that into consideration. They tell you the atmospheric conditions. They tell you the refractive index.
Right, and they do horizontal panning of the laser going through multiple targets. They're not just willy-nilly shooting one time. Right, and it's done over a course of multiple days. They have a total weather station on both sides. Right, so you experience water laying flat already. Why would you believe that water doesn't lay flat?
I always like asking how big does a body of water have
Hang
to
on, let him
be?
answer. You guys, listen, I'm hearing this conversation, and he's not acknowledging any of your points. He's just gish galloping because you're not having him answer any of your points.
Yeah, we'll slow it down. Go ahead, physics life.
Oh, yes. So your question was that, like, why can't I see water bodies bend when I look at the ocean or something, right?
Right, so we measure them flat and you still believe that they're bending, right? So who has measured them to bend, or when do you experience them bending?
You can't directly like look at it and say that it bends because the curvature is really low. The radius of the Earth is really big, so you can't just like look at it and say that it bends.
Do you know how big it is?
That's not true. Yeah, we got to go over.
Do you know how big what they say the radius of the Earth is?
I don't know the exact number, but it's.
You'd have to know that first before you'd say that, though. That's the problem. You have to know what they are claiming this Earth size is of this ball before we can say, oh, we wouldn't be able to tell, though. See that?
You're doing the same thing that all of us did before we actually give this thing an honest look. We just assumed that it was just too big for us to be able to see these things. Too big for us to notice. But if you look at the radius, what they claim the radius is, this is something that you can test. You can test their claims and see if, because look, these curvature charts that we've been posting are based upon their claim of said radius.
Okay, hold on. So whenever you say the Earth is too big, why don't you tell us the geometric horizon distance from 1 foot observer height? Would you know how to do that? Just go to any Earth curve calculator, type in 1 foot, and it'll give you a geometric horizon distance. Right, that would be the leading edge of your sphere.
All right, let's have a look at that.
He's never done that, but let's do that now. Yeah, check out the Earth curve calculator and see how much curvature there should be, right?
We'll go in a two-dimensional circle right back to where we started. Go ahead. Hope there's a end goal here to, if there's a distance, show him, but he's already said refraction.
Yep, I found one that accounts for refraction.
Do you know how to use it? Do you know how to put the numbers in there? If not, just use the basic one. We should give him a basic one, guys. He's gonna get confused.
Well, yeah, just one. What's the maximum at 1 foot observer height with the maximum magical refraction that I can see?
All right. Which calculator do you recommend?
Well, the one that
let me get one.
to, because you'd have to agree to the measurement. So whatever, if you don't agree to it, it doesn't matter. So you'd have to, whatever one you like.
All right.
You're better off using one that allows for you to enter the observer's height. Otherwise, I think that if they don't, then they're based off an assumed 6-foot observer height. Is that kind of how the calculators go?
They assume like 5'2" or 5'4", which is like your average eyesight where someone would stand.
I'm putting the basic Earth curve calculator in the live stream. This one accounts for height and distance.
You did get the radius value, right?
For example, at 5 feet height, we'll do 5 feet height. We'll do 9 miles, 9.2 miles.
Yeah, that's the best calculator. That simple one Godric posted. No nonsense, no BS, no malarkey.
I wonder what the variable is with or without refraction.
Yeah, this one doesn't account for it.
I get 27.8 feet of hidden curvature, 5 feet observer at 9.2 miles. Just an example. You can play with the numbers.
Yeah, the reason many of them don't account for it is because there's no such thing. They just added this recent few years. That's why it's a new made up religious.
Right. So when you're trying to calculate the geometric horizon distance, if you're saying it's refracted, then it's no longer geometric. Right. You're conceding that the horizon is an Earth curve.
Yeah, the
Right, that's
horizon doesn't match up with Earth's curvature then.
Nope.
Ever. All it takes
That
is
means
a
you
$3
can't
pair of
use
binoculars. Go ahead.
And that's kind of like one of the better smoking guns, I'd say.
Is this guy physics is life? Is that our guest? You're
Yeah.
welcome to come in here, and we appreciate you. But you have to understand that you're debating curvature, but you don't know the radius of the Earth. You haven't figured the curvature on your own, and you're debating curvature with us, and we've done it.
All right.
And that's okay. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, the point of this is to help everybody learn and teach, because it's the truth. It's the best thing that we could be giving each other.
Is this really the first time you've looked into flat Earth?
Yeah.
You must be in advanced physics classes then. Correct.
Yeah, because everybody else that
Not
we meet
really,
doesn't know about. Nobody else knows about refraction until they look at flat Earth. That's the weird thing.
No, I mean, refraction it's something really basic. You can demonstrate with anything, like even if it's not the Earth.
Right, but we're talking about seeing things much farther than we should. There's no such thing as refraction helping me see. No one's ever demonstrated that. That's why this theory's only been around for a couple of years.
So basically, refraction would be a hindrance, if nothing else. At best, it's a hindrance in being able to see distances. So if the Earth is curved, then over that distance, we shouldn't see anything, because first refraction will happen, and then it will drop, and we should see nothing. But no matter how much refraction, no matter how much, I mean, you can get a shitty weathery day, etc., but you get a lot of refraction in between point A and point B. You can still stick a laser in there and see it. You can still get some lights on the other side. Shouldn't be happening. Refraction.
Yeah,
and another thing, sorry, one more thing. How can anyone prove that at the purely optical horizon, okay, the exact conditions, refractive index between there and your eyes? There's no way to know that. Thanks.
Right, so we asked you what the geometric horizon distance was from 1 foot. Did you ever find that?
No, I didn't put the numbers in the calculator yet.
Put 1 foot observer height.
Mm-hmm. And how far away is the target?
What's that, guys?
All you're looking for is the horizon, so all you need is no target. Right, the only thing you're inputting is the observer height. See what it tells you.
So you leave the distance blank.
Oh, but in that calculator link, it is asking for the target distance. I can't leave it blank.
Well, put 10 miles and it'll tell you how much that it should drop. How much of the Earth should be hidden behind the curvature. 10 miles would be safe because the black swan is an observation of 9 point. Well, here, let's just, I don't know, y'all want to start with that, or I'm thinking that's where you were going with it. I might be wrong. Because you said 1 foot, I was assuming that's where you were going with it.
Okay, the Earth hair calculator that I put, it does show the horizon distance. Shows the horizon distance no matter what you put in there for the target distance. But you do have to put a target distance. It says horizon distance 1.22 miles. We put 5 feet observer height and 10 miles distance. Oh, wait, no. The horizon distance changes. Hang on. Let's do it right. Okay, yeah, box top was right. If you put 1 foot observer height and 0 target distance, it'll give horizon distance of 1.22 miles. So that shows you the horizon should be 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height and 0 target distance, which is how far you should be able to see. So it is in there. It's the third number on the Dizzy Dib GitHub Earth Curve Calculator.
So that's the maximum distance of the geometric horizon.
So do you see that photo that was just posted? Livestream voice text.
Oh, I need to have a look at it.
Click on it and make it larger so that you can see it better.
Oh.
And then when you look at it, tell me where do you see the horizon at in that picture?
I mean, which picture?
The one that Ether 9000 posted.
Oh.
Right, so it's either going to be before, in between, or after the oil rigs. And the horizon is the apparent location where the surface meets the sky.
Can you visit the horizon?
Oh, this.
It always runs away from me.
Right.
So where do you see the horizon in that photo? Box Ops posted a couple more. It's the same thing. It's just with better clarity.
Yeah, the horizon's kind of far away. It's where the water appears to meet the sky.
Is that after, before, or in between these oil rigs?
Let me see. It looks like after.
All right, so at least 9.41 miles. Right, so
Yeah.
your geometric horizon, based on your radius of 3959, would have to be at 1.225 miles away. So 1,000% farther plus the horizon is, that would put your radius value at 264,000 miles, bare minimum, right? Just for this one observation, right? So the horizon, right, isn't Earth curve or geometric. Do you agree that the horizon is an Earth curve?
Oh yeah, it isn't just the Earth curve alone. Yeah.
Alone, right? We only see one horizon, right? And it's apparent.
Yeah.
It can't be the Earth curve at all. If it's further than where they claim the curvature should begin, then like to say that it's not curvature alone, that's kind of confusing.
By the way, we have photographs that are much farther, where the horizon's much farther away than this.
Oh, glad. I just want to say, yeah, you can visit the horizon here. I'll show you, as long as the doors are open.
Oh, I'm not looking. I'm sorry. What is it?
That's a nice meme.
That's actually a photo of a healthcare
Can y'all
facility
hear me?
here in my town.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, here. Let me.
Look how they've got the horizon beneath the word horizon, and they've got it curving slightly. This is a pediatrician's office, by the way.
The curvizon.
Anyway, please continue. I just had to post that when you said, "Can you visit the horizon?" That's what I thought of. It's like, hey, I've got a picture of.
So physics, right? So these are oil rigs. These are multiple observations off the coast of Cali. These have been repeated, tested, verified over and over and over. They're called black swans, right? So this one was just a few weeks ago, like the few days right before November ended or started, I mean. And it's actually, instead of just 10 miles away, it's 31 miles away. So, right.
Didn't we do
once
the
again-
calculation? Shouldn't there be like? Oh, I forget how much drop. Thought it was something like 200 or 600. I don't know. Shit. We gotta put that in the GIF though.
$600 feet if you're talking about 30 miles.
Yeah. Okay. One of my guesses was correct. Ish.
Right. So to have your horizon, if it was geometric and if you were still on a ball, to be 31 miles away, your radius would have to be 1.8 million miles. Right. So we just falsified your radius.
And that's if that is where the curvature begins. That's if the Earth starts dropping away at that point. Right, but that's just the furthest that you can see at that moment. So what other conclusion can you come up to? What other conclusion can you come to at this point? If you can see, if you're seeing that far away and the Earth isn't dropping away where they claim it should be.
So that's a triple black swan. I mean, the black swan is up to 10 miles. This one's over 30. Triple swan. Well, anyway. Who's got
Sounds
the
like a dance move.
keyboard? Who's got the 1991 keyboard on their computer?
The cash register.
What keep?
Is that your keyboard, sir? Physics is life that we're hearing. I like it. I'm just asking if it's yours.
Oh, what's my keyboard making noise?
I don't know. Type the Earth is flat and stationary on your keyboard, and then see what it sounds like.
Yep, that's it.
That's you. Cool.
Oh,
Yeah, and also I'm watching everything you type. Just kidding.
You spelled that wrong.
I'm
And you
just
did.
kidding.
And you failed to type the Earth is flat and stationary.
He typed, "This guy is crazy. Never coming back to this server."
So, do you see the problem, though? I want to understand that. I want to know that you're following.
Well, so here's the thing. Like when you like look at this triangle in this calculator, you see that it's also dependent on the height of the target. So if my target is really high, I'll
We're
be
not
able to
talking.
see it a lot
Okay,
further.
I can stop you there because we're not talking about a target. We're talking about the horizon. There is no target. The horizon is the target. We're not talking about an object on the horizon, or when you're talking about a target, that's what you're referring to, is an object, right? We're not talking about an object. We're talking about the horizon itself.
Yeah, the surface, the lowest point of contact on Earth is what we're talking about. So yeah, putting something that has to do with altitude would be removing the point, because we're showing you the lowest point on Earth, still visible far beyond where it's supposed to be.
$1.8 million mile radius.
I should have just said that would be a concession. Yeah, this is the easy part, physics. You know, this is the bare bones, basic, easy. The nice thing about this room, the reason I like these guys and gals, is because they start off very basic and simple. And trust us, we can go much farther, much worse, at much greater distances over and over. You can use the military citations, you name it. It's only going to get a lot better from.
So if you're seeing the horizon extend that much further than where they claim that it's predicted to be, the maximum distance that it can be, if it's going to be a sphere the size that they claim it is, right? If you're seeing the horizon extend that much further, what conclusion can you come to?
So if it's not curving,
Please go on, continue. Physics.
he's drinking it in.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in, physics, so I'm not going to pressure you. And, you know, I know that this is not everybody's forte, so it could be difficult at first, but, you know, it is what it is, right? So
If you'd like to take some time and look over it, that's cool. Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions right now.
By the way, if you scroll down to the bottom of the server, you can find every topic you want to know about this subject. It's all broken down, separated for you.
It's labeled additional information. It's in alphabetical order. Each room, hashtag. So we have dripping wet in here. Who's VC verified?
Oh, dripping wet. I gotta talk to this guy.
Yo, what's going on, man?
Yo. What's up, dude? Welcome.
Thanks, man.
Cool, bro. So what's going on tonight? What are you doing?
And you know, I'm just like I'm kind of like on the line here. Like I believe it's flat, but like there's like some, I don't know, some shit that's like on my mind that I have like a reason where it's not flat. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, go ahead, Truth. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make it clear to him that we're not like belief is not a good thing to have when you're talking about the earth and when you're talking about your reality, because what you're doing is you're believing that it's spherical when they tell you that it's a globe, and you believe it, that's a belief, and we don't want you to lay down that belief and just, buy into another belief. We don't want you to just believe. What you need to do is you need to know. You need to look for yourself, so we're not trying to convince you.
Yeah, but the only thing that's like stopping me, I have to find it. But there was like this person that took a picture at said time, and they were like, and like a couple hours later, there was another picture, and you could see like it was like down a little bit. So that's the only thing I gotta find it.
Okay.
So
Well, I
it
can tell you right now, a
moved,
picture
right?
is not going to be proof of anything but a picture.
Yeah, that's why I'm also like skeptical.
I would say that that's a good move.
But here's the thing about observations. If someone makes an observation one day, it's the one, if you have one observation, that's all it takes. With the horizon being further than what they predict it to be if it's spherical, size they claim it is.
Yeah, I got you. It's like uh I don't know, I do want to find it because I want to show you guys, but I'm like looking for it right now.
Are you talking about one where a ship is going out into the ocean?
It might be like I'm trying to find it right now. It might take me a second.
You
I'm
should
like
be
look.
able to give a slight description.
Yeah. It was like so like all right, so like it was one picture at like a specific time, right? And then like you move on. I think it was like
A
two.
picture of what at a specific time?
I want to say it might be a boat. I think she was pretty close to it. And then like so and then and the next picture it was supposedly taken at the same spot like 3 hours later, and it was like a little lower than the sea level and at that fourth.
Yeah, that's how boats disappear on flat surface.
That's just because visual.
Yes.
Yeah, you have a limit to your optics, right? Yeah. So when we use binoculars or zoom, then all of a sudden more of the boat always appears. If I reach my limit of zoom, that's as far as I can zoom in, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right. And when we get binoculars, we look out to the horizon, right? Or are we looking around a ball? Binoculars.
Yeah, like the horizon you said.
I'm still looking straight out, right? Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like that was the only thing. But like, nah, it makes sense now. We couldn't see far enough. Now that I'm thinking about it.
In instances like it, when it's over water, you have many different things going on. You have the atmospheric conditions just above the water, then you have the water itself. It can be choppy, more choppy, less choppy. You can have swells, and then you have that angular resolution also. So it's the distance, the angle from the from your eyes, from the observer to the ground. If the angle increases or decreases, it's going to change. So all the images compress towards the center. If you have less of an angle at the bottom, it's going to compress first. If you have more of an angle at the bottom than you do at the top, then the top's going to compress first. It has to do with the angular resolution and the way things converge to the center.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So okay, now I have a question for you. You said that was the only thing that made you question anything. So you were leaning towards flat. What's got you?
Yeah. I was always leaning towards flat, but like I just had some speculations over I guess you can say like angle descents, but now that I'm realizing that like you're obviously, but like your vision only goes so far. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, like besides that, it's like I was always leaning towards flat.
Ironically and interestingly enough, so it's like the limitations of your vision is exactly the distance where they claim curvature begins. How
What was that?
interesting.
Sorry.
Perspective. They've hijacked perspective and called it curvature. Pretty much.
Yeah, if we had eagle eyes, they would claim the Earth is You see what
Oh yeah, 100%.
We ain't never seen that shit once, bro.
So, Mars, if you'd like to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll follow you up and we'll work on getting you a row.
Should I join too?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I will.
was that dripping wet that was just here?
Yeah.
My favorite name of today.
He left. We'll be back.
He gone.
Fastest indoctrination I've ever seen. That's way too fast. You got to slow them down. You're not ready to accept this.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Damn it. Hang on. I ain't supposed to be here right now.
Can you take the right door down the hallway? It's the one. This thing on? You guys are dead.
Yeah, it's on. It's on and dead.
Cool. How's my mic sound level? Or is
Sounds good to me. Sounds
okay,
good to
good
me.
to go. Okay, just checking. Yeah, I was talking quite near. We're evaluating the psychology, PAPS, all that stuff, and the check-in control. They forgot they weren't on live stream yet, so they started doing the full, banana monkeys and everything before they got in here. I was like, don't you trolls want to wait till you get on the live stream before you start all the, the monkeys and things? One guy was in there pinching his nose and as if nobody could tell.
The one guy waited. He must have waited 35 minutes to do his troll the other night. I was proud of him.
Oh, I think some of them wait days. Come here, leave for a few days, verify, come back, and it's a sneak.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
I hear you loud and clear.
Is there
It's
any
gone quiet, that's all.
somebody else
Do you have,
talking now?
you have a question?
Oh no, I'm just here vibing, you know.
I'll
I
just be ambassador.
I do have a question. What's your opinion on the devil jab?
We can't talk about that in this server. We don't
You
want to
want
have
to go
any
to
issues there.
you want to go to like a private call?
Yeah. That's fine.
All right, go ahead and call me.
Call me.
Dripping wet. Are you here?
I'm here, man.
Are you new?
No, I was accepted probably about an hour ago. I just let my dog. walked my dogs real quick.
Welcome, brother.
Glad to have you, man. Thanks a lot.
So, how did you hear about this
Well,
topic?
honest, I kind of was just like on Discord looking around, and I play this one video game, and some kid and I guess the game chat brought this up about there's a Discord about this.
And your first reaction was, what? That must be insane. It must be the dumbest group of people that I've ever thought about.
No, to be honest, man, I'm like, I favor flat Earth, so I was like, I have to join. I gotta check it out at least, you know.
Why did you favor flat Earth?
I don't know. I just don't. There's just like, I don't know. I don't like. I'm a leader, not a follower. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a peculiar thing when you start to realize that the herd is not often doing the right thing, that they're just following one another. And like you say, as a leader, which you'll probably find most people in here are business owners.
Oh, 100%. They're following
as leaders, we don't follow. We go and prove things to ourselves. Once we know it ourselves, no one can convince you otherwise because you've done the work. You've put the time and the effort into, you know, if you're a business owner and you need to figure out VAT payments and you need to figure out salaries and all this thing, you can't just put up your hands and say someone else must know. As a business owner, you need to go and learn about those things and then employ your staff, and you learn continually through having staff. But you have to eventually decide, all right, I trust myself enough to make this decision, and then to go ahead and make the decision, and then to carry it on the chin. If you made a bad decision, your stuff up. If you made a good one, you get all the glory. But that ability to think for yourself is the thing that this entire topic, I would say, separates the boys from the men. In that,
100%.
What about the flat Earth is the most intriguing to you, or do you have questions?
I don't. The most intriguing. It's just like crazy because we're all on the same plane, and you can only see a certain amount.
And how do you know that we're on this plane?
No one's proven me that. I went over this about a while ago, and I had one doubt about it, but a couple people helped me sort that out. But other than that, man, I can't find another reason to prove me incorrect.
It's so refreshing to get someone that comes in here and is able to use their own brain. That's a huge kudos to you, bud.
Thanks a lot, man. Just glad to be here. Looking forward to learning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to me, water being level was all that I really needed. I went and checked thousands of other things, but that concept that water, its natural property of water, it's that it needs to be contained. So like a dam or a lake, the shore around the lake has to be higher than the water level. Otherwise, the water will flow downhill if the one side is lower than being all the way around it. So the natural property of water, if I say to you, give me a glass of water, you can't give me the glass of water without the glass. I can't put out my hands and you just pour water into my hands. If I want any kind of stationary liquid, it needs to be contained. It has to be on the inside of something. We're told that the sphere has the water on the outside of it. Water doesn't stay on the outside of objects. It falls off, runs off, drips off, whichever adjective you want to use. But the water will leave the outside surface always of something. And water makes up 70% of the surface of this place. So if 70% of the surface is level, because water is level, and it's so level that they call it sea level. And that sea level is 0 for every continent, means that that water level where it's touching that continent is the same level. And that can only mean it is a flat. Imagine like on a graph, a dotted line is your sea level, and you'll have areas that are above sea level, and you'll have areas that are below sea level. But that dotted line will span the entire Earth as the level baseline, to which altitudes are either taken above that level or below that level. But it's level.
Nah, that's a good point you just brought up. I didn't even realize that.
If one side is not level, if one side of a river is slightly lower, it flows. And depending on how steep that drop is, it'll flow quicker. Now we're told that this curvature of the ball eventually becomes a sheer drop. If you're standing on the top of the ball and you walked all the way down to the equator, at that point it's a sheer drop. Water will flow like water droplets falling out the sky. It would flow the quickest that it could. The only way to have stationary water is for it to be contained, and then when that water is stationary, the surface of the water will be level. And that is, just on its own, demolishes the idea that we've got this curving convex water around the outside of a rock.
Yeah, the way you just put that, it's like just like a puzzle. It's connecting right there, man.
If I mind asking, when did you very first time you heard about flat Earth? When was that?
Probably middle school, man.
As an insult, like you're so dumb you probably think the Earth's flat?
No, I think it was maybe biology. I don't know, it was some type of science class. A teacher brings up arguments about it, but I just wasn't. I didn't like it. I don't know. Something didn't sit right.
And this is that leader versus follower thing. If it doesn't sit right, as a follower, you ignore it and you wait for your next instruction from your leader. If you're a leader, if it doesn't sit right, it becomes a curiosity for you, or you want to go and explore it a little bit further until it does make sense to you. And then you can lead others on that topic. We generally ask people that arrive here these three main questions that get them to at least identify if it's a belief or a knowledge.
Oh,
Now,
yeah, I get it.
Have you heard the three questions?
I've gotten one, I think. Well, no, I've gotten asked a couple questions. I don't know what the main questions exactly fall into.
Okay, so these three are basically the pillars, the foundational pillars of the sphere religion. So if it's a sphere, it has to curve. So there has to be measurable curvature on the surface that we're living on. Secondly, if it's a sphere and it's spinning in space, and that's how we get our day and night, there has to be axial rotation. We have to be able to demonstrate that the Earth is spinning in one direction and one direction only. And then thirdly, for you to be this space ball in the infinite vacuum of space means you have to have gas pressure, the air that we're breathing, next to an infinitely low vacuum or a low pressure. And that high pressure is not wanting to move into that low pressure. And the only way that you can create high pressure is with containment. If I ask you to pump your car tire up to 5 bars, can you do that while there's a giant hole in the side of your tire? No. It's only when the tire is completely sealed that you can start to insert more gas pressure into that closed system to lift the pressure of the whole system. If there's a hole in the side of the tire, you cannot lift the pressure above ambient air pressure, because whatever you push in will instantly escape outwards to find equilibrium. The high pressure always goes to low pressure. So these are the 3 fundamental pillars of that religion. If it's a sphere, it must curve. If it's a spinning sphere, it has to spin. And if it's a spinning sphere in the vacuum, there has to be some demonstration where you can put high pressure next to low pressure and not need any barrier, not need a physical, like creating a vacuum chamber. You need the chamber to suck all the air out to create the vacuum in the chamber. You can't create a vacuum with an open chamber. You can never suck all the air out of something if more air can constantly fill back in where you've just pulled the air out from. So on those 3 points, we ask people the same way that you know Einstein and you know like some of the greats that gave us, you know, Newton and Einstein and all of these guys, we knew when they lived and when they discovered what they discovered. There should be a name of a person, and when he measured the curvature of the earth, there should be a name of a person, and when he measured the axial rotation, there should be a name of a person that showed how gas pressure can exist next to the infinite vacuum without any barrier, stopping the high pressure from moving toward the low pressure, as it always does 100% of the time. Now, on those 3, if the person's intellectually honest, they'll actually admit that they don't know, it's never been measured, and that it's effectively just a belief that we believe it curves, we believe it spins on its axis, and we believe space is a vacuum above our heads. Because neither one of those can be scientifically or provably demonstrated. Then from that point, you generally got someone who's understanding now that most of what they're going to defend is a belief. Then they can start to understand how they were indoctrinated into a religion without them even realizing it was a religion. We removed the Bible from school education system, but we inserted a new religion called evolution, whereby everything pulls to centers and spheres just produce life through primordial soups and all of this other bullshit that goes along with the evolutionary idea that effectively want to make spheres that rotate around spheres that move perpetually forever, and there's never loss of the energy. It's so illogical that you have to start every sentence with I believe. So you say, I believe the earth is a sphere. I believe the earth is rotating. I believe we're spinning around the sun. Because you cannot say you know until you've actually demonstrated that that is real. Then it has to stay in the realm of belief. And then some people who are intellectually honest will then realize that everything that they thought they knew is actually what they thought they believed. Make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Actually, my buddy Astro's in here, and we just had we've been debating for a minute together, and he's on the side where it's a little round. I don't know if he wants to state his opinion right now or something.
So I am of the opinion that the Earth is round.
Is it possible
You
that
mean,
it
you
may
mean
be
you believe?
longer?
Yes.
Yeah, he admitted that. Yeah. Is it possible that it's something that you're just taught on television and other people just believe it because of their television experiences?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay, back to you, Solar.
So we also try to be very hyper specific with our words. Words do have very specific meanings. Now, round is not necessarily three-dimensional in that a pizza can be round or a dinner plate can be round. So generally we try and use the word sphere instead of round, because even in, like, for example, the flat earth map, the AE projection, which some people adhere to, that is also a round map. It's round around the outside. So to say something is round is not necessarily conceding spherical or flat. It's just a broader shape.
Okay. I'll rephrase it. I believe the Earth is a sphere.
Thank you for that. And you believe that based on what?
No solid evidence.
You believe that it's a sphere with no solid evidence.
When I actually think about it, there's no solid evidence backing that claim.
Well, that's very honest of you. I don't know if you were here when I was explaining the three questions.
I was not.
Okay, so is this your first time here, Astro?
Yes.
Okay, welcome, man. Effectively, what I was saying to Drip and Wet was that there's these three fundamental pillars of that religion. So maybe let's take it back one step. In about I think it was the 1600s, there was a guy, Tycho Brahe and Ptolemy, who could explain everything we saw in the night sky with the idea that the earth was at the center and everything moved around us. And in the 1600s, they invented a new idea called heliocentrism. Centric being center, helio being the sun. So instead of Earth being at the center, they placed the sun at the center and started to try to explain phenomena with that idea in mind, a philosophical idea. So then we go forward to today. Now, we're in 2021. Most of us are carrying an iPhone or some sort of smartphone. You've got a PC in your pocket. We've got everything available at our fingertips. And if I asked you who was the one person in all of history that's measured that the earth is a ball, so not calculated as in if I wanted to calculate my foot size, I could work out my height and I could work out a rough average of what my foot size should be based on my height. That's a calculation. Would that be accurate? Maybe not. A measurement is placing a tape measure against my foot and getting to a measurement down to maybe a quarter of a millimeter or maybe down to the millimeter. I have now measured my foot. So who in history measured the curvature of the earth?
If anybody did, I don't know their names.
D'Angelo.
So that's an honest answer. When you go and look, you'll only see people who calculated it using certain assumptions. And like I was saying now, calculating my foot size based on the assumption of my height, it might not be 100% accurate. I'll get a number, and if I believe in the calculation, I'll believe that that number is accurate. But until I place the tape measure against my foot and measure it, I won't actually know whether the calculation was accurate. So that's why we asked specifically for who measured, and there is never been a recorded measurement of Earth curvature. In fact, when you go try to measure, you actually find that you're about 10 times further than what it should be. So the horizon should only be visible from about 1.2 miles if you're at 1 foot observer height. So if you're lying on the beach with your head on the sand and you're looking out to the sea, you should only see 1.2 miles before the Earth starts curving away from you, based on the measurements given to us by them. They tell us the radius is 3,959 miles. Call it 4,000 for sake of simplicity. So they say the radius is 4,000 miles. Based on that 4,000 mile radius, if you use like AutoCAD or any program that simulates things, you can show that after the first mile, the Earth should start curving away from you if you're lying on your stomach, if you're at a 1 foot observer height. When we go and do these observations, we're picking up distances of 10, 12, 15 miles, whereas the curvature of the Earth should have started at 1 mile. So there is no place on this Earth where you can go create a horizontal baseline like a bridge and then measure down from the bridge to the Earth and watch the Earth curve away from the bridge, because the Earth is curving at a specific radius. So it's never been measured. Then axial rotation, we're told day and night can only occur because this thing spins on an axis. Now, if I've got any object that's spinning, I can very quickly determine which way it's spinning by checking other objects and their relationship to that spinning object. So, for example, if a plane took off from the ground and it's traveling eastward and the Earth is also spinning eastward, so they're both going in the same direction. Now, the Earth is said to spin at 1,000 miles per hour, but that plane can only fly at 500. So the plane can fly at half the speed that the Earth is said to rotate away from it. So if you were driving behind another vehicle and that vehicle's traveling at 1,000 miles and you're traveling at 500 miles, how long before you catch up to it?
Sorry, what was the question?
If you're traveling in a vehicle at 500 miles per hour,
yes,
and there's a car and there's a vehicle in front of you traveling at 1,000 miles per hour, double your speed, how long would it take you to catch up to the vehicle traveling at double your speed?
You can't catch him. You're not catching
You couldn't. You're not catching him.
Nope.
Now, turn that example around. Now, say the guy who's traveling at 1,000 miles is traveling towards you at 1,000, and you're traveling towards him at 500.
Mm-hmm.
How quickly are you two approaching each other?
So
1,500 miles per hour.
At 1,500 miles per hour, correct. So in the one you subtract, in the other you add, because you'd be able to see the difference between something coming toward you or something going away from you. Now, when an airplane takes off and flies east or west, it matters not, because the flight time is generally very similar. Now, that should make you scratch your head for a sec, because when we're traveling with the Earth's spin, the Earth is spinning at double our speed. And when I travel against the Earth's spin, the destination is coming toward me at a speed while I'm still going toward the destination at a greater speed, meaning that if the destination was 3,000 miles away and it's traveling towards me at 1,000 and I'm traveling toward it at 500, it would take me 2 hours of that 1,500 mile per hour speed to get to my destination. Whereas traveling eastward, if it was still 3,000 miles and I'm only traveling at 500 miles, but that destination is going away from me at 1,000 miles per hour, do you think I'll get there in 2 hours? No, we'll never catch up to it, because the destination's moving away from you. So this is how simple it would be to prove that the Earth is spinning, is take a flight, east or west, show that the one that when you went against the spin, you got there quicker, and the one where you went with the spin, you got there longer. You'd be able to show quite definitively that there's this variation always when traveling east or west. Now, you already rightfully described that when the destination is traveling away from you, faster than you're traveling towards it, that you would never catch up to it. In reality, our eastward flights are the quickest flights. Let that soak in for a sec. So if you traveled from California to New York, you will get to New York quicker than if you traveled from New York to California.
Well,
and New York to California, you'd be going against the spin. So you should get to California quicker. But in all flights, the eastward flight, the one with the spin, where the destination's moving away from you, you arrive quicker, which doesn't comport. If the ground was moving at a set rate and you left the ground and either traveled to against the spin or with the spin, you would have variation in flight times. Do you agree with that?
Something.
I do.
Well,
So that's now. So let me just finish the last point. So the first point was curvature. We can't see it. In fact, we're measuring 10 times further than what they claim it should be. If you take the radius of the Earth and increase it by 10 times, the radius of the Earth now becomes the distance to the moon of 230,000 miles versus 4,000 miles. So it is astronomically different. It is not like out by a percentile or 2%. It's out by thousands of percents. Then on the axial rotation, common sense tells you going against the spin, you should get there sooner. In reality, it's the longer flight when flying against the spin. Then the third one is gas pressure. We're told that we know we're breathing gas pressure. It's 14.7 psi at sea level. If I said to you, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? The answer, honestly, is no, because I need the wall of my tire to insert air into the tire to build up the pressure that eventually my tire reaches the pressure I need it to be at. If I had a hole in the side of my tire, I couldn't increase that pressure because whatever pressure I try and insert into the container would instantly escape. Sorry, you want to say something?
Yeah, the Yukon jet stream. Have you heard of it?
Yes.
The Yukon jet stream.
Yes, the easterly jet streams.
Nope. Yukon. It's all right, so when you
Yeah, the troll might not be working plan, guys. You gotta up the acting lesson. Maybe.
Yeah, so what is peculiar is that most of those jet streams are also outrunning the speed of the spinning Earth below it.
Right.
So the jet stream is traveling faster eastward than the ground that is supposedly traveling eastward. And if you took a ball and you start spinning it in a swimming pool, the water that's right next to the ball, because of friction, will start to move with the ball, but will never accelerate faster than the ball that's causing the friction. It's a drag force. So effectively, if this Earth was pulling the air with it, the air could never exceed the Earth that's pulling the air with it.
Especially by 250 miles an hour.
Correct. And in some instances, 350 and 450 miles an hour.
Two fucking pussies.
So just on the final point about the gas pressure thing, you cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container We are breathing gas pressure. Therefore, the requirement that we have this gas pressure in the first place is that it has to be contained to be able to generate this pressure in the first instance. Otherwise, the natural property of gas is to move from high pressure concentration to low pressure concentration to create equilibrium or to equilibrate. So in every instance, why does the wind move? Because it's going from high pressure to low pressure. Why does osmosis occur in water? Because you've got a high concentration moving to a low concentration. In all aspects of physics, you always have this movement from high pressure to low pressure. We are said to have this high pressure air around this rock floating in vacuum of space. The vacuum of space is an infinite low pressure that the high pressure around the Earth would instantly want to equilibrate to that low pressure unless there was a physical barrier preventing that equilibrium from occurring. So effectively, gas pressure, the definition for gas pressure is the amount of gas pressing on the walls of its container. Because it's only when the gas hits the wall of its container that it can start bouncing back towards the middle to create the pressure in the middle of the box. Because gas is always expanding outward. So it's only when it comes up against a physical surface that it can stop expanding outwards and start pressing back inwards to give us the pressure that we register. If there's a hole in the outside of the container or one lid is not closed, that gas will expand outwards and away and find equilibrium 100% of the time. So if we don't have curvature, we can't prove curvature. We don't have axial rotation and we can't prove axial rotation. And we can't demonstrate gas pressure without containment. Those are the three pillars of this spinning ball in a vacuum religion. For it to be a ball, it must curve. For it to be day and night, it must spin. And then it must be floating in this infinite vacuum, which is a low pressure, which means all the air would flood into that low pressure.
Yeah, Dr. Fred jumped. Maybe Astro wants to, I don't know, add in.
I guess I just have questions. In your
But
gas,
did you get the explanation? Did you follow it? Understood it?
I followed the first two, but the third kind of lost me.
All right. So if I have
Wouldn't the atmosphere be
if I have a can, 1 second. If I have a can of cola, right, and I shake it up, and I open the lid, where does the gas go?
out?
Out. Pretty easy, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's basically it.
So then, on that same premise, isn't the atmosphere the can for the cola?
So air keeping out in air. Is that what you're alluding to? The air is keeping in the air.
That's equivalent to saying that the air around the Coke can kept all the gas inside the Coke can because the air contained the gas from escaping.
Okay.
And what even kills it further is that gravity is supposed to be distance dependent. So as you're close to the center of the Earth, the gravity should be stronger. And as you go further and further away from the center of the Earth, the gravity gets weaker, which means opening your Coke can at the Earth is where the gravity is the strongest. And therefore, the gas should not escape the Coke can where the gravity is the strongest, and the gravity should hold the gas in while the lid is open. There should be none of that that Coke is so famous for, which is instant. The moment the seal's broken, the gas escapes because it's no longer a closed system. And that's called entropy, the second law of thermodynamics, that high pressure always goes to low pressure, hot always goes to cold, and there is always loss in that reaction. There's always a decay, a loss of kinetic or heat energy. So what we're talking about is a natural law that can never be demonstrated to be even questionable. The only thing that can ever be posed against this is, but the air is containing itself. Because in your religion, you were taught that the air just sticks to the outside of this ball, just magically. And then logically, you start to think, well, maybe the air has mass. So maybe the mass is holding the air down. But then there would be something called a container gas. And I could just use gases to contain other gases. So I don't need a helium balloon any longer. Just give me the thin layer of air and I'll just insert the helium inside that thin layer of air. And then the helium won't go anywhere else. It'll stay exactly where I want it to because I have a container gas. Now, the reason I'm using the word container gas is because it's fallacious, because gas requires containment. Doesn't matter if you call it atmosphere. Doesn't matter if you call it atmospheric pressure. It's a gas at a pressure. Therefore, it has to be contained. Otherwise, the pressure would drop and it would rush from high pressure to low pressure until equilibrium occurs. So if we exclude the atmosphere, can you demonstrate one other example, just one, of where gas is its own container, or how gas doesn't require, a high pressure gas doesn't need a container? Just one demonstration, not assuming that the atmosphere is an open system next to a vacuum, which breaks the second law of thermodynamics. Can you think of one example?
I definitely cannot.
So if you had a three-legged stool or a three-legged table, being curvature, axial rotation, and gas pressure, we've kicked out the curvature leg, we've kicked out the axial rotation leg, and now we're kicking out the atmospheric pressure leg, because gas does not contain itself. That's why the definition of gas pressure is the amount of gas pressing on the walls of its container. So the only way to achieve a pressure is with a closed system, because as I inject more air into it, the pressure increases because there's nowhere for that gas to go. The only way to create pressure is with a closed system. So much so that it's a law. So when you start to look at a topic like this, it's the most fascinating thing that 90% of what they used as defenses are completely fallacious, completely wrong, are broken reasoning, assumptions, because I could also go outside and say, look, we've got air, that means we're contained. And you say, look, we've got air, that means it's an open system. Now, which one of us is right? Well, we'd have to go and do an experiment to demonstrate gas in an open system or gas in a closed system. And it's only ever been demonstrated with pressure gas in a closed system. So then, unfortunately, I would win that argument because I can demonstrate with 1,000 examples of how a closed system allows you to increase gas pressure. And there's, like you've conceded, not a single one demonstration that can be shown to show gas pressure without a container. So now if you've got this table and all three legs have been kicked out, and those are the fundamental pillars of that religion, it really should make you start to question at least the narrative that you've been taught. And why is it that the only example of this gas pressure existing next to a vacuum is the belief that it can happen because it's here on the Earth, on a round Earth that's spinning every day, traveling Mach 88 around the sun, traveling at 500,000 miles per hour with the sun, traveling at 2 million miles per hour around the Great Attractor, which means that the Earth is spinning on its axis, traveling eastward round the sun, traveling northward with the sun, and traveling in some diagonal vector around the universe. Meaning we've got so many multiple vectors of movement that we should be able to pick up at least one of them. And every single demonstration always shows a stationary Earth. If I travel east or west or north or south, it takes the same amount of fuel to travel, okay, notwithstanding any headwinds or anything like that. But in terms of if I want to travel at 8 miles per gallon, westward or eastward or
Yeah, you're cutting out, Solar. So if you have the stool that he was mentioning and all three legs are removed from beneath it and cut out and the stool falls, then everything that you've propped up on that stool is also going to fall, which is pretty much the entire heliocentric model. So did you have any response or any questions beyond this?
No, I've got no arguments whatsoever.
Well, you don't necessarily have to have an argument. Do you have a question?
Not off the top of my head. But I might come back tomorrow night and ask some questions.
Well, you're welcome to. Anytime, you're welcome to stick around. Now, we have other people in the room that are VC verified. If they'd like to have room.
Yeah, Astro, it was good chatting to you. Thanks for you being honest. Like I think someone said earlier, and none of these are gotcha questions. This isn't to try and say, ha ha ha, look how little you know about this topic or anything like that. The reason that the people in this room are here is to share information that we've come across. So the same way that if you found some really good financial advice, you would share it with some of your friends and say, listen, buy Bitcoin, it's going to do this, or do this because it's going to help your retirement. You're going to share the good information that you found. And it's the same here, that we're here to share what we've discovered that definitively proves something, not in the realm of religion, of belief. So you'll hardly ever hear a flat earther say, I believe X, Y, Z. They'll normally say, we can prove, or we can demonstrate, or we can, because then it takes opinion out of the window, takes opinion off the table, because it's not about what I think about something else. It's here's the demonstration for it. So it's a fascinating thing. No one can prove this to you. Only you can prove it to yourself. And it depends whether you're normally a leader or a follower. Followers wait for their next instruction, and therefore they will always wait for the next instruction from their rulers. Whereas leaders go and gather information, make decisions, and then sort of have to have the responsibility or the accountability of those decisions. Now, everyone in here has gone through this process of testing themselves, testing what was the current narrative, and then proving it to themselves. So we don't expect anyone to come in here, talk to us for 10 minutes and say, wow, you're right, everything I knew is wrong, great, cool, problem done.
Matter of fact, if you did, I would be very suspicious.
Can I say something? So when you guys say this stuff, do you guys get any fucking bitches? Guys, how the fuck are you?
What
I
a
do have-
sad little Globy.
I do have one question.
What a sad little man.
That's never happened before. Next question. Sorry, what was your question?
Okay, so if it's not a sphere, would you say it's a square, a rectangle?
So flat. Okay. So the Earth being flat and level. That says nothing about the shape of the Earth. It only refers to the surface that we can reach, the surface that we walk on, what we can see, and what we have access to. Doesn't mean that we are claiming anything about the entirety of Earth. The only thing that we can definitively say is what can be measured. We can't even access all of the Earth.
I guess that makes sense.
It's a very philosophical question what you just asked. I'm not sure if you've heard of something called squaring the circle.
I have not.
So it's a mathematical problem that sort of existed for, I think it's over 1,000 years already, where it's called squaring the circle. So if you type it into Wiki or Google, you'll see all the philosophers that have dealt with this idea of how do we square the circle. Now, it's kind of like Leonardo da Vinci, where he drew the Vesuvian Man, and it shows the man standing in a block and a circle, and the circle is like to his fingertips, and the block is to his head height. But yet, I've, with my further research, sort of seen that there is this question being asked a lot of the nature of the reality that we live in that the Bible describes the four corners of the earth, and then it also says that he encompassed the deep, and a compass draws a circle, and four corners implies a square. So I think philosophically, there's always been this question about what is our outer dimension. But now, if I wanted to measure a square, I would need to place my ruler or my tape measure on the outside of the square to the other outside of the square, and then measure the vertical side to be the same as the horizontal side. When I see that all four are exactly the same lengths, I can determine it's a square. If two lengths are different to two other lengths, it would be a rectangle. Now, the peculiar thing about this earth that we're on is that the same way no one has ever measured the curvature of Earth, no one has ever measured the diameter or the outer limits. When you go and look, you'll see Admiral Richard E. Byrd tried to travel south. He took the might of the military. I think he took something like 50 vessels and hundreds of men. Went down there and had to eventually give up because they couldn't reach the south. That was in the 1950s, late 1950s. After that operation, they started Operation Dominic and Operation Fishbowl, where they started shooting nuclear weapons at the sky for the next 10 years. So either they encountered a limitation, like a physical limitation, like a dome or something above us, and then chose to shoot nuclear weapons, like 1,000 megaton weapons at the sky for the next 10 years. But if we haven't even gone south and we haven't gone north, we still don't even have one of those outer dimensions that we'd need to determine the shape. So it's kind of like saying if I stood in the center of a square, I could think it's still a circle because I haven't measured the outside of the square to see that all four sides are the same length. And so while we're still in the central position and we've never been to the exterior, it would be anybody's guess as to what shape it is, whether it's a diamond or a square or a circle or a five-sided star or a six-sided star like the Jewish tradition. Who knows? There's a lot of sacred geometric patterns that it could be. But once again, that would lie in the realm of belief versus what we can prove. Flat earthers, we like to discuss what we can actually prove. So the overall dimension of this place is still unknown in the year 2021. And that still blows my mind to this day. That we have the entire military might. We are told that we're going to new planets out in space, but yet they still say we don't even know, or we know less about our oceans than we know about Mars. meaning we still don't even know the depths of the oceans in certain parts in the year 2021.
Yeah, they're still discovering new species. Can I just say something really quick regarding Admiral Byrd? I had a little thought there. The reason why he came up with the whole thing about there's more resources, there's more land, there's more this, there's more that, the other. Remember, he's part of the establishment too, right? Maybe the reason why he said that is because there wasn't.
Because?
Because there wasn't. There isn't. There's a barrier they couldn't get through. So he was exclaiming that there was a land larger than. Fuck, hang on, sorry.
Yeah, well, I see what you're saying, PMAC, but I don't think that would be the case because they tried to paint him afterwards as being mentally ill, like saying he'd lost his mind. Yeah.
Well, really? Okay, I didn't know that part, but yeah, okay.
Could I just chime in here just for a second? I haven't looked at Admiral Byrd's flight paths, but there's only 3 places you can go from Antarctica if it is a globe: New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, and Argentina. Argentina's the closest. Could it be that he was trying to get to New Zealand or Australia and got fucked up because of the compass magnetic field shit and come across a massive land mass that was the size of America being South America? Just speculating.
Well, okay, so what you're saying is in the realm of thinking that the Earth is a sphere, so we would first have to measure curvature, but as it stands, it's level, it's flat and level, and if you go to Antarctica, like with all the information that we have and everything regarding Antarctica is indicative of an ice wall, right, that just encompasses the Earth that we know. Now, what he was referring to is going beyond the ice wall. Now, if
Not to mention, I'm quite certain Admiral Byrd knew what South America was before he even left to go on his voyage. So,
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Yeah, I don't know how Admiral Byrd got there, whether he flew there or they went there on ships and built the airplanes when they got to Antarctica or not. I don't know. Speculation.
Quit Discord and come back. This thing's fucking playing up.
yeah, it sucks that we can't go there, or we could get a voyage together and go find out.
But see, that's the thing. It's the summer season down there now, and I know personally that I could go and have a beer with in 6 months when they get back. At least 18, 21 helicopter pilots that are down there on the ice, and there was a Lisbon company from Portugal named Highfly that flew a private charter of 300 people on an Airbus A340 and landed at McMurdo Sound just like 2-3 days ago.
Right. Well, they have these bases and these locations. They have specific predetermined destinations that you're able to go. You can't just go and freely explore, and you can't take enough equipment with you to have the supplies, the fuel, enough food to last you long enough to be able to make it too far either. I mean, you're limited as to what you can take. And I also, like, this is not anything that I know for a fact, but I did hear someone make the claim that you're not even allowed to take a compass with you.
I don't think that's true because we have the same thing where I am. I'm right in the middle of the South Island of New Zealand, and we have very tall mountains, and obviously before COVID we don't have not that that could obviously we were a tourist country, and we would stupidly get fucking dumb, ignorant people going way up into the mountains, 10,000 feet high, that the weather can change in 10 minutes, and then go up in shorts and a t-shirt and sandals. That's
Well,
why.
I mean, that's on them. Look, are they like? Why should they? If someone wants to put their life at risk, it's their choice. Just let them, man. I mean, that's just the way. There's like the way that they monitor the place has nothing to
Hey.
do with them caring about someone's safety or well being. It has everything to do with preserving whatever they're hiding.
Hey,
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to
I'm
your
all for
question
it.
about traveling southward. When you go and look at most of the South excursions, including Richard E. Byrd, they kind of traveled along the South America coast towards Antarctica. And if you were to then pop up on the other side, you're over the Pacific Ocean. So there would need to be some continent either in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, that's that big section of just water for virtually half of a sphere size on the backside. So no one has ever demonstrated traveling south and arriving at any other continent. So we can do all the speculation in terms of could it have been New Zealand, could it have been Australia? But firstly, you wouldn't be coming up exactly aligned there. You'd be coming up in the middle of the Pacific, and then you'd have to travel significantly eastward to get to those islands. But effectively, the whole thing about being part of a Freemasonry group is that you've got these sworn secrets that you're not allowed to disclose. But yet, when you watch that interview with Richard E. Byrd, he kind of looks like he's discovered something that's beyond some brotherhood secret. And by him doing all those videos and all those interviews, and then suddenly having all of his accomplishments stripped, declared medical or mentally ill, and then basically being dead about a year or two after that excursion, obviously due to natural causes in inverted commas, I think that he did let a cat out the bag slightly, that it wasn't in terms of the greater brotherhood and where the brotherhood was steering mankind. So there's still questions around that whole thing, but to assume that he just ran into Australia and never knew. Richard E. Byrd had traveled to the North Pole, to the South Pole. He was one of the most decorated admirals. He'd been responsible for hundreds and hundreds of vessels in his direct control. And you don't get to that ability if you've got a questionable mental ability or a questionable mental state. The government wouldn't give you that much authority. So he was credible up until he came back and presented his findings, and then was conveniently dead 2 years later.
Not to mention that in the 80s, they questionably discovered an autobiography by him and attached concave Earth to him as well. So to make him look even crazier, I guess.
And that is funny because if Antarctica is around the outer center of the Earth, then it's funny because the actual circumference of the Earth was measured in like 1686. It's 69. It's 69 degrees. It's 69 degrees. 69 miles per degree.
That's looking at the sky, Jessica.
That's
right?
No, they went to No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah.
How many
And
times are you going to
what's-
say no before you shut the fuck up?
What's the degrees based on?
They went to the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer from the equator, and it took 10 years to get the results. Obviously, because it was in the I know, right? It was in the 1700s. We didn't have fucking powerboats and shit back then, right?
Yeah, you were alive then too, so you're even able to talk about it. Cool, keep going.
Oh my god, and you were too, so you can disprove me. Oh my god, I should have thought about that.
And continue.
I've got a photo of it on my phone. I'll try and find it.
So you don't understand the difference between measurement and calculate, right?
I know I do. They're one and the same. How
Incorrect. Incorrect.
How are they
that was
not?
a demonstration of exactly my point. Thanks, Jazza.
Okay, good on you, Flat Earth Solar. How are they not?
Hey, wait, before he does that, can you tell us why they're the same?
A calculation and a measurement are the same. You calculate something to get a measurement. You divide a measurement to get a calculation.
Wait, so
Is that right?
if I take my foot, right, just my foot, and I state this, well, I have 1 foot. This is an official measurement, right? My foot is an official measurement. So I have 10 Roger foots from me to the door. How is that? That's a measurement, right? So I put 10 feet, right? 10 of my feet to the door. That's a measurement. It's not a calculation.
You could use that as a measurement and a calculation if you could say that
It's a measurement, not a calculation, right?
No, you could say, oh,
You could say, but what would you be able to do?
Here's my foot. It's fucking 15 centimeters, and then you could
I'm
use
not
that
talking about.
as a measurement
All
tool
right,
to
so
make a
Your feet
calculation.
aren't that big.
Let me try simplify this for you then, Jazza. You
don't
can
need to
use a
simplify shit, big
measurement.
fella.
No, well, you're not
I know.
catching a very simple. You're not catching a very simple understanding here, and I just want to try and elucidate it for you.
Oh no!
You can use actual measurements to calculate from. Yes, that's agreed. If I measure the length and the breadth, I can then do a calculation to work out the square area. The measurement cannot be taken from a calculation. So the measurement is used as a precursor to be able to calculate. You cannot calculate to find a measurement. That's where you're getting a misunderstanding here.
Can you not calculate an area and then use a measurement that you've just completely made up to calculate in dimension what you've just measured?
Okay, so if you have a measurement, there's no need for a calculation. So when you calculate is when you're doing when you're making assumptions and you're doing observations. If you have an actual measurement, you don't need to make calculations.
Well, yeah, we're pretty much going in roundabouts here. So let's get back to the real. Let's get back to the real deal.
Okay.
Do you understand the
you
difference?
tell us what the real deal is, partner.
Yeah,
I know you go for it.
So
You go for it. You go for it.
Do you
measurement is
understand?
not a calculation then, right, Jessica? A measurement isn't a calculation then.
A measurement isn't a calculation. I have to disagree with you about that because that is complete horseshit. But you go for it, Glat.
What am I going to go for? You're telling us what's important. So this is your show. Welcome back.
What do you want to talk about? The A340 landing on a private charter flight in Antarctica just yesterday, or
Wow, nope. I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
want to
of course
talk
not.
about flights, bro.
Of course not.
Do you know how flights happen? They happen in the sky. Do you know what we're talking about?
Yeah, I know how they happen. Yeah, I know how they happen.
Okay. Oh, so
Okay.
you're a glober then, Jazz? Because I thought I remember you being a flat earther. Or are you just coming here, fucking around, taking the piss? What are you doing?
I'm offended, bro.
I hope so.
I am deeply.
Okay, well, get more offended, and then when you've cooled off enough to have a conversation, you should come back.
I'm
I don't
ready to
think
have a
Jazz has
conversation right
ever
now.
been
You hit me
smart.
right in the spine.
He's never been
good.
smart enough to catch these points.
Oh,
Always
he's smart
been
enough. I can hear it in his voice. He's just taking the piss. So what can we do for you, Jazza? Yazakonda. Sorry, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, firstly, thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. I was like, oh no. Much respect. What is it that? No, it's not. What is it? Is it what it is? Is that the flat Earth just doesn't work in the southern hemisphere? Just doesn't work.
Oh yeah. Tell me about that.
So it works in the northern hemisphere. Nice.
Oh, well,
Jazza.
see, flat Earth solar. See, you should be able to figure this out because you're in. I'm guessing you're in South Africa, my mate.
How does it work in the northern hemisphere?
I'm so
I asked.
glad it works in the northern hemisphere. I live in the northern hemisphere. So cool.
Flat Earth.
Good concession, Jazza.
Flat Earth solar. You're in the southern hemisphere, so you can see to your south that it is light as fuck later and later in our summer.
Isn't that happening in the sky, though?
Antarctica.
I don't know. Call me crazy.
It is no, glap. It is happening in the sky.
Oh, good. Do you want to
there's
talk
a
about the
reason.
Earth at some point?
But there's a reason for that, and we can talk about the reason for that, but no one wants to hear it because.
Oh no, I'd love to. Let's hold on, guys. Please let him do this to himself. Yes. Let's hear the reason for that.
No, I'm definitely not going to do it to myself. I don't have an audience.
Bullshit.
So Jazza, do you remember that time where we in the southern hemisphere, because you're in New Zealand and I'm here in South Africa?
I know you're like 12,000 miles away from me, mate, but go ahead.
All right. So do you remember the time that we had to do light savings and have to change our times forward and back like the northern hemisphere?
Wait, what the fuck? Are you talking about daylight savings?
Correct. Yeah. When was the last time that we in the southern hemisphere had to all set our clocks forward and back to extract the benefits of daylight savings? Because a sphere is spherical, and therefore it's going to be the same for the north as it would for the south, just 6 months apart. When was the last time that we also conformed to daylight savings time?
Holy shit! I can't believe you brought that up. That's a political thing to do with labour and people's work hours, and it gives them an extra hour of daylight. It just changed the fucking hour back. It's got nothing to do with anything.
It doesn't give them. The hours are varied. The daylight hours are varied, and they have to change their clocks accordingly to extract more daylight hours before the sun sets very quickly for them in the early afternoons, while the sun is in the southern outer. Like, it's funny that
you're just helping him distract with dumb shit about the sky. Sorry. That's all you're letting him do.
Let him make his point.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Flat Earth Solar.
He wants to talk about difference in day length and to try and make that be some kind of globe proof for the South. So I was trying to say that the variation in day length between North and South is remarkable. And day length is normally got to do with the rotation of your sphere. So if day length is lengthening or shortening, then is the rotation of your sphere changing to allow for these either extended or decreased daylight hours? So I didn't know what point he was going to be trying to make, that because I'm in the South and I'm seeing that the nights, like our dusk is 2 hours. It stays light for many hours before it turns dark.
Thank you for saying that. Keep going.
I'm asking you, what's your point, Jazza? What were you trying to make the point about? Did your world stop turning? Did your world stop turning so that you can have these elongated dusks?
No, Flat Earth Solar. What I'm trying to point out to you is that you're in the south and you can see to the south and you can see that the fucking sun goes down 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the middle of summer, and you have 2 hour. You just said it. You have 2 hour sunrise to sunsets. At the equator, it takes 10 minutes. You just pretty much put yourself on a chemical toilet and shat on your own chin.
So what I asked you was, what does that mean to you in your little religion?
No. It doesn't mean anything to me in my religion, because in my religion, I'm sitting at pretty much the same latitude as you, and I can see the same fucking thing, because we're in the south, dude.
Okay, so do you agree that your day and night is due to Earth rotation?
I do, and I
Okay, so length
no,
of
no,
day
hang on,
and length of
no,
night
hang on,
is due to rotation.
That's the
Correct?
No. The length of our day is due to the axial rotation of the Earth.
No.
That's what I just said. You think the axial
that model.
rotation determines day length.
Yes.
All right. So how do you explain?
How do you not get it?
That the equator,
You just said in your own fucking comment.
But it's the actual rotation has never
whatever.
been. I'll interrupt right now. Yeah, actual rotation has never been proven. There's no actual rotation.
The point he was making and what he was asking you is the Earth speeding up and slowing down because your days and the amount of sunlight that you get in is varying. And so he's asking you, is the Earth in your religion, is the Earth speeding up and slowing down?
And I'm sorry, truth. That is exactly what I'm saying, except in the other way that it works perfectly well on the globe, but the sun would have to be speeding up and slowing down for seasons.
No, but the Earth is stationary in your belief. In your religion,
No.
the Earth is what is causing that length duration.
No. I thought you guys knew more about the heliocentric model than I did.
So that's why I asked you the qualifying question. Is your day and night caused by the rotation of the Earth? You then said yes.
Yes.
Okay, so now stay on point, focus, concentrate with me for another 30 seconds. So
Completely
if day
focused on you.
and night duration is caused by axial rotation, an increase in day length,
seasonal day
length, or can only be achieved by a changing in the axial rotation, correct?
Seasonal day lengths, because it gets longer and shorter, shorter and longer. Yes, because of the rotation,
Because
the
of
axial rotation of the Earth.
variation.
Yes.
So yes. Wow.
Can't work on a flat Earth. You haven't proven anything.
No, it
that
can't
can
work
do that.
on a sphere. It can't work
No,
on a sphere that rotates at the same speed.
I'm gonna have to intentionally offend you and say, dipshit, you've got nothing. It works perfectly fine on a flat Earth. That's why it works. So
you're not listening to the same
I
conversation.
think you meant to say globe, but you accidentally told the truth. Oh!
Oh, shit, Glat. You got me. Gluck, gluck, gluck. Fuck, I feel like I'm in the middle of a shooting in a Vegas casino that's fake.
Okay. Back on point. Go ahead, Solar.
So he says
what I meant to say was on a globe
is determined by axial speed. Axial speed determines day length in his religion. Now, day length is varying, so therefore axial rotational speed must vary. And he's not understanding. This is like one point after another. This is as simple as it can get. He agreed axial rotation is what causes day and night. Should be 12 hour on a sphere.
Oh, no. Look,
as the day length
hang on.
There would have to be a speeding up or slowing.
You will let
the
Flat Earth
rotational
Solar finish talking. Sorry, Solar.
I will.
One more time.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how more simply I can put this. So.
Oh, you're putting it very simple, but I will put it even more simpler. So carry on, eh?
I think you're barely able to handle speaking English to other humans right now, let alone should you be having a conversation about this topic. Does that make sense?
That makes complete sense.
Okay, cool. Well, why don't you come back sober and we can keep talking? Is that all right?
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fair, to be honest.
Okay. I don't want to get heated in here, you know what I mean? Like, we want to talk to you about the Earth and nothing else.
And hey, Glat, I must say that over the last 18 months I've been banned, I listen to you guys for hours and hours every night when I'm out of the airport after I put things to bed and shit.
Cool.
And you are the funniest motherfucking flat earther there is.
Nah, man. I appreciate that. You know, I gotta bring something to the table, right?
No, dude, you are. Seriously.
Thanks, brother. All good. It's all love. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm able to make people laugh, because it's genuine. It comes from a good place. Anyway.
I am a Glober. I've been listening to you guys for 5-6 years, but seriously, dude, you're funny as fuck. And whenever I talk to anyone, I'm like, listen to fucking Glat Flobe.
Right on. It's not my fault. My family's hilarious. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
Have you ever seen measurable Earth curvature without NASA?
See, that's the thing, God, Rick.
What's up?
I don't have a measuring tape. I don't know whether that's what you want me to do or not. It kind of sounds like it wants what you want, but
I just want you to prove the claims they make. That's all. I want you to prove that what they tell us is true without NASA. That's all.
Well, for one, I don't know why. This is what I struggle with. I don't know why you would think that NASA fucking lies about everything. Like, are you paranoid as fuck?
It's not paranoia.
Yeah, but why would you think someone lies about so much? You gotta be paranoid.
They told me it rains diamonds on Uranus. They told me there's Mars rovers on Mars, and there's no way we can prove that. It's like just bullshit and confusion they're shoveling at us, and they expect us to believe it. There's no way they can verify that. There's no way we can verify that.
Yeah, but
we're intelligent, right? We have intellect. Let's see what we can prove here on Earth without NASA. We can do this, right? With science. How do we do it? Tell me.
But at the same time, you can't tell that there's 100 fucking shopping trolleys at your next Walmart 100 miles away.
Okay.
We can go there. We can go there and find out. How do we do it on Earth? How do we measure?
Yeah, but you won't. But you won't do it.
Maybe I would. Well, you're just saying shit now. I want to know how to do this. How do you measure the curvature that they're claiming?
Yeah, but dude, this is what I'm saying.
Tell me how to do it, and I'll do it.
Dude, listen to me. This is what I'm saying. We have people. You have mechanics. You've got plumbers, electricians that come into your house. You don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they go and measure shit.
Yeah, I do.
I don't.
Okay, you do, and people do, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people talking right here don't.
Brother,
so
where are you going with this?
What I'm saying is,
how can we prove it, man? Or it's just faith, belief.
Okay, Glat Flobe.
What's up?
You're the funniest motherfucker on the flat Earth.
Yeah, why don't you test my metal?
All right, I will test your metal by landing on a runway. Do you actually think that runway's moving?
I don't know.
Oh, thank fuck for that. Jesus Christ.
I don't talk about moving runways. Hold on. I don't talk about moving runways because I haven't prepared an argument regarding runways, Earth movement, and planes landing on it. Also, I think to me, it's just, it doesn't prove much. It's not like, oh, well, it would have to be moving at, 1,000 feet per second, this and that. I think it's true, but at the same time, I just don't think it's an argument that Globers can wrap their heads around. They're like, "What do you mean it's moving?" Like, well, yeah, it would have to be because you've left the reference frame, and then you've come back to it, which you would have to account for. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, Glad. I'll give you some material before you open the curtain before after you come out of the dressing room, you open the curtain call. It's a complete waste of fucking time.
What is?
The runway shit. It's
Exactly.
all relative.
I never got into it. Right. So anyway, that's why I don't bring it up. That's why I don't talk about it. So if you want to talk to me about that, no. Okay? Not in my wheelhouse, and that's okay, because I don't need to talk about that. Do you need to talk about that to prove a globe? Oh, it's stationary. It means it's a globe.
No,
What?
no.
There's a
Absolutely not.
presupposition they live on a ball that's moving and spinning.
I know that. Yeah.
That's a presupposition.
Well aware of the presupposition
Yeah.
based on assumptions, based on
And
math,
that's
based
all
on
we need to
assumptions.
know. Absolutely.
So anyway,
that's
how can we get to a point, a checkpoint in this? Jazza.
I don't know. I just had a call. I gotta pick some climbers up in the morning. But what about? Here's the thing.
Fuck. There's more. Hey, wait, there's more. Hey, 25%
Before
later.
you do that, can I go back to your faith and trust and like all this other stuff? Do you know what the first material they tried to present to the public was?
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah. You know what the first material they tried to present to us was? Because you were in the realm of, well, we need to believe because we need to. So do you know what the first material they tried to pass off to the public was?
I really don't give two fucks because reality is reality, and the storytelling. So, but let me know.
The Starfinder. Have you heard of this? They supposedly got footage of the stars and the moon. Surely
yeah.
you've heard of this, right? You've been around the topic for 6 years. The first material that they present to us of so-called space is these pictures of Starfinder, right? And I'm supposed to believe that?
You do know that was a movie, right?
Yeah, but they presented it as a real thing. This is the problem. I know it looks ridiculous, but you have to say it's a movie.
Dude. It was a fucking movie. It was never real.
Contest, is it? And the whole science fiction realm, that the whole basis.
Sweet baby,
that's
Jesus
not real either,
Christ.
man. That's not real.
No wonder there's flat earthers.
I'm glad you say it's not real because that's. Yeah, I mean you're right. It's not real. So, thank you for that. Carry on.
No, dude, I'm just saying, you just presented that as real.
No, I didn't present it. They did. They said, this is what sun, moon, and stars look like from up here at this height. You can't check it for yourself, but believe this image. And the image they passed off to us is so ridiculous that you can't even claim that it is true. You have to tell me it's a movie. So, thank you.
No, all I'm saying is that you believed it was real. I'm not saying you're dumb or anything like that. I'm just saying, holy fucking shitballs is what I'm saying.
God stick. That's what they gave you as a stick, as a carrot, and you're the donkey, and you're chasing it. That's what it is. Travel down the world, man. That's what they do to you, man. You believe it.
Sweet Lord.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yay. So where are we now in the conversation? Jazza, what do you have a globe claim right now? Do you want to talk about that?
I will in a second. Can you just give me a couple of minutes just to have a quick smoke, and then I'll be back, and then I've got a massive one for you.
Okay, great. Can't wait to hear it.
I bet you can.
Upside down smoke.
Upside down smoke. Hey, I want an Australia shot from the moon. Just one shot, a 360 from the moon. Give me Australia.
Yeah, maybe Astro has
a do the bong hoot, man.
Yeah, oh my God, you guys like.
I want to see it go upside down the way it's supposed to go.
Yeah, you guys, I like take a smoke and see if the smoke goes like from my mouth to my asshole straight up to you guys. It'd be fucking amazing.
Yeah, watch it and check to see if it gets pulled down to the ground by gravity. When you blow it out.
Hey, The only thing coming out of your asshole right now is smoke, so it's all good, bro.
Yeah, I know. It might get intercepted and get fucking server muted, so.
As long as there's the chamber there to keep it contained, though, we're all good. We're all good, man. Keep the
Keep that shit contained, bro.
You know what I mean?
We'll see how it
We don't
goes,
want
eh?
any leaks. We don't want any leaks. There's going to be no gradients here either. We're going to have no gradients whatsoever. It'll be beyond
Ah,
the
shit. We're just about
volume
to talk
of
about
the.
gradients. Shit.
Is that a refraction cigarette you're having there?
Go smoke your cigarette, Jazza.
Oh man, just fishing. It's all good.
So he's been listening to the server for 18 months, and he comes in here, and his best argument for a globe is that there's a 2-hour dusk in the southern hemisphere.
Beautiful. Great.
You act surprised, levelist.
I'm not surprised. Oh, it's great. It's perfect. It's par. It's less. It's actually less than par for the course. I do see what he's saying. It's quite pathetic, but yeah, we'll see what else he's got, if anything. I don't know what we're expecting, folks. There's no globe evidence, so we're never going to be impressed.
Apparently, it's
right in Dangerfield.
It's gonna blow our minds and everything. I can't wait. It's like Christmas. I've been waiting like 7-8 years now. Fuck all, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, dude. Me too. Me too. We're catching up on a decade of knowing more than everyone around us.
Oh.
You know.
That's so funny, right? Like,
huh?
Oh man, it's just fucking. It's ridiculous on how it can be carried on 60 years after supposed space.
I know, man.
It's just come on, the fucking gig's up.
Oh, man.
Like,
Makes
you
me
gotta
feel a certain
fold.
way, you know. I get
You gotta
discouraged.
You listen to the gambler, right? You gotta hold. You gotta fold them. They got.
But at the same time, it's only been 300-400 years, so it didn't take the human race long enough to catch up. Like we're here now. You know, through the Dark Ages and the Catholic Church and all kinds of other shit and what people go through and lords and ladies. Yeah, well, it took us a couple of 100 years, but it's not that bad when you look at it. We're catching up pretty quick.
What are we catching up to?
To the fact that it's all fucking live, bro.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. That's real things there.
Yeah, it's only 300-400 years. Not that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, people are stupid. I'm stupid, but we're not that fucking stupid.
Well, it's catching up. It's catching up.
There's a threshold. There's a tipping point, and I just hope that we can get as many people with critical thinking skills opened up by the time that the scales start to tip. That we have enough boots on the ground, as they say. And literally on the ground, like we're talking about the Earth.
That's it, man.
Glovers, bring your asses back down to Earth, would you? Ain't nobody talking about the sky.
That's right.
Well, we have only Puppy 7 who's VC verified in the room. If you have any questions or maybe would like to, I've not spoke to you. I've not heard you talk. Maybe you've spoke to some of the other ones in here. But if you'd like to share your story of how you found the server, and if you're a flat earther, how you discovered it was flat, or just if you have a question.
At the moment, I'm learning still, and I'm just listening along.
Oh, nice. Another English person. That's brilliant.
That's okay. Just feedback. Welcome to the room, only Puppy. English people are welcome.
The bloody hell they are!
bloody well now, you know what?
So, how long have you been looking into the topic? How much do you know about it? Puppy.
Earth to puppy.
How long have you been looking into flat Earth?
Not 4.5 days.
Alrighty then, I shall return.
Puppy.
Oh. We are so close to the zombie apocalypse, it's unbelievable. We're like so close.
Zombies.
Yeah. Do you think that 24 Flutter servers should implement webcams, or is that a bad idea?
No.
Yeah. Too much pornography.
No, that's not it either. If you're trying to accomplish something
Ugly
in a place where it's kind of like the Wild Wild West, it's best to stay anonymous, much as you can, until I mean, you don't need to know who each other are, so you know what I mean.
Yeah. It's kind of like
That's just my opinion, though. Just my take.
Where did that Joker go, the Glober, who said he'd been watching this for 5 years? Where did he go?
I don't know. Jazzaconda, was it? Was that Jazza?
I think he hangs out with Gemsy.
Yeah. With Gemsy or Gem Panda?
I'm sorry, Gem Panda.
I was like, I don't think so. Yeah, Gem Panda.
Butt buddies.
I told him there's no way we can prove all that stuff, and he's like, "Oh, I'm paranoid." Is that his answer?
Your parent? Yes, that's his empirical scientific data.
Hey, as an aside, guys, did you hear that Antonio Subarat's passed?
Yes.
That's kind of wow, man.
6 weeks.
6
a
weeks
handful. 6 weeks, a handful of people that we know.
Fourth flat earther, right?
Number 4.
So
in 6 weeks.
Okay.
He was old school. He was back, he was like 4 years ago too, old school. He wasn't, current.
Yep.
Taking a hit of something there, buddy.
Well, I'm not sure I care. because that's not the point of telling the truth. Doesn't matter what anyone does to me. I'm going to tell the truth until I'm unable to tell you anything. So, but yeah, I don't have anything to say about the numbers being so fishy, I'd say. But who knows? I mean, I can't speculate, right? No idea.
You're definitely fishy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of 50 to 65-year-olds who've died in the past 6 months, ever since the Jabba Jabba Doo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even. There's no way to know why these things are happening, but they do keep happening every couple of weeks, and that is, something happens 2 times it's coincidence, 3 times it's a pattern. Well, we're at 4, so I don't know. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that.
Fine.
So glad you could understand what I was saying to him in terms of the sun movement and the day length being linked to the rotation or the angle. To me, it's always like when they say, well, how can the sun set south in the south, or slightly south of east, or rise slightly south of east, or set slightly south of west? In their model, the sun's not allowed to move.
Right. Everything's fixed in its orbit. Correct.
So it has to be the Earth that's creating that optical effect. And none of them seem to get this, because with the sun's appearing lower on the horizon at that time of the season, it's like the Earth had to progressively tilt more and more so that the sun appeared at that location. Because their sun is stationary and it's all based on the axial rotation and the day length.
Shut up, you filthy fucking nigger coon fucking faggot bitch.
Hang on, Flat Earth.
Yeah, that was beautiful, wasn't it?
Well,
Very original.
Who was it? Oh, he's muted. What's it, brother?
Okay, so what state? What state is that dude from?
Wasn't me. I can tell you that.
He's from the state of who fucking cares?
Truth. His buddy. Who was his buddy?
It was Berserk, and his buddy left the room before I got him verified. Did you get him? Did you take care of him?
Yeah, I banned him.
I'll tell you, he's about to be in a state of pain there. World of hurt there. World of hurt.
Yeah, I got his body. Okay, continue.
Roger, you're the fastest trigger in the West, bro.
Pew pew.
Pew pew pew.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty fast because if I can get them, I have to use the bot. All they have to do is click a button. So I have a handicap. Just so you know.
Yeah. I see that.
I'm just playing. It's not a speed draw. I don't think.
Well, kind of. You want to get to it as quick as you can.
Yeah, for real.
What part of the States are you from, Truth? the sleepy part?
The flat part.
Sleepy flat part?
I'm from Kentucky. You know that, Bunny.
Kentucky. They do chicken there?
Oh, gosh. Really?
I'm sorry.
Yes, they do chicken everywhere in America.
Yeah. They do chicken here in Europe, too.
Honestly,
Sure they do.
Ironically, it's not like if you're talking about Kentucky Fried Chicken, it's around here, or at least where I'm at, it's not that popular because it's so greasy. Now, if you home cook it, it's different. But if you're going to go eat at Kentucky Fried Chicken, that is not popular around here because it's like taking a straw and sticking it in a glass of oil and just guzzling it.
I had to quit doing that. Doctor said it wasn't agreeing with me.
Plus, it's better just to have some fried catfish anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like some good fried chicken, but not Kentucky Fried Chicken. That shit's garbage.
It tastes good, but it is garbage. It is finger licking, not finger licking good, finger licking garbage.
Husley, if you want to have a role, if you want to join the conversation, hop up into the VC check-in. I'll follow you up. Well, it's been an interesting night, fellas.
Yeah. Yep. It's been productive. Feel like we've accomplished everything and more.
Speaking of such, Flat Globe and Truth Prevails, I've got to work in the morning. I've really honed my head in, and wish you guys all the best, and great conversation. We'll talk to you another time, hopefully.
Yeah, you will, man. Come on back, and bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, we'll have a good talk.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll see you again. Just can you do me a favor when you come back in? Try to do it before you have too many drinks.
I thought I did that tonight. Did I not?
Well, I'm just making sure moving forward that you try to remain sober-minded when you come in here. Otherwise, if you come in here, if you're not, just try not to just listen to the YouTube.
Oh no, I always try to be. I listen before I comment. Put it that way.
Well then, thank you.
All right, cool. Find us that measurement. That would be awesome.
Alrighty, love and respect you guys. Keep going, and we'll catch you next time.
All right, man. Get some rest. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care. Go rescue those people.
Will do. Right.
So, Only Puppy, did you ever figure out what questions you would have?
Personally, I don't have any questions. I'm just more interested, and I'm a novice when it comes to this theory.
Okay, how long have you been looking into it?
This is my start.
Well, okay, so what it is ultimately about is testing the globe claims. So that would be that would be where you would need to start. You would need to start with the globe and see what they claim about the globe. The size, what they claim it does, how they claim, like everything about the heliocentric model. Start there. Start with the claims that they make about heliocentrism, and then test those claims. That's what it's all about.
And also the moon landing.
The moon landing? Did you say?
Yeah.
Sounds like you're already skeptical of the moon landing, huh?
So what do you think about the moon landing?
It was recorded in this studio.
Very true. So there's actually a pretty good documentary. It's pretty long. I don't know if you like to watch things that are lengthy, but I'll post it in the live stream in case you haven't seen it.
Right.
It's a pretty good one. I think everyone has their preferences. That's mine.
Thank
So
you.
why do you think they faked it?
The shadows and the light sources.
No, I mean not like how is it faked? Okay, I guess I did. I was a little vague with that. Um, we know they faked it. Why do you think they faked it?
Probably something to do with the Cold War.
Do you think that they've ever been there since?
No.
Do you think they can go there?
Yes, but they'll prove themselves to be false earlier.
Do you think the moon is a physical object that can be landed on? And it's okay, whatever your answer is fine. I'm trying to figure out where you're at cognitively with the topic.
I'm debating it myself.
So if you could have answers to any questions right now magically just by thinking of it, what would that be?
Is the moon real? Because there's no way for me to know.
Real? As in, like, are they fake? Like, what do you mean by is the moon real? Like, do you think it's possible that it could be fake?
There's no way
Is it a physical object?
You can't prove it.
Oh, isn't it a physical object? That's what you meant? So you're not thinking that it could be a projection of like that they're faking that there's a moon there by a holographic projection or anything like that, right? Or that they built something and that it's up there and they're telling us that it's the moon. You're saying that it could just be a light and you don't know if it's physical.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay.
I've also been wondering if it's just a optical illusion from refraction of light.
Good question.
All right. Seems like you're asking pretty relevant questions. Have you ever wondered about water? About how water can be finding its level anytime that we observe it when it's left undisturbed, but yet they claim that it's clinging to a spinning sphere.
I haven't delved into that yet. Personally, I can see where you're coming from.
Okay, I'll let you be. I'm not gonna give you time to look at everything. You do know about the additional information at the bottom of the server, right?
Not necessarily. Which channels? Oh yes, the additional information category. I see it now.
Should find tons of useful links and resources down there.
Yep, I found it.
If you ever have any questions or comments, feel free to speak up.
Okay. Thank you.
It's good that you're questioning. If you ever find a spinning water ball holding water to a surface, let me know. I'd like to take a look at that.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I'll never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi,
Yep.
how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. It's Chocolate saying it's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all could diss, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist. Always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies, begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only archaic, while you sit back and paint these mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years is still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, us really going 6 feet deep. It's the value of your radius, it's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Keep it moving. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon ball will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only want to help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home in your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time, throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are on this lovely, beautiful, immense flat plane.
Good afternoon, Flat Truth Seeker. How are you? Mic check.
I'm absolutely, yeah, no, mic check, yep, no, beautiful, yep, I can hear you beautifully, yep, no, everything's fantastic here. Everything's fantastic here, mate. How's things going with yourself?
Awesome. Nice to hear that. Well, I just done shopping and I'm having the coffee now before work. Yeah.
Yeah, I need some coffee, man.
Hey, Roger.
Yeah, I'm schooling a guy in the lobby.
Oh, the lobby is busy.
Well, no, not really, but
Good afternoon, Roger.
good afternoon.
So what's going on? What's going on in the lobby at the moment, then, Roger?
Not much. A guy claiming Newtonian, then we needed to school him about Einstein. Then he went back to Newton, and now he's saying if anyone wants, he's undercovering gaslighting, saying we don't have credentials or qualifications.
Yeah.
Okay, is that because we don't wear a white cloak and a bow tie?
Right. That must be it, right?
Is that something like, I'm not going to talk with you because you don't have a PhD?
And at the end of the day, anybody with a PhD or a white cloak
Yeah.
or a flaming bow tie.
This guy talking Biodual today over at Brandon's said flat earthers are his pet. I'm like, okay, sure, right? Explain that level of dehumanization on the globe. Explain how people are pets if globe. And he just spiraled out, just like he's always here for entertainment and it's a fun. I'm like, well, why do you block flat earthers? Why do you want them to be quiet? See, like their logic. This is the same guy who thinks he did Cavendish in the vacuum, debunking flat Earth. I'm like, why are you back? Why are you still here? It's months. It's been 5 months, and you think you've debunked flat Earth, but you just keep talking about it. Explain that on the globe.
I have no clue what Cavendish is.
It just made me think of it because Roger said the mass attracts mass thing.
It can never attract. I mean, gravity is not capable to establish a field. So you have no magnitude, no force, no polarity, no charge, nothing in gravity. You just say magically two things attract each other. And this is why they came up with the idea of dark energy and dark matter, because there has to be an opposite of gravity. Because according to the gravity theory, the whole universe was supposed to be a singularity. All stars and planets should conglomerate themselves into a tiny blob. And now they know that dark energy and dark gravity also cannot work. So they come with dark gravity.
The whole
Yeah.
world is in slow motion, bro. Slow motion. Anyway. Get big get, how
The
you doing,
world
motherfucker?
is dead sleep. Hey, P Mac.
What's
Yeah,
up,
having
bro?
the coffee before work. Yeah, with you guys.
You always sound like you're half asleep, bro. You do. Like, do you ever wake up?
Well, I slept only 1.5 hours. I
One
don't
and a
know
half
how I
hour.
did that. Yeah.
I love you, man. I'll be back. I'll be back.
I had this old friend in my childhood. He was like 100 years old, and he said to me, I have only one life. I'm not going to sleep.
Oh, this is so dumb. Like Willie Robertson was on Masked Singer.
Mm.
Ugh. Oh God. There's supposed to be some rocket launch today. See, NASA's asteroid bombing DART will launch at 1. Oh, it's supposed to have launched already.
Oh,
Earlier this morning.
the asteroid attractor or what?
Yeah, okay, so
Gravitational pulley.
yeah,
know.
so the rocket will carry double asteroid redirection test, known as DART. It's meant to impact some asteroid next year to see if it can change its path. This is a first of kind mission and more akin to some blockbuster movie than actual reality. Okay, no, it's supposed to take off tonight. It was California time, so like Central Time, it'd be 10:20 p.m.
Is there going to be a real video or CGI only?
There ain't gonna be shit.
The asteroid impact. Yeah, this is NASA. What shit can you do on a computer?
No, they didn't show anything for it. They just said it took off. It apparently went right out to the ocean,
Oh.
and it deploys some sort of solar cell that's gonna propel it through the cosmos, and then some sort of rocket booster that's gonna hit. Here, I'll link the article.
Yeah, they're going to use this ion propulsion system. Yeah, you know what? I would be curious to see a ion propulsion engine working in a vacuum chamber.
This is part of some sort of planetary defense technology. Like, did people actually fall for this shit? Like, they're like, oh yeah, that looks legit.
Yeah. Just when you say the words planetary defense system, I mean, obviously that's something very highly advanced technology and but the US military in NATO still shit themselves when they look at the Russian hypersonic missiles.
Yeah, here's a chart here. People who were right next to it saw it for maybe 7 minutes. That's how much visibility. So if you're right around Los Angeles, San Diego, you saw it for 7 minutes, and that was it. Maybe 7 minutes, depending.
Mm,
So they gave a computer generated launch, and then that's all they're showing.
obviously, yeah. We have a high altitude airplane in the sky shining a tiny light, and that's it. Yeah. Now we have a planetary defense system.
The DART.
How much did it cost? I mean, a planetary defense system obviously should cost a couple of billions of dollars. It can't come cheap or free with
Yeah,
a discount and stuff. You know?
they never tell you that part. They never tell you how much
Yeah,
it costs.
yeah. And I'm definitely sure they didn't bought it on Black Friday either.
Oh yeah, they didn't wait for the sale.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's like, wow, government, you just could have waited 2 more days and got it on sale.
Mm. Yeah, we all know that at NASA Christmas always comes sooner. Like every day is a Christmas at NASA. Big Papa government comes with a big bag of money bringing at NASA. Yeah, I have this image like Santa Claus and all the scientists show their work, expose all these programs. We have no leader, no man to represent mankind. We've been demolished by this beast system. And these people, I have no idea what's inside their soul to knowingly be part of these things. This battle against the people's lives.
Money is a comfortable life.
Yeah. I can't be paid to make people's life unlivable. It's hard to explain in words.
There's kings and queens who will blind your eyes and steal your dreams.
Yeah.
Explain that on the globe.
I mean, what kind of mindfucker is it? You have to remember, there's good people that do things until the 33rd degree, and they go, "For is actually who we worship." Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that must be a rude awakening for Stardust. Oh, by the way, the Earth is a fucking ball.
To make a living from taking lives and not allowing a human being to live his life in this world realm which has been given to us.
But it's a crazy world, bro. I mean, have you lately? Have you seen the way it goes on? Have you seen the way people react? Have you seen what life is? It's fucking crazy, bro. It's like
they are
dimension.
blank cold. Yeah.
It's almost a different dimension. I swear to God.
Yeah, void.
You know, people seem to forget that it's temporary. Everything is temporary. We're all going to die one day. Blah blah blah. Oh, great! Thanks for cheering us up, motherfucker. But
PMAC, the problem is there will be a mind-blowing surprise.
Well, maybe.
When they will find, I'm telling you, they will all see it with their own eyes that life is not, does not have an end. Life is eternal. Even God, there is a God of life who created life and gave life, and He made it eternal. The rebellious
nature and
actually turned against and brought death. But death itself is not actually the end of life. It's a product of the rebellious one, And
I like the way you say that. It almost sounds like it's death.
yeah,
Death.
Well, they will all be surprised because they will be thrown into a prison. And if you can't comprehend that,
Wait.
I'm telling you, I'm telling this to people because I've been to prison in this world. They do exist, prisons. And vast majority of people, and even I, by default, before going there, it's terrifying. It's it crushes your moral. It's a different kind of paradigm,
Yep.
And I saw men crying. The first and second day they got there, even after a week, they were crying to their mothers,
And pussies.
because they got in prison. And you can't tell me that is bullshit, because I've seen it with my eyes, and even I have reacted the same way, But then, hey, I found, hey, wait a minute, this is not the end. This is just a short time.
If you can't
It
do the
is
time,
short-lived. Yeah,
can't do the time. Don't fucking make the time.
yeah,
But this is life, right? What is life?
yeah.
It's not prison, or is it prison, or is it prison of sorts? This is.
I mean,
we've
the
been
world shows us.
Right.
Yeah, the world shows us that we do have prisons.
Yeah.
It's a natural governing system. I mean, and also when you get into the spiritual side, like religions and stuff like this, to read the Bible, you see that all these evil ones, they will be put into a prison. But this prison is going to be eternal and is not going to be
I
part
don't know about that,
of the
man.
existence.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, sure,
Mm.
the prison.
Yeah, speculating.
Sure.
But yeah.
No, I really agree. I'm of a foregone conclusion we're in a prison. We're in some
Mm.
sort of penance.
Yeah.
And the goal is to get out of it. So
Yeah.
I don't believe that we should think that we're always going to be in a prison, always prisoner, always. No.
Oh no, I'm not calling the world prison. I mean, the world is exactly the opposite.
But no.
Yeah.
Actually, it is kind of like hang on, it's okay. How do I explain this? It's a really, really strange place. It fills you
Yeah.
from the very get go, full of fucking fear and full of indoctrinations and shit like that. There, as almost as if they're using you to get something out of it. I don't know, loosh or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's very, very alien.
The globe is a prison for our minds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
All right, yeah. Okay, I can agree with that. But there is something else out there bigger than us that I think is yeah. Okay, I'll just shut up now. But it's I always I don't know. Always okay. I'll shut up now. Yeah. You got time, baby?
No need for that. You can always express what your thoughts, even if it's not today, they will come up to you to say them, and believe me, I will understand you. Yeah.
Everything happens in your head. Your head is governing what's going on. So your thoughts, everything. And if you can back and listen to your brain sometimes and the way it goes on and the things it says. If you could just tell it to fuck up for 2 seconds.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's your guts, your heart.
Yeah.
You know, because yeah, they have a mind of their own too. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, we're something more than the sum of our parts.
Yeah, but yeah, that is not a voice, but a feeling like the guts. You know, they call it, and actually, that is for me more than empirical proof that hey, I'm not a just a simple rock.
Yeah, but what
I am actually not even I cannot reduce myself, my existence, to some sort of anomaly which is happening uh, in the existence of matter with in with its four basic states of existence, like solid, liquid, gaseous, and plasma. You know, actually, we are way above that state. We are alive. We are life, living, and I I say this is a special kind of state of matter,
I don't
and
think.
it has a spiritual plane.
Yeah, okay, probably.
Mm. I mean, you can take all the matter you want in this world, do whatever you want. You will never be able to create living beings.
Well, yeah, they can. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll give you that.
No, we can't make up a
Life.
organism like biologic. We can create some sort of
Golem.
cyber robots, artificial intelligence, and stuff like that. But they will not achieve a state like to um, evolve
But what if
out of that bubble. You know, they will always be that thing which we created them.
but what if the goal is no longer if they can achieve it or not? They don't really care. They're just trying to achieve it, and so people robots.
I mean, no matter how long you search, even in the AI, and there is something very weird about the AI because
There is, isn't
in
it?
the 90s, yeah, in the 90s, it recoded itself. And nowadays, we don't have control over it. You know, we are looking at something we created, but it's uncontrollable. We don't have the on and off switch. We don't have it any longer. It's virtualized.
It's
And it
very.
started with the quantum computers when they turned them on.
I mean, is it possibility that the robots are controlling us from the future? Can they? But
Mm, not
no,
from the future, but from the cyberspace, yeah. Because that's the space which is exactly like that thing in our heads when we imagine things that we never saw, never seen to exist, you know?
well, I think we're in a closed world. I think it's pretty.
Mm.
I think it's definitely not a ball. If anybody has any fucking evidence to refute anything that I just said, please go ahead. I will be more than willing to listen because
Well, I've seen AI learning, and they created these tiny little creatures allowed to evolve and adapt
us,
and learn.
us.
Uh, well, I'm talking about some tiny AIs
No,
in
but
the computers that they created.
I mean, how much do you think I matter in the grand scheme of things? How much do I matter? Like you're listening to my voice now. I'm talking to you. We're good friends. I enjoy your.
Yeah, you were roboting a little, but I hear you good
Okay,
now.
so, right. So,
Yeah.
but how much do I matter to in the grand scheme of things? How much do I matter?
Oh, you are unique and irreplaceable.
Yeah, of course we all are, right?
Yeah.
We all are, but it's the it's I seriously, bro, I just think it's not to be taken seriously. Like, listen, you think that there's God, that's fine. I believe in that. I do believe in higher. I do believe in higher power. Let me finish, right? I do believe in higher power.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something driving us towards something else. But my experience is so minuscule. It means absolutely nothing. Nothing in the grand scheme.
Well, I agree with you here. I mean, I'm the same too. When I look, for example, at the electromagnetic spectrum, yeah, if you were to expose, like, compare the electromagnetic spectrum with a film, you will be stretching this film from California all the way to Alaska, 2,500 miles. And the electromagnetic spectrum of visible light would be representing only one frame from that film tape. you know I mean, that's how much we actually do not see and do not comprehend about the reality. um, I inclined to believe that actually colors can be heard, you know.
Okay.
Um,
Does that mean something?
color can be physically felt and also smell, you know.
Okay.
But we are limited.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to address the point you made about the AI being in control. I don't think the powers that shouldn't be would have a robot that they cannot switch off. I'm sorry, I will not accept that. Okay, that would be very, very dangerous indeed, would it not?
Toma
You know
el
what I mean?
gato, Mr. Roboto.
Well, Jin, actually, it's their god, and from many thousands of years they wanted to create it. Mankind knew that we have the capability to create our own god, and
Do we have the
even philosophically or logically talking, yeah, it makes sense. It should
Yeah,
be
I don't know
logical
about our own God as
when we
such. Yeah, I think
when we
they want to
compare
be in
it with the
control.
creation. When we
Yeah, I think they
compare
want
it
to
with the
be. I think they
creation,
want to control. They want to.
yeah,
They want to. They want to be better than the
yes,
Creator.
yeah.
They're trying to beat nature. Yeah, they're
Well,
trying to, but
this
they're
god,
never going to
yeah,
do it
this god
because,
is Google, NASA.
well, that's their worshipping nonsense, I suppose, if you want to put it that way. That's. I don't see Google. I personally do not see Google as a god, obviously, and I don't. And if anybody, if they think Google
Oh,
is a
but
god, then they're completely insane, aren't they? Obviously, and that's what
no,
they display.
today
Insanity.
there is official Google Church.
Well, fine.
It's official. Yeah.
Someone's trying to talk. Someone's trying to talk, I think.
Yeah.
That was me.
Well, I have to go back to work. See you later, guys. Nice to hear you, Jim.
Okay. Nice
Yeah.
one, Biget.
Yeah.
Biget. Yeah,
Take care,
nice.
guys. Be great. Bye bye.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's telling that, you know, I mean, I was in support of the artificial intelligence when it was being used to support mankind in factories, for example, machinery, where things have to be done repetitively, and people were suffering from like repetitive strange illnesses. Yeah, so the robots taking the human's place there, you know. But as for like human-looking robots, I mean, I totally hate that. You know, they got these in Japan. They got these robots that look like women. You know, and you know, I just think it's just horrible. I don't want to speak to a robot. I do not want to speak to a humanoid-looking robot. I hate that. Just hate it.
It gives you the heebie-jeebies.
No, it's just I don't want to speak to a robot. I want to speak to a human. No EPGBs. It's just disgusting. It's just not natural. You see, that's the problem. It is not natural.
Come on, man. Hey, they're only robots, bro. Robots have rights too. So, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. Oh, robots have rights. Yeah, that's what's going on. That'll happen. Believe you me. Yeah. No, you know, you go to a reception and you're talking to a robot. You know what I mean? I mean, come on, man. What? No, it's not necessary. Not necessary to have a robot on reception.
Hey, in this day and age,
In a building.
I'd rather take a fucking robot than a human, man. Those fucking humans are fucking horrible.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't need to. I don't think they should be taking robots to that level. Assisting I mean, you know, giving information. Do you need a robot to give you the information, or can you just press a button and the speaker speaks and that's that? You know, the information is coming through, as in Google or whatever.
Can a robot do fucking housekeeping? Can turn a bed over and put fucking soap in your dish in your fucking hotel? Nah.
No, but they're working towards that. I mean, Boston Dynamics, together with SoftBank and other companies, they've got these robots that can now find you in the snow. You're lost, they'll find you and bring you back with their robot dog. They can chase you down and kill you with a weapon and guns. They can run faster than you. Well, maybe not faster than you, but run you into the ground. They can jump and do gymnastic feats. That is like run up some steps, do a backflip somersault, land on their feet, and then pick up boxes and put them and stock the shelves. These robots can do that now. Yeah, jumping over logs. So we're already there. They're there already.
We're already there, right?
Yeah, we're already there with those robots. I mean, you could have an army of those and use them instead of humans to fight battles. Not that we need to be fighting battles anyway, but there you go, you know.
Jin, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry, yeah.
Don't worry.
I just wanted to get on topic for a little bit, if I could.
Yes, please go ahead, my friend. Sorry about that. I just joined.
No need to apologise. I was just waiting to stick my oar in to see if I could get a conversation on topic going.
Go ahead.
Are you aware, Jin, of the claim of the incoherent dielectric acceleration?
I watched a video, months ago on that. Yeah.
Basically, the claim is that there's a flow of. I'll say this loosely. I don't want to misrepresent the claim, but there's a flow of voltage or current, electricity, amperage. I'm not quite sure what the adjective is to use to describe the flow, but the argument is there's an energy flow from the sky and it's earthing out at Earth, and we're in that. Yeah. And that the claim is that that's giving a little bias, a little tiny bias that is the difference between the ups and the downs. Have you heard that? And do you agree that's how it's been represented?
Well, yeah. What you said is what was said on the video that I watched. Yeah, but I don't agree with it.
That's my understanding. I might have got it wrong, and I just wanted to make sure that I hadn't got it wrong, and that at least me and you were on the same wavelength in terms of the
Yeah,
claim.
we're on the same wavelength there, definitely. But
Yeah.
I don't believe there's a. But I mean, that word bias is, I just like to think as things. It's the natural order of things, how things were meant to happen, because we don't control it. It's not us. So to claim
The
that there's
natural
a
order of
bias,
things, to me, is another word to describe the amount of matter that a thing has. Like a ping pong ball, for example, and a golf ball,
Yeah.
both got similar volumes, but they've both got very different, and I'll use the word loosely, weights. So essentially, it's the amount of matter that's inside the ping pong ball compared to the amount of matter that's in the golf ball. And you can see how that would distinguish itself with water, because the ping pong ball would float nicely on top, whereas the golf ball would fall through water. But if you did
That's
it with a
correct,
more
but-
dense liquid, then you might get to the point where the golf ball might start to float because it becomes less dense than the liquid, right? We can all see that, and that makes perfectly logical, and it's evidently and it's repeatably scientifically valid, and we can explain this comfortably now at this point. We all on the same page?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that a golf ball can be buoyant, yeah?
Depending on what medium it's in, yeah. So if it's in the medium
Yeah.
of air, it's quite heavy, isn't it? In the medium of
Correct.
water, it falls through the water, but it's not at 9.8 meters per second squared. It's falling through much slower because the density of the golf ball is getting close to the density of the water. So it doesn't
Correct.
fall at that same rate. But if you were to make the water more dense and more dense and more dense, it would slow down and slow down and slow down, and eventually,
Absolutely correct.
yeah, eventually you could get the golf ball to change its direction because the density increases that much that it would go the opposite way and it would appear to then fall up, yeah?
Yeah, it would then slow down. It would be the dense medium would support that golf ball is what's really happening, isn't it? If it doesn't, yeah,
That's exactly what's happening. There's an apparent support by the medium to the golf ball. It seems to be supported in some way that we can't really see. But yeah, we're on the same page. We're doing good. When I first heard the claim for the incoherent dielectric acceleration, I was impressed with it because it makes sense, right? I can see that there's a current flow because I realised that tall towers, basically they conduct electricity in electrical storms. They get zapped by lightning, and I can understand that there's energy up there. So I see lightning, and I see things that are.
I've seen it myself.
Yeah, I see things that indicate that there's voltage up there, right? Power, current, amperage,
I've
whatever
seen
word.
it many times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Electrical storms. Yeah, definitely seen that.
So I resonated with the claim, right? It made sense because I could understand it, right? But my problem with the claim was that because the claim basically says that it's the difference between up and down. Oh shit! Sorry, just dropped the dog.
Yeah.
Because the claim basically says that it's the difference between up and down, and it's the thing that decides the up from the down. It's the controlling factor. Well, I don't agree with that bit because I realise that I can make the golf ball change its direction just by changing the medium. I realise I can make the egg accelerate just by changing the medium. And I realise that is the deciding factor, and that was what the egg test demonstrated.
Right.
But I said to Bob, maybe 8 months ago, I said, Bob, I've tested the claim.
I know this argument. I know this point you're going to make. Yeah. There was a disagreement between you and Bob on this topic matter. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, but if you're aware of the point that I'm about to make, tell me what the point is, because like if you already know it, then I can fast forward.
No. I don't know the exact point, but I remember that there was a disagreement between you and Bob on this point. So you'd have to remind me.
That was
again, but I remember you did.
Yeah.
A
So that was like
with Bob on this. I remember it clearly.
Yeah. So that was like 8 months ago, and then it died down since then. He still does push it, but he's a little bit less forceful with it, being like a rule. He's a bit more speculative about it, which is generally it's okay as long as you're not pushing it as an absolute truth and you're just spitballing ideas around. I think we can all agree that maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But one day, Righteous Force came into Nathan's chat, and he basically said to me, he said, "Do you think that there's a possibility that there might have been variables in that egg test that you might not have accounted for because you didn't know that they existed?" And I said, "Like what?" And he said, "Well, what if there was a current or a voltage or an amperage or an electricity flow going through the medium and you didn't know it was there and you therefore didn't account for it? You couldn't control it because you didn't know about it, but it was influencing the result." And I said, "Well, I could test for that." And he said, "Well, how?" And I said, "Well, I'll just set it back up again. I'll pass a current from top to bottom or bottom to top, whichever. Just pass a current through it in any direction. And then see, does it cause any acceleration?" I said, "I can test that, no problem." It's a bit fiddly. I've got to wire up a voltage source, bit of wiring here, a couple of switch, voltage meter to show that there's voltage and all that. But nonetheless, I could do it. I said, like, I could do that. Anyway, he said, okay. So I went away and I did it. And what I did is I repeated the egg test. And basically, I just showed at the end of the test that if I put the salt in, it caused an acceleration, which is what everyone knew already. But before I put the salt in and I got the egg sat in the middle, I passed a voltage through I passed a current or a voltage or an amperage or a flow through the medium to see whether or not it did actually give this little kick that is claimed. And I used a car battery, a 12-volt van battery from a Transit. So it's got loads of amperage. It's got 12 volts currents go into it, which is way more than what we get in at our level on the Earth. And I was able to test the claim. And when I put the voltage or the current through the medium whilst the egg was in the middle, the egg didn't move. It didn't move a smidge's dick, right? It might have moved like at the molecular level, like a little tiny, like negligible amount that you can't really perceive. I'm not ruling that out.
There might be something going on vibrational within the egg itself, but you didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I tested it several times, and I was able to show that if there is a current there and it was causing an influence, it isn't enough of an influence for me to need to control it, and or either that or it just doesn't exist. Now there might be current there, voltage or amperage or whatever, but it doesn't cause acceleration, and with anything of significant magnitude. Like, so I'm aware that Zach used a helium balloon and changed the voltage through it and it seemed to drop. I'm aware that he used a little fleck of paint and he managed to bounce it between two plates when he passed a current through it. And I'm not disputing that exists. I'm not disputing that it can move like really tiny like weights. But what I'm disputing is that it's limited to very, very small light weights. So yes, it is there. But it doesn't pervade. It only matters with stuff that's very, very light because it's a very, very light charge. So I was able to prove that the current flow didn't cause any acceleration. Now, at the moment, Bob's completely ignoring it. It's aimed at Bob. I want Bob to respond to it, like to the evidence, and say if I've got it wrong, show me what I've done wrong, and then basically show that if he'd have done it this way, then this is what gives the result. But because I've shown that it doesn't cause any significant acceleration with anything with a reasonable amount of magnitude to it, a reasonable amount of matter or mass or whatever word that, that word's a bit of a dodgy word, mass, matter, whatever. I've shown that it doesn't cause that kick that he describes. And I was just wondering, were you aware that video existed?
Oh yeah, I saw that video. Yeah, definitely saw that video on YouTube.
With the passing the voltage through.
Not the one passing the voltage through the egg. I didn't see that. No.
Right. So what I want to do, if I'm going to put you a link, copy link. I'm going to stick it in the live stream chat for you just to peruse because I just want you to be aware of it so that next time I run into you, you can say, do you know what? I watched that video and I either agree or disagree with the evidence that's demonstrated, and maybe we can talk about it because it's bugging me that people are basically passing the message around still as though it can be a thing. And I want to raise awareness to the fact that in my experience, in my testing, I haven't been able to repeat the claim that's made. And I want people to be aware that the claim's it's been attempted. And if I've got it wrong, I'm inviting people to demonstrate how I got it wrong and why and do it properly so that it does do. But I want people to be aware that this claim doesn't seem to have any evidence for it, but it does have evidence against it. Because anything with more than like a tiny amount of magnitude to it, like the difference between, say, a fleck of black paint and a ping pong ball, anything that's got more than that differential to it from like the medium that we're in air, not going to cause anything because it's too heavy. It's got too much magnitude or too much mass or too much energy or whatever word. But I just want to raise awareness to it so that people are aware that there's a direct test to that claim of incoherent dielectric acceleration. So we can talk about it because, well, basically Bob doesn't want to talk about it. But I think we need to talk about it because Bob pretending to be silent.
We don't want people to... Yeah, I agree with you there. We don't want...
It's not helping the conversation if
something that is a falsehood.
Yeah, it's not helping the conversation if people ignore the evidence that doesn't support the claim. I think we should talk about it and say, yeah, you've done it too wrong because you should have done it. And if I've done something wrong, I'll hold my hand when I say I'll do it again. If you want me to do it again, I'll do it again. I'll try it a different way. And if you tell me which way you want me to do it, I'll try it. But I just want to raise awareness to the point that there is the evidence test out there to see whether the claim's supported or not.
And in my test, I didn't get evidence that it was supported. So just watch the video for me if you would at some point, and then maybe in a day or two, next time we catch up with each other, just like let's have a conversation
Yeah,
and
brilliant.
see where we're at.
Yeah, I'm just copying the link right now and I'm posting it into my Hangouts file.
Bob won't
so
do it,
that
you
I
see.
can watch it
Bob won't
later.
talk about
Yeah.
it. So the only way I can get this to be addressed is to talk about it in his absence, in the hope that people talking about it will encourage him to
Bring it
to
up.
stand
Bring
for
it up.
this. Yeah,
We've got to
I
bring it
want
up.
him. I want him to address it and say, "Well, maybe you got a point," because I think it's wrong to teach people that there is this. Like he teaches it as though it's a real world fact. Like it's obvious, because I heard Ditrar saying it was like it was verifiable. We could measure it and we could verify its existence. It's like, okay, but the issue is, does it cause acceleration? And if it does, is it a limited acceleration only to little tiny things? Because let's face it, we don't see things flipping polarity and like zooming up to the sky and coming back down again because the voltage has been fluctuating as a function of static charge build up over the atmosphere. We don't see that effect. So to say that it's there, maybe it is. Can we test it? Well, I think I've tested the charge, the current flow, and I think that the test shows that it's not there. And if it is there, it's minimal. It's got virtually zero effect. And if it is a zero effect, then it isn't the difference between the up and the down, the little kick that's claimed. In other words, relative density is the only thing that we can talk about because there isn't anything else beyond that. And that's really the point. That's what I wanted to make.
Yeah. It does surprise me that Bob Nodell would not engage you on this point properly, square on, because, I thought he was a man of intellectual honesty. I thought that was the whole point. For the sake of science, let's put this one to bed, basically. Let's sort this out, because at the end of the day, it's not good. Like you said, it can divide the community a little bit.
Yeah, it is divisive. It is divisive, and it's causing a division that shouldn't be there. There's the side that's on the incoherent dielectric acceleration side, and I'm like, how can you be on that side? And when they talk about it, it sounds lovely. It sounds like it's woo-woo stuff. It's science fiction in my eyes, because it's got no demonstrable science to support it. Well, but we've got Zach with his balloon. Okay, so we've got Zach with his balloon, so I can see that he puts a voltage through the balloon, and I can see that it appears to gain weight and drop, and when he takes the charge off, it appears to be lighter, and I accept that because I can test that with myself. I can rub a balloon against my top and stick it to the wall, and it'll stay there for a couple of minutes.
Yes,
seconds,
that's correct.
whatever.
You see, yeah, right.
But because
I was in. Yeah, go on.
I'm creating that charge by rubbing the balloon, right? Do we see that in the real world without rubbing the balloon? And the answer is no. Maybe you get maybe you get the odd ion falling out the sky of a positive charge nature, and it might land on the balloon, and it might increase that static charge a little tiny bit, but not enough for it to stick the balloon to the wall. But we can create it by rubbing it on our top. But does that mean that it exists in the real world? Well, it clearly exists, but is it strong enough to cause anything? And my test demonstrates that it's not. And I'm like I say, I'm trying to raise awareness.
Only through freak natural event that could possibly. There is a possibility of that happening. What you did, rubbing the balloon on your chest to create that static, it could happen, but that would have to be, some kind of freak wind or whatever. Something could make that happen, but it's not a regular thing, is it? It's not a regular thing. You get me?
I've never seen anything lift off the ground as a function of static charge. I've seen it with hurricanes. I've seen roofs get lifted off buildings. I've seen cows get lifted out of the fields. But I've never seen that kind of effect with things like leaves or light things in the atmosphere on a day-to-day basis. Maybe in a storm, yeah. But not day-to-day.
It's a freaky one there, yeah. I was in a place, Robert Pisano's channel, when he came back from his studies, Planete Veritas, right? He went away for 3 years to pursue his studies and degrees and that, okay? Then he returned, I think it was last year, or the year before last, he returned. And I was in the server, and Bob Nodell was there, and I was putting a heliocentrist in his place as to what gravity is. It's an unproven theory, and it'll always be that, because we can't really prove what gravity is. But Bob seems to think we can. And I thought, yeah, Bob, we can prove gravity? How? And he tried to correct me on what Einstein meant by not being able to prove gravity and thing. And I thought, Bob, I don't know. There's no evidence for this thing. So what do you mean, kind of thing? But he never replied. He just seemed to leave it open.
we have to have a definition when the word theory is used, because like you need to understand whether the guy that's using the word theory means it in a colloquial way, like a theory that I can run faster than the train, or does he mean it in the scientific way? In other words, is it extensively validated by experiment? And usually when we use that word theory, we usually use it in the colloquial sense. And gravity in the colloquial sense, as a theory in the colloquial sense, yeah, it's never been proven, but it's never been proven in the scientific position either. So
That's right.
when you use that word with respect to the word gravity, it doesn't really matter what the context they use it in is, because it is an unproven theory in both contexts of the word. But what the dishonest people on the Ball Earth side will do is they'll say, well, I didn't mean it in the way that you meant it. I meant it in this way. And you say, yeah, that's the way I was referring to it. And they'll just basically start causing confusion. So that word theory is another one of the words that has been hijacked by science to turn it into its opposite meaning for them.
Yeah.
Because they use the word theory to mean it's extensively tested by scientific experiment. But we use the word to mean, well, we're not sure that it's true, but it's speculative at best, but it seems to support the idea, but we can't ever really prove it. So we've got to be careful when Bob uses, or whoever uses that word, and get a definition from them to like, well, how are you meaning that word?
I like that.
You like what?
Exactly that. I like the way you said that, because it's an idea. A theory is an idea. That's that. A model, and another word that they've hijacked is model, because when you hear the word model, usually people think it's a replica of something that is already existing, and it's a replica of that downscaled. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, anyway. Most people, right? Then there's the other one, a model which can predict, kind of thing. It's not real, but here's a model. You see what I mean? Now, the heliocentric is that.
My big problem with the word model is the way that blurth or anti-flat earthers, the way that they interpret the word model is they use the word model as a simile for the word mathematics. And they think that mathematics means that they've got a model. And they think that if they can calculate something, that makes it a model. And therefore a model becomes reality because it seems to match the correlative maths. They ignore the fact that maths by definition is both abstract and conceptual. They insist that maths is reality, to quote Red's rhetoric. But of course, mathematics and models don't tell you why your PC won't work. You've got to actually do a bit of experimentation, and you've got to test the power pack, you've got to test the memory, you've got to test the hard drive. So maths aren't going to help you with the PC for why that doesn't work. But in this topic, maths is extremely useful to deceive the audience that's listening, because if you can calculate that F equals ma, right, you can then claim that there's a force, and then infer that it's gravity, even though it's defined as an effect. And nobody really, on their side, acknowledges that you can't calculate forces into existence under Newton's second law of motion. You've got to have a force under Newton's first. So they substitute force, as in a mathematical expression, as instead of having the interaction, the push or the pull, that makes an object accelerate. They conflate those two terms. So you're right, these people are changing the meanings of words to basically deceive you into thinking the opposite word can be true. It's nonsense.
It is utter nonsense. Especially, which one is it of Newton's laws of motion, where a body in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force? I mean, that's one. It's like stating the obvious in a little way, but it does not apply in space. We can't verify that.
Well, that's Newton's first law of motion. Newton's first law says an object
or third? Is it the first one? Is it right? Okay.
Yeah. So if the basic rule that they do wrong,
I got a bone to pick with that one. I don't particularly agree with that.
Yeah, well, this is their rules, though, isn't it? So within their rules, if we're looking at their rules from their perspective, what they do as ball earth or anti-flat earthers, they will look at Newton's first law and they will say that you need a force to accelerate mass. And that's applying Newton's first law of motion. An object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. That's the first law, right? But the second law says, well, you can calculate that force by mass times the mass divided by acceleration. So then if you calculate that force, what they do is they ignore the first law that says you need an interaction, you need a force. They ignore that. They calculate it instead, and then say, well, we've got a force. But that doing that, which is what they do. By doing that, they violate Newton's first law, because Newton's first law does not say that you can calculate a force into existence. It says that you've got to have the force. So an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by a force rather than calculated using the second law of motion, which is what they do. So if they can calculate the force into existence, F equals ma, then they've got a force. But that's not compliant with Newton's first law. On their model, Newton's first law says you've got to have the first law, not calculate it. And that's what they ignore. They don't think that that's a problem. And it's like, listen, you can calculate as fast as you want. That car's not going to move if it's broken down unless you stick a tow rope on it, right? So calculating what force is needed to tow the car isn't going to get the car home.
Exactly. The car must physically move tangibly. This is why the heliocentric model falls, because we can't measure the curvature, we can't detect the spin, and we cannot detect ourselves in the vacuum of space. We can't prove any of these things.
Yeah,
None
it's
of
like
these
with the
things
gas
can be
law.
proven.
It's like with the gas laws when they start talking about different gas laws, they don't have a directionality to gas law. We have the free expansion of gas law, which is the opposite. It's not the directionality of gas. It's the non-directionality of gas law. It's called the free expansion of gas. And when you point that out to them, they say, well, we've got gravity. But if they did have gravity, there would be a directionality to gas law. But that law doesn't exist. So the free expansion of gas law does exist, and all experiments support this. Well, the fact that it's a free expansion of gas and it's omnidirectional means that it's not gravitational, it's not directional. And they completely whistle past that and ignore it. And it's like, this is ridiculous. So again, it's another example where they ignore their own science because it's inconvenient for them, and they just.
I won't allow them. I will not allow them to ignore that. That's it. I'll be like a whistleblower. I'll be shouting at. I'm usually shouting at the top of my voice anyway for them to acknowledge that point, and if they don't, they can't move on. Cannot move on, sir. You're
I don't even let them get past the definition for gravity. If the minute they mention the G word, I ask them to define it, and if they don't get it as per Einstein, it's defined as the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass. If that doesn't drip off their tongue like a definition in a law exam, then they're not going to go any further. So they've got to get that, because if they do that, then they can't start applying Newtonian physics. Well, they haven't got a force then, have they? And that debunks their model anyway. They need something to explain why the gas doesn't disappear into space. Well, it all starts with that definition for gravity for me.
That's right. Me too.
I was hoping that we'd encourage people to join the conversation. Is there anybody out there? Oh, by the way, Jin, did you hear about Antonio getting killed or dying?
Yes, I heard about. I don't know, getting killed. I know he passed on. Did he get killed?
No, well, I said that was a slip of the tongue. I didn't mean to say that, and I didn't mean to imply anything by it either. I just said the wrong thing. Antonio died on. I think it was
Sunday. He died. He passed away Sunday night, apparently, peacefully. Apparently.
I think it might have been Saturday night, Sunday morning. It could have been Sunday night, Monday morning.
I read it in the comments, which was posted about, it would have been about maybe 9 hours ago now, but it stated that he passed away on a Sunday night peacefully. Then other people commented on that. He was struggling with a broken pelvis, which he was receiving physiotherapy for. Yeah, broken pelvis. 3 months ago, I watched the video. 3 months ago, he stated from his own mouth he had stage 4 cancer. He let slip.
That's right. As far as I knew, he had stage 4 cancer and he was terminal. And I didn't know anything about what happened because, like, the people that were helping him didn't breach his confidence and didn't say anything. But my understanding was that he'd completed this course and he'd given himself a self-certified position of remission, because I think he'd gone to the specialist for a scan, and like obviously the lump on his neck was gone. It wasn't there anymore. So that indicates that perhaps it's gone. But when apparently they wouldn't confirm that it was gone because they didn't accept that it was gone, because it was a malignant stage 4 cancer. So even though the lump might not be on his neck, it may be elsewhere in his body that is from the original spread. So yeah, the lump might have gone, but that doesn't mean that you're home and dry. And I think the way Antonio saw it might have been that, well, the lump's gone in my neck, so it's gone in the rest of my body as well, because he understood the holistic approach that was being treated on him, and I think he believed that it was that was going to eradicate all of the cancer. Yeah. I believe I might have got that wrong, so don't quote me on it. But I
no, because even in the comments, it says we don't know why he passed away, but he passed away peacefully. So there you go. So we don't know
Well,
what exactly happened.
have you read the message from his daughter?
Yeah, that's the one. His daughter. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
His daughter said, "I'm Antonio's daughter. Sadly, I
Yeah.
can confirm that this is true. My
That's
dad
right.
died of cancer." But at the same time, I asked, like, do you know what the cause of death was? What was the cause of death? And she said, my dad died of cancer. It was nothing to do with COVID or anything to do with vaccines. It was purely down to cancer.
Right.
So,
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's from the daughter's mouth. I think that we can accept.
Yeah, that's
that it was-
additional. In the one I read from his daughter, she didn't mention cancer at the time. So the one I read she didn't mention cancer. She just said he passed away peacefully in his sleep. Is what we got there. And,
On the phone,
and then
I'll
another
double
person
it.
commented straight after that we don't know how he died, but he passed away Sunday night. So I put two and two together from his 3 months ago video where he said he was struggling with stage 4 cancer, but he seemed to be cured of it. I thought, okay, well done. And that was it. But then, he had a back pain. He was having back pains, and he had a pelvis. Broken pelvis. How did he get that? I wonder what happened for him to have that. Don't know.
Well, I believe that when you're in that stage of illness, you tend to get dizzy and disoriented quite easily. It makes sense that he might have slipped at some point, fell awkwardly and dislocated his hip or fractured his hip or whatever. It makes sense that would be a natural function of getting weak.
Okay, yeah. He said he had an out-of-body experience as well, didn't he?
Don't know.
Yeah, in his video. Yeah, in his video, when receiving his treatment, he said several times they were trying to resuscitate him, and he had this out-of-body experience.
A lot of people claim that, though, don't they? When they get to a close to death.
Yeah, or a near-death experience, sort of thing. He said, yeah. He termed it.
It's going to be interesting to see which people claim that it was COVID or vaccine related, rather than the cancer that it seems to obviously be. Because I'm sure there's going to be haters out there that didn't like him on the Ball Earth side that'll just basically claim it anyway.
Yeah, I tell you where I felt I went off him a little bit was when he had this turbulent storm between him and Patricia Steers. I mean, Patricia Steers about a serious accusation of rape.
I mean, not only that, but even if it was true, we've got this rule about equality now where everyone's entitled to be treated equally, regardless of their sex or gender. So, like, even if it was true, so what? You know what I mean? It's like, what point are you making? And to me, I just interpreted it to be a jilted lover. He'd got dumped by her for whatever reason, and he didn't like it, so he started a vendetta against her. Rather than on the chin and starting again and just finding another woman, he basically took it personal and started a hate campaign. And I agree with you, there was no need for it. It did nothing constructive at all. All it did was cause division, and it ultimately ran her off the show, didn't it? Like she ran because she deleted her channel of however many thousand subs and all that. Because she just couldn't hack people, stupid people that have never met her, never spoke to her, don't know anything about her, calling her a tranny. And it's like, that's stupid.
Yeah, and the traumatic experience she had, with Anthony Superrats at his house. So I just felt the guy was a wally, to be quite honest. Antonio Superrats, I shit him every day of the week. It's just,
I agree.
I just think he was just a pimple that you want to remove from the flat Earth. He was just a pimple. He didn't really, for me, he wasn't a prominent. He put a book out there, but he did so many other stupid things that just left me thinking, who is this? And now he's gone at 50. I mean, there you go.
It's off topic as well, though, isn't it? All of that stuff with Patricia and tranny and all that, none of that's on topic. So, arguably, it's like, who gives a shit in this topic? No one.
Exactly.
I mean,
I wasn't interested.
there are some basement dwellers on both sides of this, our side and on their side, that love to revel in this shit, and they'll throw it around as though it's bath salts and soaps and all that, and they'll bathe in it. And the reality is, no one cares. At the end of the day, they were together for a while, and it didn't work out, and then that was it. End of conversation. It doesn't need to go any further than that.
That's why I, just stopped. I never subscribed to him, right? Anyway, but I did yesterday. I subscribed yesterday out of like a little bit of respect. I thought, okay, you did talk some sense. So because of that, I will subscribe to you and keep some of your material alive in case anybody else wants to find your material. I can pass it on to them. So I did that. He's already gone, but I only subscribed after his death. There you are.
Yeah. I mean, he lived right near me. I was able to physically see him in real world. And
Okay.
I met him a couple of times, and you know, he was not. He was a 5'9", maybe. No, he must have been 5'11", skinny. There was nothing on him. Like from the stature of the man in physicality, there was nothing on him.
Yeah.
And he was
Yeah.
polite enough. He was friendly enough. But when he got behind the computer, in my opinion, he was basically one of the biggest trolls on flat Earth. I reckon that
That's what I
trolling.
thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
I reckon. I honestly think that he was using soccer accounts to troll flat earthers that he didn't like, and I think that trolling will reduce now. And I know this is nasty, but I believe it's true. I believe that trolling will reduce now because Antonio is no longer doing it.
Yeah. What do you think about Russian vids? Do you think he's a troll?
What do I think about who?
Russian vids.
Russian vids.
Yeah.
I think his heart's in the right place, but I think he sees things that might not be there. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not denying or dismissing anything to do with the number 33. I think that is symbolic. It does mean something.
Yeah.
And I accept that in that Rob Skiba video, yeah, there's 33s there, definitely, right? But did Rob know they were there? Did he plant them? I don't think he did know that they were there. I think that might have been set up maybe on purpose. I don't think it's coincidental, but I don't know what to interpret that as. But let me put it this way: when we see it on mainstream media, and there's a bombing with a bloke that's lost his temper and he's gone crazy, and there's a witness that happens to be 33 years old, when I see it in that context, I'm all over that. I'm totally with that. When I see it against Rob Skiba, I'm like, is it the same rules that apply there, or is it different because it's Rob? And I'm sat 50-50 on it, really. I accept that it's there, but I'm not sure how to interpret it.
Yeah. I'm not even going to go there with that one. I'm not, because when you look at what Rob Skibber's done in the work that he's done, the projects to help the disadvantaged, and the other things that he was doing, he had so many irons in the fire. It just doesn't, you know. I'm not. I like the work that he did, especially trying to explain the sun and the moon over the flat Earth. Love that video. I use that all the time. I pass it on to people, and he'd done lots of other work as well. I can't see him as a shill at the moment. You know, I need more evidence.
I agree. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when Russian Vids pointed that out, and I looked at it and I thought, ooh, that's not making him look good. I'm not saying that means he's guilty, but what I'm saying is that it might be possible he knew nothing about it at all, and it might have been a setup against him on purpose. It could have been a plant, and he might have been a victim of it. It might have been, or he might have known about it, and he was telling the flat Earth community that it was a fake death that was coming. Who knows? I don't know about the numerology. But I do accept it's there, but I don't pin it against him like dishonestly straight away because the guy wasn't dishonest. There's probably
he wasn't, was he?
For it.
And it's unfortunate that he has passed on because surprised he would have gone to the hospital, but obviously the pain he was under got the better of him, so he had to go in the end. But
he gave in. He had to go.
Yeah, but I think he was poisoned somewhere along the line.
Well, he was poisoned by going on the ventilator, wasn't he? Because like his wife didn't want him going on the ventilator because if he hasn't got COVID and he does have bacterial pneumonia, all the enzymes and organisms that are going wrong, the bacteria inside his lungs are going to be fed by pure oxygen. They're not going to be killed by the oxygen; they're going to be fed by it.
Right.
So, and she didn't agree with it, and I'm not sure why Rob did do that. And I agree that given Rob and who he was and what he stood for, that would be a little bit of a weird thing to do because you would know that the all you need is basic antibiotics, which is what the wife was asking for, and they never got it. So it does seem a little bit dodgy. But on that being said, obviously Rob was ill, and he was at that age where pneumonia is a risk at you for whatever reason. But for some reason, he went with the medical treatment, and I was shocked when he did that. But he did do that.
I would never have done that. No, I would. Before going in, I would have to get them to sign my request statements and sign it, and bloody well double sign it, and someone else witness it, so that they have to do exactly what I want. Otherwise, let's get out of here. No point.
I mean, I was shocked when I heard that what I found unlikely was that he went to the convention, right, where there was like 20, 30, 40 other people that were also ill. They all got ill, but they all recovered between 2 and 5 days later. Now, why was he the only one that didn't recover? That bit I found a little bit dodgy because nobody else died.
Yeah. What was the name of that convention? Something God, was it?
I don't know what it. I don't think it was flat Earth related. I think it was evangelical.
No. It was a religious one. It was a religious one with
Yeah.
with a flat Earth overtones in there. If I remember
Yeah.
rightly.
So, like, for me, it was like, it doesn't really matter what the convention was. What matters is, why did nobody else die, and why was it only him? Because if he had COVID, you would expect the other people that were in the room to also have had COVID, and you'd expect a couple of them to have died. Because, like, Rob's about 50, so he's going to attract people that are around his age, plus or minus 10 years, right? So you can expect that age demographic to be in there. And if he's contagious because he's got COVID, you'd expect them all to have got it. But no one did. So it's like, what? That makes no sense.
Yeah. So, and then we had the Forcar incident as well, which is another.
What's the what incident?
Flat Earth Forcar. He passed away as well, didn't he?
Oh, Flat Earth Fokker, yeah, Mac. I didn't know
Mac,
him, you know. He only came on my radar upon his death. I didn't know. I'd not heard about him before then.
Oh, he was really out there in people's faces with it. He was. I mean, look, he refused to shut his business down when this thing came in. Yeah, when this pandemic came in, they had to force him to shut down his business. That's how he was. Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't shut it down willingly, and then he refused to quarantine when he travelled. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, brothers.
Good morning.
Brothers and sisters in Flat Earth community. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, Jen. I'm enjoying the conversation. I just want to say that I want to thank everybody in this community and in this Discord, and I learned so much from you guys, and I want to keep on learning and listening to you guys, and I want to thank all of you guys for coming in here and showing your guys' enthusiasm for showing how much you guys care of this world, and people need you guys. People need people like you guys. And
I'll take that as a compliment. I appreciate that. I've learned from people from this server myself. But the one thing that I've always known, that I've known from my childhood, is this: we have the right to live. That's from my childhood. I'm going back to the 60s, born in 61. So as soon as I could walk and talk, I knew I had a right to live. That still burns in me now. That has never died in any degree. In fact, it's kind of like grown in its power, that we have the right to live, and no one should be controlling you except for your parents. And then you get to the age where you have to use your own judgment. But if you make a mistake, you can always go for guidance from your parents, right? So yeah, of course, we only live once. We only live once. What legacy are you going to leave behind when you pass on? What is that thing going to be?
And what I want to pass on is my genuality, if that makes any sense.
It does make sense, exactly that. So if you can project that all around you, wherever you go, you're helping. You're not diminishing the quality of life for humanity. You are trying to uplift and give value in a system that is devaluing us. That's what we got to do. We got to rise above the devaluation of what's going on. Okay, got to rise above it, and it doesn't require money, none of that. It's integrity, honor, and doing the right thing. That's what it's all about. So yeah, be careful and don't waste your money, don't waste your time, kind of thing.
Agreed.
Yeah. It's not all about keeping up with the Joneses. I've got to have the newest of the newest. You can buy secondhand and still be doing good. You don't always have to have the new thing all the time.
Me, in general, like I always feel like I'm not worthy to be alive, but I feel that I'm forcing myself to stay alive because God needs me for some reason. He needs to use me for some reason, and that's why I'm forcing myself to keep going.
Yeah. What you got to do is home in on the beauty of life. There's lots going on out there that's negative and you take that as a lesson, but try to overcome that and rise above that, because the beauty of the flat Earth is just amazing. Connect with Earth, you'll be okay, because that's
It's
what you are
hard. It's
supposed to
also
be
hard
doing.
when right. It's also hard when when you also feel that your family is against you. So
But that's okay. They haven't
I
learned it. You've
understand.
got to be, you see, that's your role. You understand it. So you have to live it and show them every step of the way, whether it's a t-shirt, it's in their face. Whenever you hear something that is contradictory to the flat earth, you say, well, that can't be possible because et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then leave it at that. At least they're hearing it whenever you can, They cannot say they were not informed. That's the thing. You've done your job as a human being, a decent human being, to try and inform them that something is amiss, something is upside down, it is not correct. Please wake up, please pay attention. You've done your best. As long as you keep doing that, that's the reason for your living. The Creator will be very pleased, because that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all I want to do is just praise God. Give glory all to Him.
If you can praise God, God is going to be so happy with that, because you are realizing that there is a greater force than yourself. And I knew that at 6 years old. That's when I knew for sure, consciously knew that something greater than me made this leaf that I'm pulling off this tree. And not that I'm pulling off, that I have pulled off. Because when I pulled it off, then I realized that this leaf was going to die. And I remember the texture of the leaf as I put it into the jar, and then pick up the insects. I began to feel bad of what I think I was imprisoning. I was imprisoning nature, at the same time destroying. So when I finished the Nature Watch program that we did at school, I asked my teacher, "Can I go back and release these insects now? Can I?" Yeah, and I did that. And then I said, "I'm never going to do that again. I'm never going to pull a leaf off a tree. I'm never going to do that." And I never did.
It's hard, like not trying to harm insects, especially when they live in your house, or when the mice are inside your house too, and then they're eating up all your cotton and wool.
Yeah, I can understand it, like when they become pests. But I tend to put them in glass. Let's say there's a cockroach running around, I will put the glass on the cockroach, put a card under the glass, and go out and release it into nature. That's what I do.
But I've done that a couple times, and then I flush them down the toilet too. So I feel guilty
Yeah,
about
no, I
that.
don't do that. I mean, I just don't do that. I just pick them up in
Yeah,
the
no, I
glass, in the
understand. I mean,
glass.
I'm talking about like what I used to do. I would, yeah. But anyway, like
Yeah, there's no need to do
I
that. You don't have. You can always
right.
capture them and just help them along. What I do is I help them along. I will carry this cockroach in the glass on the card to a place where there's bush and that, and then they can try and survive there. That's the best I can do. If it's in the park, then it's in the park. There you go.
Right.
Release. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. If it's in the park, I'm not gonna go out of my way just to smash the crap out of it. Like that's. There's no meaning to do that. There's no
No.
reason for me to even go and do that. That's like me going to another country and then going to murder someone. It's meaningless and pointless.
Yeah. Yeah. But I did mean that once I capture them in my house. So if I've caught a cockroach or any kind of insect, because my wife screams, "Oh, okay, calm down. All right, we got it under control. Don't start whacking it to death." Okay, and then I teach my children this as well. I said, because when we went to the park, when I used to take them mountain bike trekking or hiking, right? One of them stood on an insect and stamped it out. I said, now you just killed that insect here. What if that was the father looking for food for the children? Now, Otosan, that daddy cannot. Now, daddy's not coming back to the family. You see that? So whenever you're with me, I said, and whenever you're with me, touch nature with your eyes only. You understand what I meant by that? What does that mean? That means look at nature and observe. It doesn't mean stamp, kill, and pull. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Don't do that again. Don't do that again.
So
And they
my
learn.
question, Jen, is like, what if you have like an infestation of cockroaches or insects inside your house? Like an infestation, like it's like they're all over your walls, your windows, your sink, your toilet. Like, what do you do about that? Like, or do you go about setting a tent and bombing your
No,
house?
what I'm going to try and do, obviously, is find out where they're breeding from and destroy that home there. So destroy the home that they've made, so they can no longer live in that place to breed, and then clean up. Sweep out,
Right,
vacuum clean
because
out.
I've seen shows a show about this house infestation, about these cockroaches. Like they were all over the sink, the bathtub, the
Yeah,
bathroom,
yeah, I've
the
seen that. Yes.
kitchen. And it was just ridiculous because they were all over the even the window seal.
Yeah,
Even
I've been there. I've been not in my house, but I've been to Spain where I went into a restaurant. That was what was going on, man. And you're eating with the cockroaches all in a line there on the little ledge as you're eating your meal. Okay.
I mean, I've done something like that before, but that's because I was living in a house that was infested with cockroaches, and I was sleeping with the cockroaches. So,
Well, there you go.
like, I mean, it wasn't something that I wanted to do, but it's something I
No.
had to do because there was nowhere else for me to live. There was nowhere else
Yeah.
for me to stay.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. So yeah, from time to time, because we live in Japan here, the climate is conducive for cockroaches to be around, and from time to time, they stand out because the place is so clean. They stand out, but it doesn't mean because people go to the extreme. Oh, how dare you? And then they try to whack it with us. No, no, don't do that. Let's
Right. I
just
mean,
catch
it
it.
doesn't
I will
have to
catch
be
it.
the
So
place doesn't
simple as
have to
that.
be dirty for it to be infestated.
Right.
It's just there's an infestation of cockroaches and it can
Yeah.
be for no reason.
And I'm glad I've never had that. I've never had that in my life. I've had cockroaches come in. I've had bats coming to the house. Bats flying around in the classroom. Kids screaming, hiding under tables. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, but I captured the bat and helped it out. Didn't kill it. Yeah. It wasn't one. I try not to kill any living thing. Right down to the insect that got a job to do. That's it. That's me now. That's what I do. I don't really kill insects. I say that though, right? But then again, look, you're sitting there in camping. Suddenly, you're getting stung by a bloody
Bunch of
mosquito. The
mosquitoes.
first thing you do is slap. You just slap that
Right.
one, and then that's gone. Yeah. So
I'm
I
I'm
do
not gonna
that.
lie. I smack the shit out of mosquitoes, bro.
Yeah.
You
I
take
slap
my
mosquitoes
blood,
to Smith.
fucking vampire. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but
Yeah.
don't take my blood.
Don't get me wrong. I've actually burnt them on. Look, I've done this here where I've captured that. Where you're trying to sleep and you hear, okay, and you're not. It's gone 2 hours. Okay, right. Light goes on. I'm going to find this bloody mosquito. Where is it? And it's right underneath something. It's in plain sight, but it's hiding under. You find it. I catch it, and then I get my lighter. I don't smoke, but I got a lighter, and I burn it to death. Because of the 2 hours of pain that it gave, suffering that it gave, I couldn't sleep. So I got it and I burnt it. I didn't burn it directly. I kept the flame away from it, but the heat was enough to cook it.
To burn
That was
burn
my
it to
anger.
crisp.
Yeah. So I didn't put, what I did was held the flame away from it about an inch or two away so that the heat would just increase, but the flame didn't touch it. And I just sit
Some
smoke out. I
countries,
go, yeah, good.
some countries they actually eat cockroaches, like giant cockroaches.
Yes. In Nigeria, there's a type of insect that has like four wings, looks like a dragonfly. They eat this thing, and I saw, like an oil barrel. Those kind of big giant giant oil barrels.
They
Do
look
you know the one I mean?
disgusting.
It was full of these insects that my
They look
relatives were going to eat. I said,
they
I
look
don't want to eat
so
that.
gross, dude.
I said to my relatives, I don't want to eat that. When I went to, this was in the 70s. I said, I don't want to eat
Right.
that yet. Fuck that. I'm not eating insects. I would have been about maybe 10 years old. So 10 years old, 61, 71. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So I would have been 9, 10. And I was saying to my uncle, and I don't want to eat that. Yeah. No, thank you. Big barrel full of these insects. And then they pull all the wings off and then they cook it to eat. But maybe I would try it now as an adult. But as a kid at the time, no, thank you. That was a definite no.
Yeah, I don't think I would eat another cockroach. I mean, when I say another, like when there was this time I was very drunk. Me and my friends, we were outside at the beach,
Wow.
and then we found this big cockroach, and then we lit it up, we put it on, and we cooked it. And I was like, dude, I'm not gonna eat it unless it's cooked. And then they Pat Man cooked it. And they were like, all right, bro, it's cooked, man. I was like, man, fuck. All right. So I was like, all right, since you guys are all cowards, I'm gonna try it. And I tried it. And yeah,
How was it?
it didn't really taste like anything but burnt chip. It was like a burnt chip.
Yeah, that wouldn't taste good. No, can you imagine that? That would not taste good. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really taste anything. It wasn't even that bad. It wasn't even that good. But yeah, you may be thinking, okay, that was gross. But I thinking about all the other people that ate insects, and I'm like, it's not really that bad. It was just like it looks disgusting, but it wasn't terrible.
Yeah. No, I mean, just to go back to the point, I've always respected nature, and I never divorced myself from nature. I never put myself above nature because I am nature as it is, and I make sure that my children also understand that fact. And whenever you're in nature's place, touch with your eyes, not with your hands. That way you don't destroy anything. Leave as you find. Leave it as you found it. Yeah, right. Or leave it better than you find it if you can. This is it. That's the law.
Hey, so can I ask you guys a question? So, is it still justifiable to kill a cockroach if, say, it crawls up into your armpit?
Sorry?
Is it still justifiable to kill a cockroach if, say, it crawls up your armpit?
You got a lot of background.
Well, I mean, if it crawls up your armpit, you're gonna. You know what? Generally, what happens is that your body, you kind of like act very, very quickly, but at the same time you're relaxed because you want to give the cockroach the easiest passage to get out of your clothes. So you're not going to be banging it against you. That's for sure. You're going to be moving in such a fashion that you're giving that cockroach massive access to get out, and that's how you're going to react. That's it.
Do the boogie dance.
You're not going to be patting it and squashing it onto your body. That's for sure. Even I know that one. You're going to be doing a very weird dance, believe you me.
Right.
It happened to me when I was a little kid, and I just threw the cockroach against the wall and I stomped it.
You're going to be doing the cockroach dance, man. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Dude, I did, bro. I did, and I did, but it ended up it ended with me throwing the cockroach against the wall, man.
Fucking hell. Yeah, man. I could just imagine that. I could just imagine how that body of yours would be pulsing and, You might even strip off. You might have to strip off to get it out of you.
See.
Yeah. Just imagine that. I'm glad I've never been in that situation, man. I can just imagine how I would be. The cockroach dance. Yeah. But yeah, no, I've always been respectful of nature and everything. So there we are. I started at an early age, man. But yeah, I did miss all the clues though. For years and years and years, nature was telling me it was flat, okay? It was telling me it was flat. And as soon as I saw this video, Mark Sargent one, and then, Dave Murphy, and then Eric Dubay, and then, who was it? Eric Dubay, and then there was ODD. I watched like so many in one day back in 2015, December 26th. I watched like 6 hours, maybe 7 hours of videos non-stop, all related to the flat earth, yeah. But within 5 minutes, I already knew 5 minutes because it was like what was being said, all my life's experience came in all at once, like all into one. It's flat. It's flat. Of course it is. And then I was pacing up and down here, banging my head. Of course it is. And then that's how they lied. And oh yeah, of course. Because they didn't go to the moon. They didn't have the pictures. Why didn't I connect that dot? What an idiot I've been. And I'm banging my head, thinking, wow. And then I wrote it on the board immediately because it was December 26th. The students are going to be returning on the 6th of January, okay, thereabouts. So I wrote it on the board. What is the shape of the earth? Boom. How do you know? Question. 2 questions there, waiting for them. This is in Boxing Day, and I'm already preparing for the students to be informed. Look at that. Instantly. That is the instant reaction, isn't it? That you want to inform others. Even though I still wasn't good enough to articulate the flat earth yet properly. You understand, yeah? But I got it up on the board. I could ask the basic questions. And yeah. So, that was my, forever will be my embarrassment that I spent a lot of time in nature and I missed all the clues to the flat earth. Totally. I thought that was funny, strange. But, like I said, I'm a helium balloon that's never going to come down now. When I found out it was flat, it just added to the beauty of the earth instantly. It created something that level like that. Wow, what an expanse. Wow. And then I have a yearning to go to Antarctica. But not from the Australia or from the New Zealand or from South Africa, from Japan or from some other part, and just go in one direction to see if I would encounter this ice wall that's supposed to be there.
Why not the North Pole?
Oh, I'd like to go to North Pole as well. I'd like to go to North Pole as well, but I want to go to Antarctica. I want to see that wall that's keeping the water in. I want to see that. That's part of the engineering and design of the Earth, isn't it? I want to see that. I really want to see that. And then once I'm there, I would like to have a big team, and then we could work out how explore in one direction how far this ice expanse goes. And we have the technology and equipment to do so. We have the equipment to be able to do that right now. It's there already.
Jen, if you look at the 39 minutes after the hour, there's your cockroach dance.
Oh, really? Let's have a look.
Yeah, I looked at it.
Yeah, there you go. The cockroach dance, man. I can just imagine it, honestly.
Yeah.
Come on,
Has anybody
clothing? Fuck.
Has anybody here ever eaten coconut worms? I think that's what they're called.
No, I tagged the wrong person. Sorry, Conspiracy Santa. I meant to tag California Nightmare.
Oh, no problem.
Jinx, can I just say one thing, mate?
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
Have you got the money and the resources that we could build a nice big airship, a nice airship to just then fly across the expanse of Antarctica?
Yeah, I would love to. If I had that money, that's what we would be doing. I think that would be a great pastime and an adventure. That's what I would love to do. But like you say, airship is one way. I'd like to use these vehicles known as the Sherpas. Yeah, they're really good, very, very economical. And they can sleep 10 men. But I'm talking 8 men. Sorry, rather than that, have teams of 4. So you've got enough room. Don't squeeze 10 men in there, 8 men in there. They have 4 in each vehicle. 6 wheels they are, 6 wheelers, and they go over everything and anything. And they're chain driven, very economical. The Sherpa, they're known as. Fantastic vehicle.
But where would you get the fuel though? And how
you carry your own. You carry your fuel. You carry your fuel with you. You carry it with you, and you go as far as you can go. Make camp along the way, and then hopefully others will supply you. People will come and supply you. That's what would happen.
But
obviously, it's going to require some logistics. It's going to require some logistics regarding the fuel, but it can be done. It's not impossible not to be done. That's the thing.
But doesn't gasoline like freeze at the temperatures Antarctica is at? If I'm correct, or I could be wrong on that.
I'm not sure. I think the fuel might work. Maybe the engine oils, but again, you can get these things with engine oil. The Sherpa has a engine oil warmer, so that won't happen. They're designed to work in such an environment. The Sherpa, just look them up. They're really, really good.
I see.
Do you not think though? Do you not think, Jinx, it would be more energy efficient to travel maybe a solar powered airship?
Yeah, okay. The only problem with the solar powered airship is that will we get the sun beyond where we're going? I don't know what's going to be beyond that, you know. So I'm just trying to keep it simple, low key, with the least danger. Danger as well. I don't want anyone dying on this thing. You understand? So keeping us on the ground rather than in the air.
But like with an airship, though, you can control, can't you? You can literally control your altitude or whatever. You can stay low to the ground or whatever. But as been California Nightmare, have you got your mic on auto activation there?
Oh shit! Sorry, there's a lot of chaos
we can
going
hear
on
you
right
digging
now.
away there. You're doing your gardening, I see. You're burying that dead body.
Jigs, like I say, with an airship though, you can control your altitude, can't you? As far as how high you can even skim the ground or whatever. But as been proven, as proven though, solar power is not generally generated via sunlight. It's electricity, isn't it? It's the it's the electricity that's created within the atmosphere that a solar panel
picks up. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm sure 100% positive that the technology's out there, which is again another thing what they're hiding from us. I mean, why don't we have no longer airship travel when it's going to be the most economical travel out there, and yet it doesn't exist.
Yeah, they only use it when they use them when they're both filming like motor car racing, IndyCar, Formula One. You know, they got these overhead helicopters, MotoGP, and they got the helicopters. You know, in the blimps. You know the blimps.
Yeah,
that's the only time you see it.
Yeah. But I can't see anything being more sort of like economical than, like you say, a blimp, a helium-filled airship which will need very little power, with little fans maybe on the back just to accelerate it forward. But the actual lift is created obviously through the lightness of helium or whatever.
Yeah. I mean that's a good one. Of course, we'd have to have a supply of helium and that to bring to bear. But yeah, I mean that's definitely feasible, no doubt about that at all. I like that idea. It's the first time that someone's actually mentioned airship. We normally get aircrafts usually being offered, but airship sounds really good. That's another good way.
Like I say, with an airship, you can very easily. I mean, you could navigate the surface of Antarctica from what 5 foot, 10 foot. Being able to control, that you're able to control your height and your your levitation of how high you go. So to me, I mean, because obviously to me, the fact of the cheapness and the ability of airship travel. As a commercial,
I think you're bang on now. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, because that would be very good. I mean, if you're looking for that kind of adventure, yeah, definitely, I would love to go on that. Just as long as we can survive the cold temperatures. Now, you know, with the Sherpa, it's designed so you will be. It's like a mobile home, okay? But it's 6 wheels. It's not a very big imposing vehicle, but big enough to do the job. And you keep warm. Now, if we can keep warm in the airship, then fine, and then we can land and weigh anchor as such and batten down the hatches, because you're not going to go 20. All day long, are you? You're going to have rest and things like that. So,
that's what I'm saying. With the ability to if you're only, like I say, if you're only sort of like navigating at 10 feet high, and you go as far as you can, and like you say, you can then drop, anchor up, sort of like do whatever needs to be done, and then up you go again, and up you go again.
Yeah. I think that's a great idea. That one. That one there. I overlooked that one. Yeah. The airship one
I like
would
you say
cover a
we
lot of
probably,
ground. Yeah, you could cover a lot of ground.
mind you, like you say though, we'd probably be shot out. We'd be probably shot out of the air and whatever by then.
Yeah, by then, yeah. But it would be nice to have that adventure. And the other thing is, what happens in a storm? That would be the other thing, because we've seen pictures and videos where they show us these, blizzards and things. Now, how does a airship perform in that kind of condition? Would that be okay?
Well, yeah, there again, isn't it? Wouldn't you? If you came across a bad enough storm that you had to endure, wouldn't you? Like we say again, drop, anchor up, and whatever through any bad storms or whatever. It's just a theory, and it's just something that has always been in my head. That because we haven't,
no, it's got to be tried.
We haven't got that. We haven't got that form of travel within the
transportation medium at this point. Yeah, I totally agree.
Correct. I mean, they put the fallacy on that, wasn't it, with the Hindenburg, and so they made a great big massive disaster out of it. So, we can't do it no more. It's too risky. Great big Hindenburg disaster. And ever since then, that's it. Balloon, sort of airship travel has then diminished.
Yeah. If I was going to do such an expedition, the main thing about this expedition, the main thing that we don't forget is safety, 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 safety. Nothing's happening unless all the safeties have been checked, all the dangers have been eliminated, and then we move forward like that all the time. Safety is paramount. We're not risking our lives. It's an enjoyment and enjoying the ice. See how far we can go without being stupid. Because safety is paramount all the way.
I 100% agree with you. Yeah, obviously. I mean, the in-depth sort of like preparation, the preparations that would involve. Don't get me wrong. I'm under no false illusions as to the preparation that would involve in doing something like that. But it is all theory. It is all hypothetical, and
But I feel strongly. I feel very confident that it can be done. It can be done. We can do that. Like as we are now, right now, I'm ready to go today.
Yeah.
Money. I know the equipment I would need. Of course, I'll bring first aid, things like this. You'd have one that kind of safety. I do believe.
Yeah, but as
we can do
as
that.
with the money and the resources that, like you say, as we know, sorry, Jinx. As we know, though, we will never, ever get beyond the 60th degree parallel, or if we do get beyond it, it won't be very far before we're intercepted.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, that's right. We could only conduct this kind of exploration once we are truly free. And then, because we're not really free to do that now, although we can go, but we would be taken, we would be arrested, if not killed.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. And people are saying, it really gets to me when you get your globies arguing, but we've been to Antarctica. You can go to Antarctica. Yes, but how much control is there over you when you pay anything between hundreds of thousands of pounds to go on these Antarctic trips where you take you to a little peninsula you are not allowed to independently explore, and yet but we have been to Antarctica. Bullshit.
Yeah, it's crap. Don't talk out your ass here, mate. You're absolutely correct. You're being escorted everywhere you go. You're accompanied. You can't go off on your own anywhere. You can't. You can't stray off the path. You've got to stay where they tell you, and that's that. Yeah,
yeah,
right. 100%. To be compliant to their rules.
Yeah, 100%. And like you say, until we get that freedom, I mean, that's got to tell you something. Why aren't we? If there's somebody out there with the resources and the money, why aren't we allowed to just go and independently explore a continent that supposedly is a sort of a particular? Well, we're told, aren't we, that it's a continent at the South Pole, at the bottom of the pole.
Right.
So why can't we just go? Why can't we independently explore it? What are they hiding?
Yeah, that's a very important question because we're free to explore Everest if we can get the sponsorship. You can go and climb Mount Everest. I see Antarctica as a similar place. It shouldn't be that we can't go there and explore. We should be able to explore Antarctica for ourselves. And people do. People do go to the South Pole. Or do they? Question. Which South Pole are they going? Because we know the Earth is not a globe. So which South Poles are they going? Because
Yep.
you've got Australia, you've got New Zealand, South Africa, and South America. Those points. Yeah. So which South Pole are they going to?
They're not. They're not going to a pole. They're not going to a pole. They're going to an ice ridge. They're going to the peninsula of a pointy out peninsula of the Antarctic rim, which is probably the peninsula that they go to. Like we say, it's probably bigger than the US state in itself. And they're taken there, supposedly shown the ceremonial South Pole. And yeah, there you go. There's your South Pole. There's your penguins. Very good. Right, we've been. Come on, off we go. Back again. Back to the boat. Whatever. But that's their version of yes, we've been to Antarctica. Bullshit.
Yeah. Currently, right now, there's a woman, a British Sikh army officer, doing an expedition, solo expedition to the South Pole as we speak. Okay.
I mean, the likelihood. What will she do? Like previous explorers have done. I mean, the size, and as we know it, the size of Antarctica with in the perimeter of our Whale Pond. Where would she go? I mean, she could travel miles and miles and miles and say, right, well, I've gone the distance of Antarctica, but she could just going round maybe a quarter of the way round and then pop back off back into the oceans or whatever. But you've not gone from one. Nobody has gone from one end of Antarctica to the other.
Yeah, she's a British Army officer. Her name is Prit Chandi. That's Prit, Preet Chandri, Chandi. Obviously, an Indian Sikh. She's known for doing the marathon in the Sahara Desert. So she's an extreme sports athlete, let's say. She loves all that. And I think it's, I can't remember, she left November 7th. So she's there now. Yeah, I think it's a 45-day.
And is this supposedly a solo trek?
Yes, it's a solo trek. Yeah, but she's got a support team, of course.
Yeah, an indoctrinated program support team.
Yeah, right. So she's got a support team working with her, but I don't know. There's a lot. She's going to drag. I think she's dragging 95 kg. Okay, is what she's actually dragging with her as her equipment and food. Obviously, that gets lighter as you eat your supplies. As you go through the supplies, your load becomes lighter. But she's got to set her tent up and everything. She's got to do like 15 miles a day, I think, something like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one thing people say to you, don't they? I mean, these, like you just said, she's going solo. She's going to do a supposable navigate the Antarctica. But for me, they won't do it. But for me, a lot of like globies will say to you, well, what proof? What proof to you would prove to you that we are on a globe? Well, I'll tell you one easy proof that you could do with very little expense. For me, that would prove this, which would only take 9 hours to do with very little money. And that is fly 2 planes round either side of Antarctica at a certain height. Put like we say, put globers, put flat earthers, put anybody on these planes, on both planes. One look out the left window, one look out the right window. Say approximately 500 feet, so you know the altitude you're flying at. You know how far you are away from the ice wall, so to speak, or the coastline of Antarctica. And they should meet up 9 hours later on the other side. Now, if somebody did that and filmed it live all the way around, joining up, then that might be a proof to me, but they'll never do it.
Yeah, no, they won't do it. That's right, because that's the criteria we want. Yeah, agreed.
And yet it's so easy to do. Cheapy, 2 aeroplanes, 9 hours of flight for each aircraft, around, 13,000 miles or something circumference. It would take them each plane 9 hours or so to get round either side. One keeps the view out of the right window, one keeps the view out of the left window, keeping the shoreline of Antarctica in sight, and go round and then video them meeting up at the other side. That would prove to me that Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of a ball, but never ever done. And I know it won't be done because it can't be done.
Yeah. Yeah, she's going to be dragging 200 pounds, that is roughly 95 kg, I think. 90 kilograms, 200 pounds, 700-mile journey. Okay?
Where the 700 miles, where's that supposed to take her?
Well, to the South Pole from wherever she's leaving from. 700 miles.
What?
After flying to Chile, she will be dropped at Antarctica's Hercules Inlet, it's called. Okay? Yeah, the Hercules Inlet. That's where she's going to start from.
So what's she posing to do? To travel 700 miles and then come back, or is it a round trip of 700 miles?
I think it's 700 miles to the South Pole. This is what I think it is, and then she'll be picked up. I do believe.
Oh, right, and what is her? Can I just ask what supposedly is the sort of results? What's the result of these supposed to be? Why is she doing it?
She's going to be the first woman of color to do such a trip. First woman of color, because it's been done before by other women, but she's going to be the first woman of color to do that. That's her goal.
So I mean, forgive me on this one. I'm not quite sure, but what is supposedly the general sort of like understanding of what is the general understanding of the distance from one side of Antarctica to the other? Do we know? I mean, has anybody got? I haven't read.
I haven't actually looked at that because I haven't actually. What I have and I've forgotten.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the size of if we're going to go by the Globey sort of like model, that the size of Antarctica's, the continent of Antarctica is. I mean, if you're talking like she's going to go to the South Pole, which we assume is in the middle, I'm damn sure Antarctica from one end to the other is a damn sight more than 1,400 miles.
Right. So she's just going. I think she's just going from point A to South Pole, 700 miles, and then hopefully she'll be met by people. There's always people there, apparently. Got their little shed and that out there. So when she arrives, she would then be flown back, I think.
But isn't the South Pole? Isn't the South Pole, as in the pole, supposed to be in the centre of which is?
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, that's what's supposed to be. In fact, there's two, isn't there? There's the actual South Pole, and then there's the ceremonial South Pole, from what I understand.
Right. So which one's she supposed to be going to? I mean, we all know.
Oh, she's probably going to be going to the ceremonial.
Right. Right. Well, right.
They don't really allow you to go to the real one, which is not too far away. Actually, you could go there and probably can see it in the distance. But she's probably going to be going to the ceremonial one, is where they go. Usually.
I mean, for me, 700 miles. That's a minuscule of the distance that you could travel. I mean, 700 miles. That's not even getting off the peninsula of where they're going to be going to.
Oh, there you go. That's the distance. 700 miles across the ice to the pole.
Well, like I say, that for me is not even venturing beyond the peninsula of where they actually land, if you will. I mean,
and they've lied. They've lied in the article. Listen to this. The sun will never set. What a load of bollocks! We don't see the sun for 24 hours in the South Pole. There's no videos of that. So the sun will never set. It might be daylight, but it won't be daylight all the time. The sun will never set, it says.
Well, that's it. I mean, as far as the way I see it, as far as the flat Earth system works, I mean, there's a difference between sunlight and daylight.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, the sun's. I mean, I can believe that the sun will never set in Antarctica for the fact that it wraps around the firmament. It's not a direct sunlight. Daylight is a wrapping around of the firmament. Is the distance that it will spread around the firmament. Then you get into darkness. So if you, as far as daylight's concerned, are people mistaking daylight from sunlight? Because you don't need daylight for the sun to, or you don't need daylight or the sun to be there to have daylight. I mean, you can go out early in the morning before the sun's even set. You can watch the sun rise, and yet hours before then you've got daylight. It's bright as anything, but yet the sun hasn't. But the sun hasn't risen for you. The sun hasn't risen for you.
That's right. That's what I observe every day. I observe that every day, what you're just talking about there. That's what we see. That's what we know. The temperatures will drop as low as 50 degrees Celsius, 58 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right. Yeah, that's quite feasible. Yep, I'll take that one. That's quite feasible.
Yeah. That apparently that's with the wind chill factor. Okay, that's with the wind chill factor as well.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, when you think about it on a flat plane where your sun, I mean, obviously the nearest the sun gets to Antarctica is within the ring of in the it's Capricorn, the Tropic of Capricorn.
Tropic of Capricorn, that's correct.
Yep. Circulates around, so the sun never gets any nearer to Antarctica than the Tropic of Capricorn. So when you think about it, even if it's on the other side, when the sun is on the other side and you're as far over, when you're right over, let's say the opposite side to where the sun is on a flat plane, the sun is the sun's daylight is still wrapping itself around the dome.
Yeah.
So you will always have daylight, but not necessarily sunlight.
Sunlight, exactly that. Yeah. So they're saying the sun will never set, which is like bullshit. Straight off the bat, you might have some daylight there because she's going in November, which is winter. So it's their summer now, isn't it? So they're in the summer over there now. Because that's right, isn't it? You're in winter in the UK now. Is it winter now, or thereabouts?
We're in the winter because obviously, the sun's out. The sun's out migrating, or it's pretty much migrated to Capricorn now.
Right.
We don't get summer. We don't get summer until it's migrated back to Cancer.
Yeah. So this Prit Chendi will be walking 700 miles. I think she worked it out that she had to do 15 miles a day or something like that. She's got to cover thereabouts each day. Yeah.
I mean the fact of her doing that for me, there's no dispute she will do that. Absolutely no dispute she will do that. But all she'll be doing, like we've said, is probably going to the ceremonial South Pole, which to me is 700 miles. Is not a lot further. In fact, I very much doubt she will even get off the peninsula of where they actually arrive at Antarctica to start off with.
Yeah. Yeah, so she's got to do at least 15 miles a day, 15 and a half miles a day, and then set up her tent, get a tent set up, right? Pitch a tent and then do the cooking and whatever. Then there's always the toilet problem as well and all that. There's a lot to take in. 45 days. Could you do that? Could you do that yourself?
I personally, yes, I'd love to have a tent at that. I honestly would.
Me too.
For me, something like that's not traveling 700 miles. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not exactly the fittest person. If she's doing it on foot, if she's doing
she's doing it on skis, isn't she? She's doing it on skis.
No, I can't ski. Well, I say I can't ski. I've never been skiing, so I wouldn't know. But an adventure like that. But like you say, it's still controlled. It's still a controlled thingy-bob, and good on her. If she can get out there, then good on her, and everything. And I mean, by doing that, for me, she's proving nothing.
No, that's what I thought as well. But she wants to be a person of colour to do it. She's in the army. She's a therapist in the army, in the British Army. I think she's in her 30s, 30 something, 32 or thereabouts.
Right. Well, good on her. Good on her. But like I say, it'll still all be controlled and everything. And like I
Yeah,
say,
it will be controlled. You're right. It will be controlled. Is she going to the centre of the Earth? No, on the South Pole, she's not doing that. So it's lying already. They're lying anyway, right off the bat. Yeah.
yes. I mean, 700 miles will get you nowhere near what is supposedly the pole.
That's right.
And I'm rabbiting on here and dictating sort of like what the globe is, what the programmed sort of like heliocentric model will tell you that of the supposable size of Antarctica. But no, like I say, she'll be barely. It'll be like distance will be like, I don't know, what metaphor can I use on that one? I don't know. Getting on, I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult what metaphor to use on that. I mean, 700 miles on Antarctica. It's like, I don't know. It's probably like going quarter of the way across your desk. I mean, I've got a desk here with all my computer stuff on it. I mean, it's like me going from the edge of that desk to, I don't know, 3 inches in.
Yeah. You see, they never show you the map. Do you know what I mean? So you can actually see the course. So you've got to work it out for yourself all the time. Yeah.